The world you live in today was sketched on paper by European men. Men who looked like me. Men who at first were just curious and adventurous, but soon whose motives morphed into an insatiable greed. A confidence that their way was better than everyone else's. This confidence led to arguably the most influential series of events in human history. At least the history that affects you and me. A 500-year project of moving people and that influential series of events in human history. At least the history that affects you and me. A 500-year project of moving people and that affects you and me. A 500-year project of moving people and weapons and germs and language and violence to every corner of our earth. Weapons and you and me. A 500-year project of moving people and weapons and germs and language and violence to every corner of our earth. And in the process, gathering and taking home stuff to make them richer. Metal, rubber, tea, sugar, and human bodies.
Leo Africanus himself in 1520, and that competition between Genoa and Florence for power not only of the papal throne, but also of the banking and network itself, of the papal throne, but also of the banking and network itself. The map in the latter painting we can debate. I think it's the Black Sea area, but more work needs to be done. I kind of put this in here for Professor Gates, but I'm sure he's gone to his other meeting. This is Hanno the elephant, which was another important part of this story, in part because a white elephant was gifted to Leo X, and by the ambassador from Portugal.
Before New World discovery, Spain and Portugal had gone to the Pope over a dispute about lines of demarcation, and the Pope had said to both Spain and Portugal, "You are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people." In other words, if a person is not a Christian, you are authorized to enslave the person.
This isn't a history lesson. Sugar and human bodies. This isn't a history lesson. You won't hear me talk a lot about dates and names. Instead, this is the first of 3 videos where I want to show you how this happened. How Europe, a continent full of poor, miserable farmers, took over the entire world. And in the process, they shaped it. They shaped it to their way of thinking and speaking and doing things. So this is part 1 of how Europe stole the world. Crisis line. Yes, I'm going to be looking at a lot of maps to understand this issue because drawing on the map is how they did things. To understand how Europe stole the world, we need to rewind to back when the map looked a little different. Hold on. Looked like this. I mean, Europe was just a bunch of smaller kingdoms. The borders look so different than they do today. They were all pretty small potatoes. Well, actually, there actually were no potatoes. Those wouldn't arrive to Europe for another 50 years. But the fact is, there wasn't an abundance of anything in Europe. Instead, Europeans were just farmers barely scraping by, constantly in debt to a few rich landlords. Life in Europe was scarce and miserable. Meanwhile, there was a bunch of other empires around the world that were thriving. There was this big empire over in the Middle East. They had silk, and then over here in India, you had a big empire with spices and luxurious cotton fabrics. Then of course there was the big dynasty in China that had by this time already invented gunpowder, porcelain, and really sophisticated ships that they could use to sail around the world. Oh, and all of these empires were trading with one another, making all of them even richer. porcelain, and really sophisticated ships that they could use to sail around the world. Oh, and all of these empires were trading with one another, making all of them even richer. They all had better everything than Europe did, and miserable Europeans eventually wanted in on all the trade.
But in the politics of the paper trade, the Portuguese always got the best of the deal. They were better Catholic politicians.
Linking Italy and Portugal and thinking about the role of Portugal in the trade and missionizing in Africa, and elephants themselves, and thinking about the name Hanno and where that came from. References, memories of Hannibal and Barbary. Hannibal, the amateur ruler, general who conquered not only southern Spain, but also brought his troops over the Alps into near the gates of Rome. That fear, that visceral fear.
So that's kind of the context here that sets the stage for Europe taking over the world. The first two countries that wanted in on all this trade and set out to explore were the countries that today we know as Spain and Portugal. So they start looking for a land route to get them east. They start moving east and nope. Oh look, it's the Ottoman Empire, a very powerful Middle Eastern empire that's run by Muslims. Meanwhile, Spain and Portugal are hella Catholic and they're not being super nice to Muslims or Jews. So a very powerful Middle Eastern empire that's run by Muslims. Meanwhile, Spain and Portugal are hella Catholic and they're not being super nice to Muslims or Jews. So Spain and Portugal are hella Catholic and they're not being super nice to Muslims or Jews. So the Ottomans are like, no, we're not going to let you pass through our land to get in on the trade in the East. Oh, and by the way, you can't even afford our taxes. You're miserable Europeans without a lot of money, so go away. They're going to need another way to go east. Portugal's workaround was literally to go around the continent of Africa, stopping along the coast to trade with the wealthy African empires along the way. Stopping along the coast to trade with the wealthy African empires along the way. This is a huge moment because it actually worked. It's near the end of the 1400s, and the Portuguese are now going nuts. They're sending ships around this route that they figured out, trading with the East, and nuts. They're sending ships around this route that they figured out. Trading with the East, and suddenly the Portuguese are dressing in luxurious fabrics. They're using East, and suddenly the Portuguese are dressing in luxurious fabrics. They're using cloves and cinnamon and black pepper to make their food actually taste good. Wait a minute, you're telling me they didn't have black pepper before this? Jeez, miserable indeed.
You must have some papers.
So the age of exploration has begun. Miserable Europe is doing something about their situation.
I think is part of this, and the elephant being named Hanno is a key reference to that. And simply looking back at the important impact of the North African, the Amazirs, and kind of this division between the horrendous people, Scipio Africanus, for example, or Hannibal, in that, or Scipio's in a different way, but Hannibal as the vile general versus St. Augustine, who was converted to Christianity, kind of the good and the bad at the same time. And can one, at this juncture, also rethink figures such as Michelangelo's rebellious captive or rebellious slave? Different interpretations have been given of it, but in some ways it also marks this period in Italy with the Pope, with the art-making community, and with trade that is beginning to be reshaped around Africa and the Americas, in part from the vantage point of enslavement. And thinking about that within the broader context of the Renaissance itself and this period in Italian history. So endings, we're returning to the map, the Medici map, and the importance of Africa for them, of Leo Africanus himself as a gift to Leo X, not so much because he was knowledgeable, although that was certainly important, but also because of the knowledge he could provide on Africa and the Muslim world that would be so important to them. Rethinking as well Benin works, including this mask, pectoral mask, or hip mask rather, of Queen Idia, because she was one who hired the Portuguese to make conquests, to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence area. Make conquests to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence area, because she was one who hired the Portuguese to make conquests to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence area, which in Benin they knew to be equally important. So to this day, in the Agala, they're wearing masks, which in part are modeled on Benin traditions. And thinking through as well, sort of in the aftermath after Pope Leo X's death, what happened to Leo Africanus. There are various accounts of what might have happened. He probably was teaching for a period of time. He may have made it back to North Africa, and of course, then you get the conquest of Charles's troops who ransacked Rome in the early 16th century, and the British coming in to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence in this period of the late 19th century. Again, the importance of that, and then they're selling it for what would be about $180 million today. This is really the heart of Africa. It, from the vantage point of trade and control of it, was exceedingly important, not only in its own right, but also because it was a key crossroads, east, west, north, and south. As seen, it says, I took this photograph as COVID was moving and I was stunned. It followed the same route. The British, the French, and the Germans decided the moving and I was stunned. It followed the same route. It says, I took this photograph as COVID was moving and I was stunned. It followed the same route. The British, the French, and the Germans decided the Lake Chad area was so complicated, so important, so difficult that they divided it between the three of them, and that didn't really follow the same route. The British, the French, and the Germans decided the Lake Chad area was so complicated, so important, so difficult that they divided it between the three of them, and that didn't really work out, and it's now controlled largely by Boko Haram.
Going out to get in on the thriving trade in the East. But remember, this isn't about conquering land. It's about trading. For now. Okay, so now Spain sees Portugal hitting the jackpot, and they're kind of jelly. They want in on this too. They need to establish their own trade route to Asia, but they wanted to do things a little bit differently. Instead of following Portugal's lead and going around Africa, they listened to a pitch from this Italian sailor. And this sailor wants them to fund his new startup called What If We Sailed West to Get to Asia instead of East? Super promising. Called What If We Sailed West to Get to Asia instead of East? Super promising name. Now remember, at this point, people in Europe thought that the world looked like this. The logic was like, oh, we can just hop over to Asia by going this other way. So Spain was like, yes, great idea, high risk, high return, do it, Columbus. Well, it turns out the world does not look like this. And instead, over here, there are a couple of massive continents that Columbus ran into. But like many of us confident white dudes, Columbus was like, yeah, I know exactly where I am. We're like in the Indies right now. Like over those guys over there, those are Indians. Yep, I can feel it. But instead he was like in Cuba. But despite the mansplaining, Columbus kind of found exactly what he was looking for and more. Great empires with rich culture and food and precious metal that weren't available to him back home. He was right on target. So he's like, all right, guys, let's trade. But then he's like, wait a minute. These people don't have armies or navies protecting their stuff. So this must be kind of a different place, different land with different rules. And this is where the biggest light bulb moment of the century goes off in this guy's head. Change of plans, boys, says Columbus. We're going to claim this land. And everyone was like, wait, what? You heard me, we are claiming this land. And the boys are like, wait, weren't we here to like trade with great empires? Portugal's been doing this for like all these years.
And Catholic politicians, the best of the deal. They were better Catholic politicians. And the Pope eventually, when the discovery was that Spain was grabbing more of the world than Portugal, there was a treaty of Tordesillas. Pope had said, you take the East and you take the West, and you two good Catholic nations stop fighting among yourselves. And this was really as a result of Christopher Columbus grabbing. Christopher Columbus wasn't supposed to come to the New World. That was a violation of an agreement. Come to the New World. That that was a violation of an agreement. But the Treaty of Tordesillas gave Portugal a big country called Brazil. Portugal, being so small, didn't have the money and the manpower to manage a country. And Portugal got lost in Brazil and dissipated so much energy in Brazil that colonial-wise, it couldn't move much further. Because, see, Portugal was already in West Africa.
And getting rich, and he's like, no, they don't have armies. They're just letting us show up and like be here without a fight. So obviously that means they don't mind if we just like claim the land. I mean, I'm taking some creative liberty here on like explaining what Columbus was thinking, but like, look at the letter that he wrote. Here's the letter that Columbus wrote back to the king and queen, reporting on what he saw. He writes back saying that he discovered many islands inhabited by numerous peoples, and then I took possession of them for our most fortunate king, making public proclamation and unfurling his standard, his flag, with no one making any resistance. No one making any resistance. Spain and Portugal set out to trade. They sent out to like explore. No one making any resistance. Spain and Portugal set out to trade. They sent out to like explore and understand and get in on the global economy. But Columbus's realization was instead of trading, they could actually just claim land for themselves. And this changed everything. After all, no one was making any resistance. This moment is the foundation upon which all European imperialism grows. I'll show you. It's the moment that would give us the first big division in the minds of Europeans, the thing we wrote on paper, the old world versus the new world. This is really familiar language to us now, but it was invented in this moment. The new world was now seen as land that could be claimed. It was fair game to go conquer because they didn't have big armies or a Christian king. Forget was now seen as land that could be claimed. It was fair game to go conquer because they didn't have big armies or a Christian king.
In his 1644 description of the Mohawk Nation, Domine Megapolensis dismissed Indians as dumb when they failed to answer questions as he anticipated. Nevertheless, Megapolensis compiled a vocabulary and grammar of the Iroquoian language. While rector of Harvard, Increase Mather sent an update on the Christianization of Native Americans to John Leuston, professor of Hebrew at the University of Utrecht in Holland, which Leuston then used to encourage Indian missions in the Dutch colonies. By the will of God, Cotton Mather proclaimed, Christians were discovering the Indian languages. Reverend Mather then published a short catechism in Iroquois, Latin and English, to transform the Dutch and English merchants who were heading into Iroquois in Iroquois, Latin and English, to transform the Dutch and English merchants. First, just a quick thank you to, and it's really quite an honor. In August 1797, shortly after his final term in office, President George Washington rode horseback to the Catholic College in Georgetown.
Forget trade with the East, said Columbus. There's a bunch of land that we can go take over in the West. And the race was on. Spain and Portugal didn't want to fight with each other over all this land, this conquest that they were about to undertake. So they got together and they drew some lines. The race was on. Spain and Portugal didn't want to fight with each other over all this land, this conquest that they were about to undertake. So they got together and they drew some lines. No, literally, they just drew two straight lines. We have Africa, we have Europe, and then we have this line. Everything left of this line is Spain's. Everything to the right is Portugal. This is literally one of the original maps where they actually drew these straight lines and divided the world into two. But let's look at this on a nicer looking map, please. There we go. Now we can see very clearly. Oh look, now we understand why they speak Portuguese in Brazil. So Spain and Portugal now have their spheres of the world that they can go conquer. They didn't ask anyone, they didn't negotiate with the locals, they just drew these straight lines. The Pope actually helped them broker the deal. Classic. But again, this is a huge thing that I want to explain in this series, that these were not just lines. They weren't just like lines on paper. They were actually a shift in the paradigm, a new way of thinking about the world. No one making any resistance. It was a story that Europeans could now tell themselves. Old world versus new world. Claimed versus unclaimed. A new way of thinking. Think I'm being overly simplistic about this? Let me show you something. There's one, or a juicy find. I found this amazing Portuguese nautical atlas. It's a bunch of maps that the Portuguese Navy drafted up right after these two lines divided the world between Spain and Portugal. And it is an amazing series of maps, but not only because it's visually stunning, but also because it lets us into the mind of how the Portuguese saw the world after they divided it with Spain. This atlas reads like a storybook. It's like the Portuguese were so giddy about giving themselves permission to steal half the world that they had to write a children's story about it. That's what it feels like, that's not what it is. But just look at this. Here's the title page. You can see that at the center is the sphere that was given to Portuguese. Brazil, Africa, what is now the East Indies. And here on every corner, you see these angels that are blowing wind into the sails of the Portuguese who are out on their land grab mission. So this is just the title page. The subsequent pages of this atlas are close-ups on different regions. This is the Caribbean over here, look. This will become Cuba, this will become Haiti, Dominican Republic, North America, South America. All of this unclaimed, up for grabs. Here, our story depicts all these flags. Some of them are Spanish flags on the islands on their side of the line, but then you have Portuguese flags on the Portuguese side of the line. The status of this land, according to the fantasy of the Portuguese, changing from unclaimed to claimed by men on ships with Christian crosses on their sails, showing up and planting flags. This was like playing a board game to them. Here's another page. This one's a close-up on Brazil. And look, we've got people over here. We've got dark-skinned, naked people with primitive tools and no homes. It looks like down here in Brazil, they spend their days chopping wood naked and dancing, all while being gazed upon by fantastical birds and dragons? This was an official naval atlas drafted for the king, and if its message wasn't clear enough on how these people should be depicted, the atlas has a little info box up here, where they say that the Brazilians are, quote, savage and very brutal. This is one of the first atlases ever made, and it wasn't really a navigation tool. It was much more a declaration of a new way of seeing the world. Unclaimed territory, subhuman people, all of it up for grabs by Christian boats.
A settlement that the state of Maryland had ceded 6 years earlier to the federal district. In 1789, John Carroll had founded the college. Carroll was the nation's first Catholic bishop and a former Jesuit. Pope Clement XIV had suppressed the Society of Jesus in 1773, and that lasted 41 years. Georgetown President Louis Guillaume Valentin de Bourgh and a small faculty of French and Creole Sulpicians and ex-Jesuits from the United States, the West Indies, Ireland, and continental Europe greeted General Washington. Washington spoke to the faculty and a larger body of students from the Porch of Old North, the second academic hall on campus. I would argue that enslaved people completed that scene. Slaves belonging to the faculty and officers and slaves owned or leased from local craftsmen and merchants labored at Georgetown during its first 4 decades. The Catholic clergy owned several estates, Maryland slave plantations, that funded their missions, including the college and St. Mary's Seminary founded in 1791. In fact, the college had an account with the local tobacco merchant, Brooke Beale, before it had a single student. The vice president governed the campus servants, and the records offer glimpses into the routineness of that business of slavery on campus. In 1793, the merchant Thomas Corcoran received, and I'll quote, cash for 1 pair of shoes for Negro Nat, 2 years later, the officers paid cash for Negroes Joseph and Watt for 3 days' work. In December 1798, they agreed to board 4 Negro children at $20 each with Margaret Medley in town. If George Washington's visit to Georgetown confirmed the incorporation of Catholics into the United States, then the enslaved people on campus captured the economic forces binding the new nation. Georgetown was a product of the American, French, and Haitian revolutions. Exiles of the Atlantic uprisings dominated the college, and it was a beneficiary of the slave economies that excited that age of political transformation. Higher education in the United States rose with the slave trade and evolved with the westward expansion of plantation slavery and the dependent rise of manufacturing and banking economies in northeastern cities.
And history is one of those things. And today I really want to talk to you about the history of slavery in the North. I think that we have kind of accepted this fallacy that basically tells us that slavery is a regional phenomenon, that it's a Southern phenomenon, that racism is something that happens in Alabama or Mississippi, and that we don't have those shared experiences or shared histories throughout the North. And nothing could be further from the truth.
Who were heading into Iroquois into missionaries. And it's for that reason that there was in fact then published a short catechism in Iroquois, Latin and English, to transform the Dutch and English merchants who were heading into Iroquois into missionaries. And it's for that reason that there was in fact, predictably, extraordinary excitement in Harvard Hall as the governors, faculty, and students joined public officials and ministers of the neighboring towns on March 27, 1722, to celebrate the baptism of Judah Monis. The Reverend Benjamin Coleman, one of the college's most influential trustees and a commissioner of the New England Company, officiated and delivered the sermon. The Harvard Corporation elected Monis to an instructorship in Hebrew, but faculty had to be practicing Christians. At Yale, in fact, the trustees' records actually read something very similar, quote, "Every student shall consider ye main end of his study to know God in Jesus Christ." In 1720, Harvard awarded Monis a master's degree for his Hebrew primer. His public conversion to Christianity was a spectacular moment in Puritan New England. Another century passed before a professing Jew graduated from Harvard College, and Monis was the only ethnically Jewish person to hold a degree from Harvard in its first century. Quote, "Pray to God for me that he may, in his mercy, often bless me in the faith of Jesus the Messiah," Monis wrote to the Reverend Robert Woodrow of Scotland, adding that Christianity was, quote, "the only and true faith." Increase Mather, the president of Harvard, penned the preface to the conversion narrative, dedicated it to the Jewish nation, and listed several famous Jewish converts to display the irreversible direction of religion. For 2,000 years, God preserved the Jews, quote, "for some great design," Mather exalted, which he added could only be their conversion. President John Leverett's decision to shift Hebrew instruction from the poorly trained Harvard tutors to the well-versed and traveled Judah Monis marks but one step in the cyclical rediscovery of Judaism's value to Christian theology. The faculty mandated Hebrew instruction for sophomores and upperclassmen and required undergraduates to buy Hebrew Bibles and grammars. Leverett gave Monis a step in the cyclical rediscovery of Judaism's value to Christian theology. The faculty mandated Hebrew instruction for sophomores and upperclassmen and required undergraduates to buy Hebrew Bibles and grammars. Leverett gave Monis, in fact, detailed guidance on instructing the boys. Classes met 4 days each week, including the Jewish Sabbath. Quote, "studied Jewish letters," Edward Brooks noted in his daybook in early March 1755 during his sophomore year at the college. Although Monis was often listed as an appendage to the faculty and the Hebrew instructor it frequently or typically read, his conversion storified Messianic Christianity, and his subject was an important portal to advanced biblical study. In 1766, the college opened a Hebrew school, a dedicated lecture room in the new Harvard Hall. It's important to remember that Christians' comfort with Judaism was greatest in the absence of Jews. Colleges had advanced the commercial development of the American colonies. European nations had used colleges to supply colonial administrations, impose religious orthodoxy, facilitate trade, and wage cultural warfare against indigenous nations. America's development of the American colonies. European nations had used colleges to supply colonial administrations, impose religious orthodoxy, facilitate trade, and wage cultural warfare against indigenous nations. Americans founded at least 17 new colleges, an average of one per year, between the end of the Revolution and the turn of the century, to secure their economic and political interests. The commodification of black bodies, in other words, underwrote those developments too. Washington himself had financial links to Georgetown and personal ties to the college. He was a founder of the Potomac Company, a commercial partnership that sought to develop Georgetown as the gateway to the West, a Potomac River port situated at the narrowest land passage from the Atlantic seaboard across the Appalachian Mountain Range. Bishop Carroll, a slave owner, located his college at the center of this region on a cliff overlooking an active tobacco port. Father DeBourg and the faculty had corresponded, in fact, with Martha and George Washington, and the professors and students had visited the Washingtons at Mount Vernon. A small group of Protestants had studied at the Catholic College during its first decades, and among them were the president's grandnephews, Bushrod and Augustine. Of the possible years that Georgetown's governors could have chosen as their founding moment, they eventually selected 1789, a relatively late date, but one concurrent with the ratification of the Constitution and the inauguration of George Washington. Quote, "It gives me great pleasure to hear Washington is chosen president," the Reverend John Fenwick wrote from the Catholic College in Flanders to his cousin, the prominent tobacco merchant, Captain Ignatius Fenwick of Carrollsburg, Maryland. He deserves that post to be sure if merit has any weight. The crisis of the American Revolution, I would argue to you, allowed Catholics to escape their status as a persecuted and despised minority. The crisis of the American Revolution, I would argue to you, allowed Catholics to escape their status as a persecuted and despised minority. The migration of European Jews to the colonies raised new questions and tensions. Puritans prayed for the conversion of the Jews and thus the cultural erasure of Judaism. Puritans prayed for the conversion of the Jews and thus the cultural erasure of Judaism. Dutch colonists in New Netherland sought to keep New Netherland from being, quote, further invaded by people of the Jewish race. Before 1650, a wave of Jews fleeing persecution in the Iberian Peninsula found refuge in the United Provinces of the Netherlands. The growth of Sephardic communities in commercial cities like Amsterdam assisted the rise of Dutch merchant trade in Europe, East India, and the Americas. New migrations in commercial cities like Amsterdam assisted the rise of Dutch merchant trade in Europe, East India, and the Americas.
Especially as someone who lives in New England, I think we have this idea of ourselves, this reputation that we come from the Pilgrims or the abolitionists, that we are a region that boasts amazing schools, and that we are the city that's set on top of a hill, right? Boston and New England is aspirational in terms of so many different facets of life. I think that has become the regional identity, at least of the North and the Northeast in particular. And there's nothing wrong with that, and there's not necessarily something untrue about that, but it's not a complete picture. It's not a picture that allows you to understand all of the history and all of the facets that go into living in this part of the country and understanding the role of slavery and of institutionalized racism. And I want to talk about how those things have really worked hand in hand. If you know anything about slavery, you should know that for more than half a century, slavery was in every single colony in the New World. Every single colony. There is not a colony in the United States that did not have slavery. Slavery was everywhere. I think you should also know that in New England, slavery was considered more of an urban phenomenon than necessarily a rural institution. When we think of the North, I should say, when we think of the South, we think of big plantations and sprawling plots of land, and in which enslaved people are living and laboring. And it's somewhat similar in the North, but a little different in that you also have enslaved people that are working in cities, working in docks and seaports, serving as sailors and carpenters and as skilled laborers. And that it exists, but it looks a little different than what we would think about in necessarily a Virginia or a South Carolina. I think it's also fascinating to know that all of the Ivy League institutions, all of the major schools and universities are in some way connected to the institution of slavery, either be through the money that was invested from their foundations or for the people who brought their enslaved property with them to school, that slavery is everywhere. It is within educational institutions, it is within the church, it is all throughout the larger cultural, social society. And that's something that I don't think we think about. I also don't think we think about Rhode Island, the smallest state in the Union, the the smallest colony, tiny little Rhode Island, was a major hub for shipping and the slave trade, a major port of interest for those who are invested in slavery and the slave trade. And it's not something that gets put, on the tour books, right? It's not something you might have on your fun fact option, but it's very much there and very much prevalent. When we talk about slavery in Massachusetts, we should say scholars are not exactly clear about the exact moment and date that enslaved people come to Massachusetts or the colony of Massachusetts, but we think about the 1630s is the first few records that we have in which we know African slaves are being brought to Massachusetts and are serving as laborers and workers. But Massachusetts is interesting because Massachusetts legally sanctions slavery in 1641, and it's actually the first colony to do that. That's kind of like mind blown. We think that Virginia would do that or Maryland would do that. Actually, Massachusetts is the first to put it on the books, the first to legalize and recognize the institution of slavery. It's also one of the first to abolish the institution of slavery too. So there's a lot that we can talk about Massachusetts in terms of extremes, but I think that when we think about the abolitionist movement, we have to go back earlier and be honest about the fact that Massachusetts had also legally recognized the institution of slavery and was the first colony to do so in 1641. We know also that during that colonial period, Massachusetts passes what we call Black codes. And those Black codes were really restrictive laws that were passed to keep Black people from moving, from having mobility, from getting interracial marriages, to getting into a contract, to serving on juries, to carrying guns. All of their movement was heavily restricted, and all of those legal codes that were put into place made it extremely difficult for African Americans to live in a place that felt like they had a sense of mobility and a sense of rights and citizenship and belonging. Massachusetts residents were heavily invested in the slave trade, and that investment, I think, shaped a lot of the ideas that people had about African Americans and that people had about slave labor and the place that African Americans should occupy within their society.
New persecution in the Iberian Peninsula found refuge in the United Provinces of the Netherlands, and to keep New Netherland from being, quote, further invaded by people of the Jewish race. Before 1650, a wave of Jews fleeing persecution in the Iberian Peninsula found refuge in the United Provinces of the Netherlands. The growth of Sephardic communities in commercial cities like Amsterdam assisted the rise of Dutch merchant trade in Europe, East India, and the Americas. New migrations of Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese Jews to Brazil, the Caribbean, and New Netherland followed. During the ephemeral English Republic, Oliver Cromwell ended the 4-century-long banishment of the Jews by courting Dutch and Iberian Jewish merchants, who brought much-needed expertise in Atlantic shipping, which in fact the English particularly needed to get around Spanish prohibitions. Rabbi Ben Israel dedicated his Hope of Israel to Parliament, in part making the argument that if Indians, Native Americans, were Jews, then England was already engaged with a vast, sizable Jewish region of the globe. In 1655, Ben Israel personally petitioned Cromwell for the readmission of the Jews, and under Cromwell's authority, Jews entered England before the prohibition was officially lifted in 1662. In the mid-Atlantic and New England, Jews faced a vibrant anti-Semitism. In September 1654, a group of 23 Jews from Recife, New Holland, Brazil, victims of the Portuguese conquest, arrived in New Amsterdam aboard the St. Katrina. Captain Jacques de la Motte sold their possessions at auction to pay for their passage, and then secured a court order to hold 2 of the men for the remaining debt. Dominique Megapolensis dispatched a letter to Amsterdam complaining about the immigration of Dutch Jews from Brazil. Governor Peter Stuyvesant also protested against allowing Jews to, quote, infest his colony. Johannes Theodorus Polemus, later the Dutch minister out in Brooklyn in the Flatbush settlement, arrived on a second ship that carried another group of Jewish settlers. Dominic Polemus had earlier opposed the immigration of Jews to New Holland, and now in fact began the opposition, or added to the opposition, of the immigration of Jews into New Netherland. Aggravating Megapolensis' frustrations were that Jews coming to New Amsterdam were poor and needed charity, and he protested that the tiny community of Jews already in the city had given little to their support. Certainly, these Jewish settlers would attempt to establish a synagogue, he warned. The Dutch West India Company and the Classis of Amsterdam rejected the New Netherlanders' call for exclusion, but inclusion also had clear limits. The Sephardim could practice their faith only in the privacy of their own homes and could not open retail stores. Decorum also required that they build their houses in one section of the city and close together. And that's a quote, close together. The social position of European Jews was in fact increasingly ambiguous. The colonial Jewish population grew slowly but steadily as a network of Sephardic communities helped to link New York to Europe, to Africa, to South America, to the Caribbean. Quote, "It is possible to learn Hebrew here as well as in Europe," the Reverend John Sharp proudly wrote of New York City in the summer of 1713. Quote, "There being a synagogue of Jews and many ingenious men of that nation." Reverend Sharp was a former Indian missionary who had lived with the Mohawk near Schenectady and preached in Mohawk country. Christian intellectuals discovered the utility of these loosely configured communities of Sephardim. Hebrew, in fact, remained prominent a prominent part of the 18th century curriculum, but its purpose changed dramatically in the century from its sort of real rise within the curriculum. It increasingly served as a lens into the origins of Christianity, rather than for an instrument into discovering the origins of Native Americans and any religious obligations toward them. The Reverend Samuel Johnson, the founding president of King's College, now Columbia University, compiled and published his own Hebrew grammar book. He critiqued others in circulation, but Johnson was also particularly cold to the idea of accepting Native American students on the King's College campus. In fact, one of the few times he even suggests it or writes about it, he quickly decides that it's not worth it, because what he mostly wants is actually money, not really Indian students. In 1764, the wealthy Boston merchant Thomas Hancock, the uncle of John Hancock, established a Hebrew professorship at Harvard. At the College of New Jersey, now Princeton, President John Witherspoon offered private instruction in Hebrew to his most gifted scholars. James Madison, who had begun studying classical languages while a boy in Virginia, remained in Princeton after his 1771 graduation, in fact, to improve his Hebrew under Reverend Witherspoon's guidance. The second college in the colonial South, the short-lived Queens College in North Carolina, required competency in Hebrew for admission. For a decade before he assumed the presidency of Yale College, the Reverend Ezra Stiles improved his command of ancient languages and religious philosophy by building closer relationships to the Jewish community in Newport, Rhode Island.
Historians have also estimated that between 1775 and 1774, the Massachusetts slave population is about 2.2%. So that may not seem like a lot, because it's not a lot when you think about the South, where you think about places like South Carolina that has a Black majority. But when you think about New England wholesale, it means that there are Black people operating in that space, and that while there may not be large numbers, there's still significant ways in which Black people are operating in the creation of the building of what becomes New England and these major institutions. And also not just their physical presence, but their economic presence, what they mean to the slave trade, what African bodies provide when rum is traded and certain products are traded. African bodies provide when rum is
That's never easy to pull off, that water thing. So, where the extension of religious freedom in Newport and full civil rights to all free people in 1652 had allowed Jewish settlement. Stiles celebrated the dedication of the synagogue in Newport, often attended services there, became a student of Judaica, mingled with prominent Jewish businessmen and philanthropists like Aaron Lopez and Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera, and sought instruction from learned Jews, including the Dutch rabbi Isaac Tura. He learned Hebrew, earned the friendship of a half dozen rabbis, and forged close relationships with Jews in New York, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. Quote, finishing a Hebrew letter to the Rabbi Karagal, the minister hurriedly wrote in July 1773, troubled that he had not had time for revisions before the Middle Eastern visitor departed for Barbados. Karagal, 1773, troubled that he had not had time for revisions before the Middle Eastern visitor departed for Barbados. Karagal had served Jewish communities in Curacao for 2 years and in Jamaica for a year before the Middle Eastern visitor departed for Barbados. Karagal had served Jewish communities in Curacao for 2 years and in Jamaica for a year. Reverend Stiles gave an address in Hebrew at his Yale inauguration. He added Hebrew to the college seal, and he secured a portrait of Rabbi Karagal for the campus. If the dominion of Christians over Jews suggested a spiritual hierarchy, then the tyranny of Europeans over Africans and Native Americans could indicate a natural order. Suggested a spiritual hierarchy, then the tyranny of Europeans over Africans and Native Americans of Christian seal, and he secured a portrait of Rabbi Karagal for the campus. If the dominion of Christians over Jews suggested a spiritual hierarchy, then the tyranny of Europeans over Africans and Native Americans could indicate a natural order. A century of ideas linking human complexion to the social fates of particular peoples eased the debate about the fate and place of Native Americans and Africans in Christian prophecy. The status of Jews was also in flux. European Jews were moving throughout the Atlantic world. They invested in Dutch West India and the Royal African Company. A single Jew perished with a failed attempt to plant a colony in Roanoke, Virginia in 1585. Sephardim settled in New Netherlands, moving throughout the Atlantic world. They invested in Dutch West India and the Royal African Company. A single Jew perished with a failed attempt to plant a colony in Roanoke, Virginia in 1585. Sephardim settled in New Netherlands, In New Holland, they could act as middlemen, moving enslaved Africans between the Dutch West India Company and the planters. Jewish families formed about 13% of the households in Bridgetown, Barbados, and about 5% of the households in Speightstown, Barbados, in the late 17th century. At about the same time, Simon Valentine Vanderwilden left New York City for Charleston, where he and his partner Mordecai Nathan became shippers and suppliers to the West Indian plantations. Although hostile to the presence of Jews in Jamaica, the planter Edward Long admitted, in fact, the need for, quote, their knowledge of foreign languages and familial networks. In 1733, a group of 42 Jews arrived in the newly formed Georgia colony under the protection of the governor and despite the protest of London proprietors. The politicization of the history of the Jews and the African slave trade has clouded understandings of the cultural transactions captured by these investments, migrations, and shifting status. Has clouded understandings of the cultural transactions captured by these investments, migrations, and shifting statuses. European Jews could and did invest in the chartered slaving companies. And Jews in the Americas held slaves in patterns consistent with those of European Christians. A few Jewish merchants, a group, also made fortunes in the Atlantic trade, consistent with those of European Christians. A few Jewish merchants, a group, also made fortunes in the Atlantic trade, the slave trade.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light."
And there was light.
The people will call you a magician, John.
So long as they grasp your law, Isaac. These 7 colors should please them.
It is the understanding that the colors cannot be separated any further. That is what they must grasp.
Light. Every Mason knows how important the symbolism of light has always been in his ritual. Throughout his long journey, and with divine guidance, a Freemason is offered ancient advice to take him on his path from darkness to light. In many ways, Freemasons have spent the last 300 years spreading their light, and the light of Freemasonry's values of tolerance, self-improvement, and service to others. In 1719, John Theophilus des Agouliers had become the 3rd Grand Master of the premier Grand Lodge since Anthony Sayer first took the chair at the Goose and Gridiron 2 years earlier. Having been elected to the Royal Society in 1714 as experimental assistant to Sir Isaac Newton, des Agouliers was a natural philosopher, clergyman, and engineer. He popularized Newtonian theories and their practical applications in lectures, many of which were given in lodge meetings. Des Agouliers was a visionary and a born showman with a talent for scientific demonstrations, but some of his demonstrations could be decidedly unusual.
Now, hope. Fascinating.
London in 1719 is a city of splendor and squalor, and over 500,000 souls. It has just overtaken Paris to become the largest city in Europe, and is considered to represent the best that the world has to offer. Around 1/10 of the population are, like des Agouliers, French Huguenots, who have sought sanctuary in Protestant England. Like des Agouliers, French Huguenots, who have sought sanctuary in Protestant England, fleeing years of persecution in Catholic France. A Catholic France, fleeing years of persecution in Catholic France. A Catholic France that had given status and succor to James Francis Edward Stuart, the son of James II and the pretender to the British throne. England may have bloodied the nose of the Jacobite rising, but that did not end the influence of the pretender to the crown. A crown worn since 1714 by George I. Placed on the throne via the Act of Succession, a Protestant, preferred by Parliament, and a pragmatic and rational choice for the politically dominant Whigs, bent on cementing constitutional government, not absolutism. Rational, maybe, but not wholly popular. Even in this enlightened city, his accession met with protests and riots. The threat of disorder, of rebellion, of a retreat to the past was real. Enlightened city, his accession met with protests and riots. The threat of disorder, of rebellion, of a retreat to the past was real and present. It is in this context that the light of Freemasonry offers a beacon of hope and sanctuary. Not just for the present, but for the future too. Freemasonry is the embodiment of new and exciting Enlightenment ideas that are building traction across Britain and Europe. Freemasons are seeking new insight to shape purpose, growing an understanding of the intricate workings of this world, and offering a constant discipline and devotion in pursuit of one shared goal: to make it good. Of course, Freemasonry was not new. Medieval stonemasons had met in lodges where they drew moral lessons from the tools of their craft. Their legends recall that the art of masonry was first taught by Euclid, and that in England, 100 years before the time of William the Conqueror, a great assembly of masons met at York under Prince Edwin, where they drew up a historic code for the guidance of the craft. This code, the ancient charges, had remained largely unchanged for centuries, but they were of a different time. They represented an old world where the established Catholic Church was all-powerful, and the right of a divinely appointed monarch to rule with absolute power was unquestioned. With the formation of the Premier Grand Lodge in 1717, the founding fathers of Freemasonry saw and embraced an incredible opportunity. Not just to rewrite the charges, but to create a traditional history of the craft, as well as to set out the parameters, regulations, by which the order would be governed. Desaguliers, George Payne, and the Reverend James Anderson, all senior members of the Horn Tavern Lodge, met in the upstairs room at the Goose and Gridiron Lodge, met in the upstairs room at the Goose and Gridiron Public House, to discuss what these new constitutions might contain. Desaguliers' motivation was more personal than that of either Payne or Anderson. His family had suffered persecution in their native France, and had His family had suffered persecution in their native France, and had been forced into exile.
Our principle here, that of tolerance, touches me materially.
We have to wield. Faith in the tools and the craft we have to wield. Faith in each other. Faith in our reason and rational self-government. in the infinite capacity of man, yes, perhaps to dream in God's image, but to make it manifest on earth. It is belief. It is science. It is enlightenment. George Payne, ever the magistrate, who served reason and philosophy through his labor and effort, would compile general regulations detailing the administration of Grand Lodge and all the Masonic lodges under its umbrella. And James Anderson, the visionary writer, would create and set down a comprehensive traditional history of the craft. He looked to the future by inventing the past. He looked to the future by inventing the past. For a society in which tradition was of utmost importance, this was vital, to place the craft in a historical context and give the new Grand Lodge legitimacy. Masonic songs and music would also be included. Music was the kernel of social life at all levels. It reinforced camaraderie and tradition, and lodge meetings would resonate with the sound of communal singing. These were men who sought ways to bring together, to connect. The brethren and the ways to bring together, to connect. The brethren and the lodges of this city and later the world coming together in common purpose.
European Christians and did invest in the chartered slaving companies, and Jews in the Americas held slaves in patterns consistent with those of European Christians. A few Jewish merchants, a group, also made fortunes in the Atlantic trade, the slave trade. These Jews could navigate the colonial world precisely because their identities were increasingly in flux. These Jews could navigate the colonial world precisely because their identities were increasingly in flux. These Jews could navigate the colonial world precisely because their identities were increasingly in flux. The greatest paradox is how and why Jews in the American colonies achieved some social freedom at the very moment when racial ideas about subjugated people, including Jews, were crystallizing. The changing position of colonial Jews resulted from a hardening of beliefs about the origins, nature, and capacities of non-European people, not in fact from a growing religious tolerance. The first Jewish students on the American campus, for instance, arrived at the very about a century after the first Native American students, but at the very moment when racial ideas were crystallizing in the Atlantic world. Paradoxically, European Jews gained acceptance as Native American people were being in the Atlantic world. Paradoxically, European Jews gained acceptance as Native American ideas were crystallizing in the Atlantic world. Paradoxically, European Jews gained acceptance as Native American people were being dismissed, erased from the American campus.
To unite as the Grand Lodge.
We three have forged this as none could alone.
It is indeed a miracle.
Cementing our new constitution while preserving the principles of the past, but taking out forever all undue deference to a divinely appointed monarch and the Trinitarian religion. Cementing our new constitution while preserving the principles of the past, but taking out forever all undue deference to a divinely appointed monarch and the Trinitarian religion.
I wonder whether I should add a little more description to...
No.
What about adding more lines to the initiation ceremony? Do we have enough oaths?
We don't wish to alienate those without time or mind to memorize verbose rituals. Although, it might weed out those that lack commitment.
I've been thinking.
Genius does not rest.
We need a figurehead. Someone of noble status that can vouch for our legitimacy, our craft.
A keen Freemason in Montague was an inspired... John, Duke of Montague, was an inspired choice. A keen Freemason, in 1721, the Duke became the first nobleman to hold the office of Grand Master, and his installation marked a turning point in Freemasonry. Of course, the order itself had equality at its very heart. It sought to measure the merit of a man on its own terms, by the bonds of fellowship formed within the lodge, not by birthright or lineage. To be master within the lodge conferred no greatness in the outside world. But wider society had not yet embraced this radical concept, and for the new Grand Lodge to flourish, it needed the social credibility that came with the fairy dust of privilege and rank. Montagu's leadership demonstrated that Freemasonry was socially attractive and intellectually and politically acceptable, and that it could be fun. It was a testament to his prestige and reputation that a significant number of other aristocrats and learned scholars followed his example. Many hundreds and then thousands followed. Before 1721, the annual Masonic Grand Feast had taken place in Taverns. 1721, the annual Masonic Grand Feast had taken place in Taverns. But with Montagu at the head of the order, the installation and Grand Feast was moved from the Goose and Gridiron to Stationers' Hall to accommodate the several hundred who wished to attend. Montagu's installation marked a turning point in Freemasonry's public profile and underpinned its ability to attract a broad, aspirational membership. It cemented Grand Lodge's authority over the growing number of Masonic lodges in London and provincial England, as the order took its first steps towards a world where even the mighty might recognize the value of the craft, the integrity of its aspirations, and the rational virtue of esteeming reason rather than rank.
Gentlemen, truly I am. Do you seem to think that little old me has the ability to be a... what did you call it again?
A publicist.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, you wish me to use my social standing to promote the craft and indoctrinate others.
And I'm not sure indoctrinate is the right word. Perhaps encourage.
Good point. Yes, we don't want to be seen as men who force their opinions on others. We embrace forward-thinking motives in our new constitutions.
Did you know, Your Grace, that I am to be credited with the creation of our new constitution?
My congratulations, Anderson. Such great effort must be celebrated.
Celebrated is a fine way to put it, Your Grace. We are indeed celebrating our forefathers' immense effort to grow a fair and equal society. One where charity, meritocracy, science, faith will eventually find its rightful place and stand a full head above birth-allocated privilege.
We share the same principles, gentlemen. Please do not offer me any more deference than you would yourselves or any of our other brothers. With this in mind, I do wonder whether I am the ideal candidate. The last thing I would wish is to create yet more division.
Not at all. You will be the buffer between classes, the glue that bonds the rich to the poor, the cement between the stones, the star that draws all men to its light, the physician that heals the wounds of the afflicted.
Is he always like this?
Yes.
Let's be honest. We're a bit short on nobility.
Our ideals must offer succor to both rich and poor, to the titled and layperson.
Aha. So, I am to use my status and renown to encourage our brothers and potential brothers to support our Grand Lodge, its guiding principles, brotherly love, and all the cognac that goes with both.
issues and people are operating in the creation of the building of what becomes New England and these major institutions. And also not just their physical presence, but their economic presence, what they mean to the slave trade, what African bodies provide when rum is traded and certain products are traded, is so important and so crucial, again, to understanding slavery in the North.
Something like that, yeah.
Wait. Listen to this. I shall be a celebrate-tee.
I fear I should warn you of the inevitable reprisals from religious authorities. I have received some recent recently, and the only advice I can give is not to read them.
And there are some who will think of you as a nonconformist, and therefore a threat to society.
Monarchs themselves will swap the scepter for the trowel.
That's the spirit.
Yes, it's a good phrase, that. One last question. What is a trowel?
It's like a spade, only smaller.
Oh, for digging?
Yes, Your Grace.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone. We could arrange for you to be seen using a chisel. I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
So I want to sort of push back on this idea that just because slavery might have been small in the North, that it was a happy place to be and to work, that maybe enslaved people weren't treated so poorly or so harshly or unfairly. First of all, there's no such thing as like a happy slave, right? There's no such thing as a good master. There's nothing good about the institution of slavery. So let's just put that out there. First and foremost, you can use all the kind of language that you want, but there's no caveat that you can put on it that sort of makes it exceptional or makes an excuse for the violent, oppressive institution that it is. So I do want to push back on that. Just because it was smaller does not necessarily mean that it was less violent. In fact, it was incredibly violent. When we think about the institution of slavery, people are being sold in the North, purchased in the North, advertised for in the North. On the eve of the American Revolution, the slave trade is really forming the very basis of economic life in New England. When we think about colonial newspapers, much of their income was drawn from slave advertisements for sale or for hire. This is a perfect example of a slave advertisement that says cargo to be sold, 94 prime healthy Negroes. And this is all taking place in New England, in which people would see this advertisement as a normal part of their life, in which they might go and consider, hey, this might be a good day. There's a new shipment in, might be a good deal to go purchase more enslaved Africans. Part of the reason why slavery has such a major presence in New England is because of the triangular trade and because of rum. So I want to try to, I realize that like, in New England is because of the triangular trade and because of rum. So I want to try to, I realize that like, you know, I only have like maybe 30-40 minutes in this talk. And what I'm giving to you, I want to be fair to say that this is a whole course. I actually teach a whole course on slavery in the North, but like, this is a whole course. So I'm going to try and give you like, you know, broad strokes of how I want you to understand this moment in this history. But the triangular trade, to give context, was how we understand the movement of people and goods throughout Europe, Africa, and what is the New World and Atlantic world. So you would have Europeans that would go to the west coast of Africa. They would kidnap, capture, purchase enslaved Africans, bring them to the New World, places like the Caribbean, Brazil. Europeans that would go to the west coast of Africa, they would kidnap, capture, purchase enslaved Africans, bring them to the New World, places like the Caribbean, Brazil, Charleston, South Carolina, the southern United States, and even northern United States. They would produce slave commodities, sugar, rum, coffee, tobacco, cotton, that would then be shipped to Europe and then consumed in Europe. And then sugar, rum, coffee, tobacco, cotton, that would then be shipped to Europe and slave commodities, sugar, rum, coffee, tobacco, cotton, that would then be shipped to Europe and then consumed in the southern United States and even northern United States. They would produce slave commodities, sugar, rum, coffee, tobacco, cotton, that would then be shipped to Europe and then consumed in Europe. And then the triangular trade starts all over again. It's interesting because when you think about the triangular trade, it's kind of like the first drug trade, right? Like, tobacco, rum, coffee, these are commodities, these are not necessities, all over again. It's interesting because when you think about the triangular trade, it's kind of like the first drug trade, right? Like, tobacco, rum, coffee, these are commodities, these are not necessities that are being shipped. But rum is a big part of that. And this is where Massachusetts, and again, New England comes into play.
Only smaller.
Or to this. Both. Being principle out on.
For a succor to both.
Let's be honest.
That heals the wounds of the afflicted.
Is he always like this?
Yes.
Let's be honest. We're a bit short on nobility.
Ideals must offer succor to both rich and poor, to the titled and layperson.
Monarchs themselves will swap the scepter for the trowel.
Yes, Your Grace.
I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work. I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
The connection between molasses and the slave trade was really rum. Millions of gallons of cheap rum was manufactured in New England, and then it was shipped to Africa, and it was used to purchase Africans. Places like Rhode Island, tiny little Rhode Island, 30 distilleries, 30 rum distilleries. In Massachusetts, there were 63 distilleries that produced 2.7 million gallons of rum. This is in 1774.
And Washington was the symbolic guarantor of that fragile compact, a fragile compact that unified a diverse nation. In many ways, the symbolic guarantor of the security of the transition from a colonial system based on denominationalism to a federal system under the Constitution. Early in his presidency, Washington had sent letters of assurance to religious liberty to Quakers, the Reformed Dutch, Episcopalians, and Presbyterians. He replied to a plea from the nation's Roman Catholics signed by John Carroll and several lay leaders, including Carroll's cousin, Charles Carroll of Carrollton, with an affirmation of freedom of conscience and faith. A few months later, the president promised the Jews of Newport, Rhode Island, a government that, quote, gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. His response to the Carrolls also acknowledged the sacrifices of Catholics, domestic and foreign, during the Revolution. The inclusion of Catholics in the citizenry rewarded their wartime contributions, but commerce opened this era of interdenominational concord and undergirded their wartime contributions, but commerce opened this era of interdenominational concord. Catholics in the citizenry rewarded their wartime contributions, but commerce opened this era of interdenominational concord. Catholics in the citizenry rewarded their wartime contributions, but commerce opened this era of interdenominational concord and undergirded this political confederation. At the very moment when Christians were doubting the possibility of educating indigenous people and asserting that the history of the Jews required the isolation or destruction of Indians, whatever their scriptural ancestry, Jews gained access to colonial colleges as racial thought emerged in the Atlantic world. The Enlightenment's rationalist orientation toward learning opened the study of natural, social, and metaphysical phenomena, including religion itself, to people of different traditions, and created an intellectual space for social and metaphysical phenomena, including religion itself, to people of different traditions, and created an intellectual space for inclusion. But racial thought was no less a product of the Enlightenment, and it could be used to sustain arguments for the inclusion of Jews and the exclusion of Indians. When European and European American intellectuals explored Judaism and Jewish history for clues to the origins of Native America, they were also rummaging through the legacies of Christian anti-Semitism. One example, the axiom that God sent plagues and wars to punish Native American communities for heathenism went largely unchallenged in the colonies. And the sent plagues and wars to punish Native American communities for heathenism went largely unchallenged in the colonies. They were also rummaging through the legacies of Christian anti-Semitism. One example, the axiom that God sent plagues and wars to punish Native American communities for heathenism went largely unchallenged in the colonies. And the assignment of Jewish ancestry to Native Americans, however speculative, made this heavenly verdict even more credible. If Indians were Jews under this logic, then they were not the innocent occupants of an unknown land, but unrepentant sinners who had long, perhaps too long, escaped God's wrath. Of an unknown land, but unrepentant sinners who had long, perhaps too long, escaped God's wrath. Whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Only verdict, even more credible. If Indians were Jews under this logic, then they were not the innocent occupants of an unknown land, but unrepentant sinners who had long, perhaps too long, escaped God's wrath. Whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Catalog whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Wrath. Whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Wrath. Whatever the lost tribe of Jews peopled the Americas, they still collectively bore Jewish guilt. Cataloging and condemning the atrocities of the Spanish crown and the Catholic Church against the indigenous people of the Americas, the Reverend Thomas Thorogood of New England had nonetheless concluded that all of those brutalities were consistent with, quote, the plagues threatened unto the Jews. It was a remarkable moral renovation of, in fact, a human tragedy. When God scattered Israel, one of its tribes found its way to the Americas, as did the wolves and the bears of the forest. Tragedy. When God scattered Israel, one of its tribes found its way to the Americas, as did the wolves and the bears of the forest, the minister surmised. Scattered Israel, one of its tribes found its way to the Americas, as did the wolves and the bears of the forest, the minister surmised. And the Christians who reached American soil thousands of years later delivered a belated but divine vengeance. The reconfiguration of colonial society was particularly pronounced on campus. In 1762, the Manhattan merchant and King's College trustee John Watts wrote to Moses Franks, the son of the New York slave trader Jacob Franks and Abigail Levy, recommending Dr. James Jay, who has, quote, undertaken to serve our college and I hope may succeed. Franks was operating as the foreign agent for King's College, now Columbia, in Europe. The contributions of Jewish merchants as privateers during the French and Indian War, College, now Columbia, in Europe. The contributions of Jewish merchants as privateers during the French and Indian War, College, now Columbia, in Europe. The contributions of Jewish merchants as privateers during the French and Indian War encouraged greater religious tolerance. Judah Hayes. Contributions of Jewish merchants as privateers during the French and Indian War encouraged greater religious tolerance. Judah Hayes, a prominent West India trader, was among the New York merchants whose ships attacked French interests. Moses Michael Hayes, his son, a founder of Massachusetts Bank and a prominent Freemason, also became a benefactor of Harvard College. Rabbi Gershom Sextus later served 3 decades as a trustee of King's College. Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera of Newport and Aaron Lopez of Newport generously gave to the College of Rhode Island, now Brown, where such gifts moved the trustees to open college admissions to Jewish students. Rodriguez de Rivera also donated to Yale. By mid-18th century, colonial campuses had in fact changed remarkably. In 1750, Isaac Isaacs graduated from Yale. 7 years later, a Jewish student enrolled at the College of Philadelphia, now the University of Pennsylvania. In 1772, Moses Levy finished Philadelphia, Penn, the least restrictive of the colonial colleges. A dozen Jewish students graduated from Philadelphia before the Revolution. In that same era, Isaac Abrams completed the undergraduate course at King's College. A woman, Rashea Gratz, was among 4 Jews in the first graduating class of Franklin College, now Franklin and Marshall. In 1800, Samson Simpson delivered a Hebrew lecture during the Columbia College commencement at St. Paul's Episcopal Chapel in Manhattan. Quote, your request to open my mouth in the Hebrew language, Simon confessed, left me struggling to find a subject worthy of, quote, so great, so respectable an audience. He chose to offer a history of the oldest Jewish community in North America. The Native American presence had simultaneously collapsed on campus. As early as 1674, Daniel Gookin had confessed that many Puritans took the deaths of Native American students as evidence that God was not yet ready to save them. A decade later, the New England Company, quote, doth find that there is only one Indian youth maintained and educated at the college in New England, meaning Harvard. The board wanted 10 Indian students, but most colonists saw few strategic benefits to enrolling additional Indian boys. King Philip's War had devastated the New England Indians. The strategic benefits of Native American evangelization had declined with the war. The native populations were largely conquered. And in its aftermath, it had left a heightened anti-Indian sentiment throughout New England. President Mather, for instance, was still including the ancient Indian Yakums in his new reports on the Christian missions. Harvard's governors, one of the early native people converted to Christianity, he was actually still including in those reports. Harvard's governors moved the printing press into the Indian College, where it was used to publish the Hebrew Bible and other material for English students. Supplies of the Algonquian Bible and Catechism were destroyed during King Philip's War, and that inventory, in fact, became a minor concern at Harvard. Denkers and Slider two visitors found that there was virtually no Indian language publications when they called upon John Eliot to learn more about his mission. As Native American education was declining at Harvard, President Increase Mather was in fact distributing copies of the last available Indian language materials to friends at universities in Holland. Samuel Eliot Morison, the 20th century historian, to friends at universities in Holland. In fact, distributing copies of the last available Indian language materials to friends at universities in Holland. Samuel Eliot Morison, the 20th century historian, disdainfully described the Indian Bible as, quote, the least useful publication that came from the Indian College, which he also cast as, quote, this unwanted structure. Indian missions, in fact, became little more than campaign slogans for American colleges raising money in Britain, whose agents in turn blamed Native people when confronted with the absence of Indian students on campus. Morison argued that President Henry Dunster had actually only promoted the Indian College to begin with to get money to actually fix Old College and to subsidize English students. In fact, as soon as the building opened, money to actually fix Old College and to subsidize English students. In fact, as soon as the building opened, President Charles Chauncey began to flirt with the idea that it could be used for something better than housing Native Americans. He converted the building for the use of for English boys, and in little time, Indians were actually swept from Harvard Yard. The school came to a rather ignoble end. In November 1693, the corporation resolved that, quote, the Indian College be taken down, provided that the charges of taking it down amount not to more than £5. The board then sought the New England Company's permission to repurpose the bricks, which were eventually sold for £20. In 1730, the charges of taking it down amount not to more than £5. The board then sought the New England Company's permission to repurpose the bricks, which were eventually sold for £20. In 1732, the governors of the College of William and Mary in Virginia built opposite the President's House, Bradford and Hall, the Indian College, which still frames the formal center of the campus. But the Virginians' commitment to Indian education also crumbled rather quickly. And within a few decades, the building was being used to house white students. In fact, actually, by the 19th century, it's housing William Barton Rogers, the founder of MIT, whose father had been hired as the chemistry professor. And they move into Bradford, the family moves into Bradford, and Bradford has its own supply of slaves, slaves assigned to take care of the building. Harvard remained into Bradford, and Bradford has its own supply of slaves, slaves assigned to take care of the building. Harvard remained the primary beneficiary of the New England Company, in fact, despite the absence of Native American students. Why? By the mid-18th century, American colonists had new confidence in the natural bases of human difference, from which they could justify and project the social hierarchies around them. Once treated as an immutable trait, religious distinctions and cultural distinctions, physiologically distinctions, could not in fact be logically punished out of existence. There was little profit in struggling to uplift Native Americans whom secular knowledge and religious knowledge now judged unsalvageable. In 1773, the board of Newark Academy in Delaware, Newark Academy is a small preparatory school that actually is the school that the current University of Delaware originates from, sent Dr. Hugh Williamson and the Reverend John Ewing, two of their Philadelphia trustees, on a fundraising trip to Britain. The trustees now made no pretense at the education or evangelization of Native people. Rather, their new appeal emphasized the need for academies to meet the demands of a growing colonial population, quote, lest they become as ignorant and as barbarous as the savage Indian nations, their neighbors. The appeal emphasized the need for academies to meet the demands of a growing colonial population, quote, lest they become as ignorant and as barbarous as the savage Indian nations, their neighbors. Early in the 18th century, Cotton Mather had objected to the idea that people with white skin were privileged before God. He rejected the claim that color had divine meaning, but he accepted that it had some meaning. The latter point would have actually been hard to deny. His neighbor ships were carrying captive Africans to the southern and West Indian plantations. Merchants were selling enslaved Indians into New England. The military decline of the Algonquian language nations had left numerous Native American communities dependent on and vulnerable to the colonist. The Algonquian language nations had left numerous Native American communities dependent on and vulnerable to the colonist. The African population of New England had been rising with the slave trade, while Europeans were being exempted from servitude. Color had become an obvious indicator of status. Reverend Mather, like his counterparts in Maryland, Virginia, and New York, could encourage the baptism and religious education of slaves, confident that color trumped faith, and conversion would not implicate the social position of enslaved people. Anti-Semitism had not, in fact, eroded at that moment. It was rather being incorporated into a new conceptualization of human affairs. The fact that Jewish traders were routinely partnering with Christian factors, insurers, captain, and crewmen was itself a symptom of an increasingly secular understanding of human relations. I'll use the local merchant Aaron Lopez as an example. In May 1765, Lopez contracted Henry Kruger Jr. of the New York slave trading family for guidance as he began trading between England, Africa, and the West Indies. Kruger had relocated to Bristol, England to run that end of the family's slaving enterprise, and that relationship cost Lopez 10,000 pounds. But his greatest success, Lopez's greatest success, came after he hired Captain Benjamin Wright, a self-described, quote, Presbyterian old Yankee with an excellent reputation in the Caribbean and African trades. Quote, as we entertain the highest opinion of your abilities and experience in the trade, Lopez and Rodriguez de Rivera's 1774 instructions to Captain William English began, in which they gave him, in fact, wide authority to pilot their brigantine Anne and negotiate for slaves on the African coast. Through such relations, Aaron Lopez built a merchant house that included full or part ownership of more than 30 vessels. Lopez is actually an interesting lens into the way in which racial and social thought was dramatically shifting in the 18th century world, and the way in which that shift pivoted on the slave trade and the demographic transformation of the Americas. On October 13, 1752, Duarte and Anna Lopez landed at Newport, Rhode Island with their daughter Catherine. Benjamin Gomez, a Sephardic Jew from New York City, circumcised Duarte. The Lopezes changed their name to Aaron and Abigail and called their daughter Sarah. They remarried in a Jewish ceremony. These were the final acts, these were acts of emancipation. Exposed as a practicing Jew, Aaron's older brother Jose had fled Lisbon, Portugal, fearing persecution. Jose settled in New York City. Jewish ceremony. These were the final acts, these were acts of emancipation. Exposed as a practicing Jew, Aaron's older brother Jose had fled Lisbon, Portugal, fearing persecution. Jose settled in New York City, taking the name Moses before removing to Rhode Island. In Lisbon, the family had worshipped secretly, intermarrying with other Jews and concealing their faith to avoid discovery. In North America, the Lopez family emerged into an open but unequal society. Quote, the Jews' synagogue sat on Mill Street, just south of Wall Street in Manhattan. And the Jews' burial ground, the Jews' synagogue sat on Mill Street, just south of Wall Street in Manhattan. Quote, the Jews' synagogue sat on Mill Street, just south of Wall Street in Manhattan. And the Jews' burial ground lay to the north, beyond the boundaries of the city, where the meadows and trees flanked the road to Boston. Such were the limits of tolerance between free people. In Newport, Aaron Lopez partnered with Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera. In 1762, a decade after his arrival, Abigail Lopez died, and Aaron Lopez remarried Sarah Rodriguez de Rivera the following year, the daughter of Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera. Abraham Pereira Mendez, Lopez's son-in-law, an experienced New York trader, worked as his factor in Jamaica. The correspondence of Aaron Lopez records his descent into the trader, worked as his factor in Jamaica. The correspondence of Aaron Lopez records his descent into the miserable business of enslaving human beings. Calibrated Lopez's son-in-law, an experienced New York trader, worked as his factor in Jamaica. The correspondence of Aaron Lopez records his descent into the miserable business of enslaving human beings, calibrating the levels of confinement and anguish to maximize the value of human cargoes, and calculating financial loss from those who died. Quote, I stepped on board Captain All's ship in order to view the slaves, Pereira Mendez wrote from Kingston to explain the poor returns on one of Lopez's investments. Quote, the reason is because the major part of them are small things, and those that are large has age on their side. In 1766, Lopez's vessels brought nearly 150 enslaved Africans to market on their side. In 1766, Lopez's vessels brought nearly 150 enslaved Africans to market in the Caribbean. That same year, he sent the America, his ship, to Portugal to rescue his older brother Michael, or Abraham, his sister-in-law and their children. During his career, nearly 150 enslaved Africans to market in the Caribbean. That same year, he sent the America, his ship, to Portugal to rescue his older brother Michael, or Abraham, his sister-in-law and their children. During his career, in fact, Lopez sent 14 ships to Africa, transporting more than 1,000 human beings into American slavery. He kept 5 black slaves and an Indian servant in his household, and his estate approached $100,000 in value. His father-in-law, Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera, held 12 black people in his home. In May 1782, Aaron Lopez drowned at Scott's Pond, just north of Providence, Rhode Island. One of his slaves attempted to rescue him but failed. Shaken by the death, President Ezra Stiles, who had close ties to Lopez in Rhode Island, wrote, quote, he was a Jew by nation. He was a merchant of first eminence. For honor and extent of commerce probably surpassed by no merchant nation. He was a merchant of close ties to Lopez in Rhode Island, wrote, quote, he was a Jew by nation. He was a merchant of first eminence. For honor and extent of commerce probably surpassed by no merchant in America. Without a single enemy and the most universally beloved by an extensive acquaintance of any man I ever knew. His beneficence to family connections, to his nation, and to all the world is almost without parallel. He was my intimate friend and acquaintance. Ezra Stiles' eulogy also expressed great regret that his friend died, a Jew. Quote, oh, how often I have wished read that his friend died a Jew. Quote, "Oh, how often I have wished that sincere, pious, and candid mind could have perceived the evidences of Christianity, the
So as else is to say, this is big business. This is very big business, and it is highly lucrative, especially when you think about the fact that if you were, a slave trader, an enslaved African person cost the equivalent of about $4 or $5 in rum. And then in West Africa, they would be purchased basically for pennies on the dollar, sometimes for rum, a piece of cloth, a gun. Purchased basically for pennies on the dollar, sometimes for rum, a piece of cloth, a gun. And then in the West Indies, they would be resold again for $30 or $80. Those numbers would go up into the hundreds as the slave trade has longevity and continues.
Yale president lamented, quote, "Perceive the truth as it is in Jesus Christ, known that Jesus was the Messiah predicted by Moses and the prophets." In fact, earlier in North American history, the experience of Catholics was quite different. In late 1633, 3 English Jesuits, Fathers Andrew White, John Gravener, and Thomas Gervais, set sail for Maryland aboard the Ark and the Dove. The ships landed first in Barbados, which had a population of English and Irish Catholics. The captains then piloted the vessels through the Caribbean before venturing up the mainland. John Gravener and Thomas Gervais set sail for Maryland aboard the Ark and the Dove. The ships landed first in Barbados, which had a population of English and Irish Catholics. The captains then piloted the vessels through the Caribbean before venturing up the mainland coast of Virginia. On Lady Day 1634, the Jesuits officiated the first Catholic Mass in Maryland and then turned their efforts to evangelizing Native people. 4 other Jesuits arrived that decade. Reverend White opened an Indian academy near the Anacostia River. Father Roger Rigby ministered to the Piscataway and translated the catechism into their language. By 1640, the Jesuits had planned to build a college at St. Mary's Settlement to facilitate missionizing the Lenape, the Anacostia, the Susquehannock, the Powhatan, and other indigenous nations. At that time, there was only one Protestant college in the Americas, Harvard, founded in 1636, and other indigenous nations. At that time, there was only one Protestant college in the Americas, Harvard, founded in 1636, to the Piscataway and translated the catechism into their language. By 1640, the Jesuits had planned to build a college at St. Mary's Settlement to facilitate missionizing the Lenape, the Anacostia, the Susquehannock, the Powhatan, and other indigenous nations. At that time, there was only one Protestant college in the Americas, Harvard, founded in 1636, and it was constitutionally anti-Catholic. Although Maryland was the most heavily Catholic of the English mainland colonies and the only Catholic proprietorship, Catholics were less than 1/10 of the population. In 1649, the General Assembly and Cecil Calvert, Lord Baltimore, instituted religious tolerance in the colony, a modest protection that lasted only a few decades. Following the outbreak of the English Civil Wars, Protestants arrested Fathers White and Copley and deported them in chains. They hunted Reverends Roger Rigby, Bernard Hartwell, and John Cooper, and brought them to Virginia, where they died. Anti-Catholics gained greater strength after the Glorious Revolution of 1688, the overthrow of the Catholic James II, formerly the Duke of York, and the restoration of the Protestant monarchy. In 1692, the General Assembly of Maryland established the Church of England. In 1704, it restricted the exercise of Catholic sacraments, prohibited Catholics from operating schools, limited the corporate ownership of property to hamper the religious orders like the Jesuits, and encouraged the conversion of Catholic children. Established churches in the English colonies were vigilant against the Catholic infiltration, and colleges helped address these religious and political threats. During the English Civil Wars, Massachusetts banished Catholic clergy and assigned the death penalty for repeat trespassers. New England's proximity to France fueled even greater tension. The colonists had a half-dozen wars with New France, beginning with King William's War, the American theater of the 9 Years' War, and ending with the French and Indian War, the colonial arm of the 7 Years' War. Clergy and assigned the death penalty for repeat trespassers. New England's proximity to France fueled even greater tension. The colonists had a half-dozen wars with New France, beginning with King William's War, the American theater of the 9 Years' War, and ending with the French and Indian War, the colonial arm of the 7 Years' War. Virginia established Anglicanism and forbade Catholics from voting, bearing arms, serving on juries, or as witnesses in court. In 1693, during King William's War, planters and ministers in Virginia organized the College of William and Mary under Anglican governance. Anti-Catholic literature filled the libraries at Harvard, William and Mary, and Yale. The Glorious Revolution also swept through New York, bringing the departure of Governor Thomas Dongan, a Catholic appointed by James II. As early as 1685, Governor Dongan had encouraged English Jesuits to establish a Latin school in New York City with the hope of raising a college. And in fact, in the 17th century, all the attempts at establishing a Catholic college in the British mainland colonies failed, and they largely failed because of the persistence of anti-Catholicism.
When I talk about this book, which is obviously a narrative of the origins of the United States that cuts against the grain, I always feel apologized to feel compelled to apologize. Seriously, I apologize to the indigenous population in the first place, the Chumash people, the Gabrielino people. I apologize to the Africans, many millions gone. I apologize to the Mexicans who have been dispossessed on this land. I apologize to the people of Asian descent who were interned on this soil. I apologize to all of those who were victimized by kind of propaganda. And I apologize on behalf of scholars. I apologize on behalf of radical scholars, progressive scholars who I don't think have done their jobs in terms of explaining how we reached this point. I apologize on behalf of black scholars who I think could have done more to explain how we got to this point. We could have cleared up a lot of confusion. So having said that and having done that, let me present to you this thesis and its implications. This is a book that talks about the origins of the United States of America. And it's a book that, unlike previous scholarship in this realm, does not begin the story in the 1770s, because I think that's part of the problem with the previous scholarship, in that when you begin the story in the 1770s, in the run-up to July 4th, 1776, I think you can leave a distorting impression, because when men and women choose to take up arms against constituted authority, particularly when odds are great, oftentimes they engage in behaviors that are not necessarily consistent or congruent with their previous behaviors or their subsequent behaviors. What I mean is that if you began to tell the story of the United States, or looked at the snapshot of the United States in, say, 1943, when the United States was in the midst of an anti-fascist war that was compelling the United States in certain kinds of progressive directions, you might be led to believe, as Hollywood films were suggesting at that time, that the United States was a great friend of the Soviet Union, that the United States was a profoundly anti-communist country. You might have focused unduly on some of President Franklin Roosevelt's speeches in 1944, which laid out a social democratic vision for the United States of America. And you might have totally underestimated the depth of conservatism in the United States, which had been the case before 1943 and 1944, and certainly was exemplified after 1943 and 1944. So in order to tell the story of what happened in 1776, the revolt against British rule that led to the formation of the United States of America, I felt compelled to go back a century earlier, to the late 17th century. And in my telling of this story, the key event is the so-called Glorious Revolution that grips England in 1688. As a result, in my telling of this story, the key event is the so-called Glorious Revolution that grips England in 1688. As a result of this, quote, glorious revolution, unquote, amongst other things, the monarchy, the king, is forced to take a step back in terms of power and influence, as against the power and influence of the rising merchant class.
II. As early as 1685, Governor Dongan had encouraged English Jesuits to establish a Latin school in New York City with the hope of raising a college. And in fact, in the 17th century, all the attempts at establishing a Catholic college in the British mainland colonies failed, and they largely failed because of the persistence of anti-Catholicism. The colonial government's response to the April 1712 slave revolt in New York City and Manhattan during Queen Anne's War fed in part on anti-Catholic rage. Following the revolt, the New York legislature assigned the death penalty for any slave who attempted or conspired to harm or kill any free Christian. And in 1730, it expressly broadened the law to punish slaves who assaulted any Christian or Jew. Well, English Jesuits, Dongan, Virginia, and trespassers. Wars, Massachusetts banished Catholic clergy and assigned the death penalty for repeat trespassers. New England's proximity to France fueled even greater tension. The colonists had a half dozen wars with New France, beginning with King William's War, the American theater of the 9 Years' War, and ending with the French and Indian War, the colonial arm of the 7 Years' War. Virginia established Anglicanism and forbade Catholics from voting, bearing arms, serving on juries, or as witnesses in court. In 1693, during King William's War, planters and ministers in Virginia organized the College of William and Mary under Anglican governance. Anti-Catholic literature filled the libraries at Harvard, William and Mary, and Yale. The Glorious Revolution also swept through New York, bringing the departure of Governor Thomas Dongan, a Catholic appointed by James II. As early as 1685, Governor Dongan had encouraged English Jesuits to establish a Latin school in New York City with the hope of raising a college. And in fact, in the 17th century, all the attempts at establishing a Catholic college in the British mainland colonies failed, and they largely failed because of the persistence of anti-Catholicism. The colonial government's response to the April 1712 slave revolt in New York City and Manhattan during Queen Anne's War fed in part on anti-Catholic rage. Following the revolt, the New York legislature assigned the death penalty for any slave who attempted or conspired to harm or kill any free Christian. And in 1730, it expressly broadened the law to punish slaves who assaulted any Christian or Jew. By that time, Jewish merchants such as Rodrigo Pacheco, Jacob France, to punish slaves who assaulted any Christian or Jew. By that time, Jewish merchants such as Rodrigo Pacheco, Jacob Franks, Moses and Samuel Levy, Nathan Simpson, Isaac Levy, and Mordecai and David Gomez were trading enslaved people and goods between the Dutch and British Caribbean, the North American mainland colonies, Africa, and Europe. Gomez, Pacheco, Jacob France, to punish slaves who assaulted any Christian or Jew. By that time, Jewish merchants such as Rodrigo Pacheco, Jacob France, to punish slaves who assaulted any Christian or Jew. By that time, Jewish merchants such as Rodrigo Pacheco, Jacob Moses and Samuel Levy, Nathan Simpson, Isaac Levy, and Mordecai and David Gomez were trading enslaved people and goods between the Dutch and British Caribbean, the North American mainland colonies, Africa, and Europe. They often partnered with leading Christian merchants, including Adolph Phillips, Robert Livingston, William Colonies, and Mordecai and David Gomez were trading enslaved people and goods between the Dutch and British Caribbean, the North American mainland colonies, Africa, and Europe. They often partnered with leading Christian merchants, including Adolph Phillips, Robert Livingston, William Walton, Anthony Rutgers, Arno Schuyler, David and Matthew Clarkson, and Henry Cuyler. The 1741 slave conspiracy that shook New York City revealed how much commerce was actually shaping social relations. In April, as investigations began, you have an attempt of the non-Protestants to distance themselves from the revolt and from the violence that was going on. What the courts ultimately did was it seized upon fears of a Catholic infiltration in New York to push even more aggressive anti-Catholic legislation and to justify the extraordinary violence that the colony brought against the black population. The violent integration and expansion of the Atlantic slave economies created the financial and social conditions for the growth of higher education in the British colonies. In less than a quarter century, actually following the New York Revolt and sequentially, in less than a quarter century, slave traders and other merchants in New England, the upper mid-Atlantic, and planters in the lower mid-Atlantic, the South, and the West Indies funded 6 new colleges. In other words, the number of colleges in the British colonies more than tripled from 3 to 10. In less than a quarter century, slave traders and other merchants in New England, the upper mid-Atlantic, and planters in the lower mid-Atlantic, the South, and the West Indies funded 6 new colleges. In other words, the number of colleges in the British colonies more than tripled from 3 to 10. In 1745, Anglicans in Barbados organized Codrington College. The following year, Presbyterians chartered the College of New Jersey. About 1749, Anglicans, Presbyterians, and Quakers established the College of Philadelphia, now the University of Pennsylvania. In 1754, the Anglican minority in New York finally consolidates enough power to establish King's College, now Columbia. A decade later, Baptists in Rhode Island founded the College of Rhode Island, now Brown University. And in 1766, the Dutch Reformed leadership in New Jersey opened Queen's College, now Rutgers. Finally, in 1769, New Hampshire was granted a charter to the Congregationalist minister Eleazar Wheelock to establish Dartmouth College. Each of those colleges was established with money that emerged out of the slave trade, that came out of the slave trade and out of slavery, and enslaved people were present at the founding moments. At Dartmouth, for instance, Eleazar Wheelock arrives in New Hampshire after he gets his charter with 8 enslaved black people, 7 adults and a child, meaning that Wheelock actually has more slaves than faculty, more slaves than trustees, more slaves than administrators, and an honest accounting would say he has more slaves than students. Jewish families in the colonies had used private tutors and small private academies to educate their children, but they gained some access to the new colleges. And an honest accounting would say he has more slaves than students. Jewish families in the colonies had used private tutors and small private academies to educate their children, but they gained some access to the new colleges. Donations from Jacob Rodriguez de Rivera and Aaron Lopez of Newport, Rhode Island, who were in the slave trade, and the planter and merchant Moses Lindo of Charleston, South Carolina, for instance, led the College of Rhode Island, now Brown, to admit its first Jewish students. The colleges in New York and Philadelphia also opened admissions. That's important because, in contrast, Catholics had access to no college in the British colonies. The relationship between Stiles and Lopez and Stiles' reading of that moment provides a peek into how and why American intellectuals were able to incorporate Jewish history and the history of anti-Semitism into a deeply racialized vision of national and social progress in the late 18th century. Exactly one year after Aaron Lopez's death, the Reverend Everett Stiles issued a sermon celebrating the Treaty of Paris and the end of the American Revolution. He lauded the rise of the whites, whose numerical growth alone proved divine favoritism, and the history of anti-Semitism was the Messiah predicted by Moses and the prophets. The relationship between Stiles and Lopez and Stiles' reading of that moment provides a peek into how and why American intellectuals were able to incorporate Jewish history and the history of anti-Semitism into a deeply racialized vision of national and social progress in the late 18th century. Exactly one year after Aaron Lopez's death, the Reverend Everett Stiles issued a sermon celebrating the Treaty of Paris and the end of the American Revolution. He lauded the rise of the whites, whose numerical growth alone proved divine favoritism. God intended the Americas, he wrote, quote, for a new enlargement of Japhet, reclaiming the curse of Canaan from the Old Testament. Proved divine favoritism. God intended the Americas, he wrote, quote, for a new enlargement of Japhet, reclaiming the curse of Canaan from the Old Testament. He defensively insisted that Protestants had faithfully purchased Indian land to erase any sense of historical wrong. He crafted a bizarre defense of conquest in that sermon. The surviving Indians benefited from colonialism, he would argue. Sense of conquest in that sermon. The surviving Indians benefited from colonialism, he would argue. Our defense of conquest in that sermon. The surviving Indians benefited from colonialism, he would argue, since the value of their remaining territories had increased thousands of times. Projecting the growth of the white population to 300 million, Reverend Stiles predicted, quote, a constant increasing revenue to the Sachems and original lords of the soil for whatever lands the survivors could hold on to. That odd rationalization of Sachems and original lords of the soil for whatever lands the survivors could hold on to. That odd rationalization of a human tragedy was made worse by President Stiles' confidence that any remaining social injustices would disappear with Native Americans and Africans themselves.
Laws being established that said the slave owner, if in the midst of him correcting the slave, should he kill him, which would have been murder, should he kill him, there was no legal consequence.
That was the law. Generally speaking, I mean,
ordered priests ran small academies and sent privileged youths abroad to complete their educations. A number of colleges in continental Europe specialized in training English and colonial Catholics. The cousins John and Charles Carroll, for instance, studied at the somewhat clandestine preparatory school at the Jesuits' Bohemia Manor plantation in Maryland. Eleanor and Daniel Carroll sent their son John to the Jesuit College of St. Omer in northern France. Elizabeth and Charles Carroll of Maryland sent their Charlie to the College of Rheims. Robert Plunkett and Robert Molyneux, later the first two presidents of Georgetown, ventured from England to seminaries in continental Europe that specialized in training English Catholics. The young Louis Guillaume Valentin de Bourg, Georgetown's third president, left Cap Francois Saint-Domingue, now Cap Haitian Haiti, to attend St. Omer. Another future president of the college, Stephen Dubuisson, sailed as a boy from Saint-Marc, Saint-Domingue, to study in France. Quote, I shall never be able to repay the care and pains you have taken of my education, Charlie Carroll wrote to his parents, to his dear papa, it's actually addressed, while studying law at the Inner Temple in London. In fact, African slavery afforded these Catholics significant personal freedom. Charlie Carroll served as his father's business liaison while studying in Europe. Quote, I shall keep my estate in and near Annapolis, 2 large seats of land containing about 13,000 acres, my slaves, and the Baltimore Iron Works to ye last, so you may choose. Carroll of Uragan promised his son. The family estate neighbored those of a number of wealthy plantation and merchant families, including the final generation of Quaker slave owners, such as the elder John Hopkins. Family and social networks rooted in the slave economies allowed colonial Catholics to negotiate the British Atlantic and the anti-Catholic world.
For the purposes of our story in this book and this afternoon, you should know that as a result of the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688, the king was compelled to deregulate the African slave trade. To that point, the Royal African Company had been under the thumb of the monarchy and had a kind of monopoly over the trade in Africans. As you well know, Africans were enchained against their will and brought to the Americas in order to become slaves and work in the fields, in particular producing wealth for England amongst other Western European countries. But as a result of the so-called Glorious Revolution, the African slave trade was deregulated, and that led to what I refer to in this book as free trade in Africans. That is to say, the African slave trade was opened up to merchants of various sorts, private traders of various sorts as they termed themselves. It was opened up to merchants of various sorts, private traders of various sorts as they termed themselves. And these merchants began to descend upon the African continent with the maniacal energy of crazed bees, chaining and manacling and handcuffing virtually every African in sight and dragging them across the Atlantic, particularly to the Caribbean, that is to say, to Jamaica and Antigua and Barbados in particular. This, in some ways, is a catastrophic success for the merchants and for London itself. It's a success insofar as it produces enormous wealth for the merchants and those close to them. The profits on the African slave trade are eye-watering, eye-popping, stupendous. In some ways, it produces enormous wealth for the merchants and those close to them. The profits on the African slave trade are eye-watering, eye-popping, stupendous.
It's easy to think that Europe was so successful in taking over the world because they had like better ships or guns or whatever. But when you actually look at the whole story, you see that it was actually just a perfect storm of technology and timing and ideology and religion, of a few key inventions. And what I want to show you in this video is that one of the biggest reasons that Europe was able to take over the world is because of the invention of the modern corporation. A collection of people who don't know each other, but who pool their money together for the same goal.
We could arrange
for digging.
Yes, Your Grace.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone.
I won't be expected to do manual work.
I think those days are gone. We could arrange for you to be seen using a chisel, perhaps?
I think a common gavel might be safer.
I should learn to use all the tools. In fact, I insist upon it.
Extracting resources from faraway places. So this is part 2 of how Europe stole the world. Hey, before we dive into the story fully, I need to tell you about coverage. This is why in part 1 we talked about how Spain and Portugal went out to get in on trade and accidentally ran into a bunch of land they decided was unclaimed, and it turned into a big race to see who could take over as much land as possible. After about a century of this, other Europeans start to take notice of this model of expansion. And they realize that it's a great way to enrich your country. Some of these countries have been dabbling in imperialism, but after a century of this, other Europeans start to take notice of this model of expansion. And they realized that it's a great way to enrich your country. Some of these countries have been dabbling in imperialism, but in the early 1600s, it was time to get serious. The first to follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water and making maps and doing business. Follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water and making maps and doing business. They decided to follow Portugal's lead and go around the bottom of Africa, stopping right here at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa. They established a permanent colony of white settlers whose descendants would go on to become a major part of South Africa's history. In the 1600s, it was time to get serious. The first to follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water and making maps and doing business. They decided to follow Portugal's lead and go around the bottom of Africa, stopping right here at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa. They established a permanent colony of white settlers at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa. They established a permanent colony of white settlers whose descendants would go on to become a major part of South Africa's history. The Dutch used their prime position in Cape Town to restock on their way to Southeast Asia, where they were trading for spices with local empires and claiming serious amounts of land in what is today Indonesia. Around the same time, at the start of the 1600s, we see serious amounts of land in what is today Indonesia. Around the same time, at the start of the 1600s, we see the next kingdoms trying their hand at large-scale imperialism. Meet the two rookies on the block, England and France, who would go on to actually cause a lot of trouble on the world map, but for now they're just getting started. They've for the most part followed Spain's lead, going west for the Americas, though England sent ships east at this time as well. Anyway, here in the Americas, they showed up and, like colonizers before them, found lots of land and lots of people living on that land. Kind of inconvenient. These aren't real people, right? They don't actually own this land, you can hear the English people like sort of saying to themselves. So they came up with a new, very useful tool. It was a mental tool. In addition to guns and smallpox and alliances with local tribes that helped them divide and conquer the locals, Europeans also developed a complex set of legal philosophies to convince themselves that these people were not in fact capable to claim any land. After all, they were foragers. They didn't farm. They couldn't own this land because they didn't use it for productive means. They were subhuman, or at least non-civilized, so they do not deserve to own property. Very clever, very effective. And so now you see the next layer of ideological thinking that was required for these Europeans to justify their land theft. It was the need to dehumanize the people living on these lands. Here's a letter from a British settler who describes North America as a wilderness, quote, where none inhabit but hellish fiends and brutish men. This dehumanizing paired really well with another ideology that was very popular at the time, Christianity. A religion that told its followers to go out and preach to everyone so that they can be saved. Perfect. We have these unrefined, brutish, fiendish men, and we have Christians who have the power to save them. Anything is possible now. So by the late 1600s, the colonizing project is fully underway. A lot of Europeans are getting in on this, but here are the major players. You've got Spain and Portugal, the OGs, and then you've got the Netherlands, France, and England. We need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was we need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was because they were really the first to start trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. A lot of Europeans are getting in on this, but here are the major players. You've got Spain and Portugal, the OGs, and then you've got the Netherlands, France, and England. We need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was because they were really the first to start trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, well, trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. Start trading by sea.
Diaspora. So it's possible that reaching this part, and speaking with DNA specialists here at Harvard, this is apparently a relatively recent one. In other words, perhaps 3,000 years old, 4,000 year old, not going back to the origins of humankind and in this part of the world. And we have other evidence. DNA, for example, suggesting that the population who lived here shared a DNA with a DNA that was far better known in places in Europe, Spain, Portugal, and elsewhere. And speaking with DNA specialists here at Harvard, this is apparently a relatively recent one. In other words, perhaps 3,000 years old, 4,000 year old, not going back to the origins of humankind. Perhaps 3,000 years old, 4,000
in the Western Hemisphere. So, trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, while Jesus and saving and whatever was a big part of the justification of Europeans going out and feeling entitled to take land, he became less and less of a part of the picture, especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, who cares about Jesus? We want profit. Especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, who cares about Jesus?
Whose decline in his mind seemed inevitable. It was God's good providence, he continued, original lords of the soil for whatever lands the survivors could hold on to. That odd rationalization of a human tragedy was made worse by President Styles' confidence that any remaining social injustices would disappear with Native Americans and Africans themselves, whose decline in his mind seemed inevitable. It was God's good providence, he continued, that the vanishing of non-white people would also erase the moral problem of dispossession and enslavement. Breaking with a long theological tradition, Styles in fact rewrote the Old Testament narrative that explained the rise of slavery in the Americas. Filled with allusions to superior blood and other suggestions of European supremacy, President Styles' sermon exposed the tight allusions to superior wrote the Old Testament narrative that explained the rise of slavery in the Americas. Filled with allusions to superior wrote the Old Testament of dispossession and enslavement. Breaking with a long theological tradition, Styles in fact rewrote the Old Testament narrative that explained the rise of slavery in the Americas. Filled with allusions to superior blood and other suggestions of European supremacy, President Styles' sermon exposed the tight braiding of 18th century thought. Quote, can we contemplate their present and anticipate their future increase and not be struck with astonishment to find ourselves in the midst of the fulfillment of the prophecy of Noah? Jewish merchants and Jewish students in the colonies may well have found some social freedom, but it was in an unstable, treacherous, and situational whiteness. The passing of the matriculating Indians and the coming of the Sephardim was not in fact an inevitable step in the development of the American colonies. The inclusion of Jews resulted from the evolution of new arguments about human populations. Sorry, I grabbed one too many pages when I switched over. It might well be seductive to read the story of the emancipation and rise of the Lopez and Rodriguez de Rivera families as a singular tale of Jewish redemption and African persecution. But that focus risks diminishing the actual saga of modern slavery. Jews in the transatlantic slave trade and living in the Christian slave colonies operated within an evolving racial civilization from which few subjugated people would escape. Racial beliefs created space, racial civilization from which few subjugated people would escape. Racial beliefs created space for the social incorporation of Jews in the Atlantic world precisely at the moment that they began to question the humanity of Jews in the Atlantic world. The ascendance of the biological racism that questioned the humanity of non-European people also redefined social relations among people of European descent. Early racial categorization traced human color and geography, Asians, Africans, Europeans, and Americans, but it did not take long for Atlantic intellectuals to question whether such regional and complexional fissures were the only evidence of divine or natural favoritism. If dark skin was a timeless indicator of inferiority, then there were likely also indicators of Jewish cultural, spiritual, and even biological inequality. In fact, the very history of frustrated Christian missions and failed conversion crusades made Christian anti-Semitism receptive to racialization. Jewish emancipation was neither absolute nor unconditional. The ascendance of scientific and theological racism revived anti-Semitism by rupturing the humanist underpinnings of Judeo-Christian philosophy, which, as Albert Lindemann argues, freed Western philosophy to, quote, introduce various other refinements within the hierarchy of 18th century thought, including, in fact, arguments for biblically based racial categories. In the end, then, part of the reason why this moment in 18th century history becomes so important to us is that, in fact, actually, it really calls for us to think carefully and critically about the ways in which the histories of African Americans, Native Americans, colonial Jews actually get braided together in the 18th century world and can never be understood without reference to each other. Thank you.
Jesus, we want profit, especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, who cares about Jesus? We want profit. And this is the next phase of the story of how Europe took over the world. We'll call this chapter Private Empire. And frankly, it's one of the most important things to know about this history. Remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then, surprise, we found all this land, we'll call it unclaimed. Imperialism started as a desire for trade.
And especially as we get closer to the close of the slave trade in 1807 and 1808, those prices for enslaved Africans gets even higher and higher. But in New England, it's important to understand too that rum was made really cheaply, that production costs were kept low, that you could make basically a gallon of rum for 5.5 pence. 5.5 pence. And then if you think about the markup on that and how many enslaved people you could purchase, again, a highly lucrative, costly business. So we may not see the effects of like full-on slavery all throughout, rampant throughout New England in the way that we might imagine sort of the Hollywood version of. But the money is definitely a major catalyst, a major reason for New England's involvement. So I'm going to show you some pictures here. This is just a picture of a rum distillery, and you see, again, enslaved people, the key laborers. They're really the only laborers that are doing this work, and it is not easy work. I want that to be made clear. Being an enslaved person in the North did not make life easier for you. It was hard, it was backbreaking, it was dangerous, and your life was drastically shortened because of it. I'm going to pull up some stats just in New York. I know we're not far from New York, but I think that we think of New York as probably one of the most prominent colonies throughout all of the Americas. And I think people will be shocked to know that when you think about New York, you should think of it as a place where enslaved people, enslaved Africans are everywhere. They make up anywhere from 14 to 21% of the population. That means 1 in 5 people in New York City are enslaved Africans. In the early colonial times, African New Yorkers are, they're clearing forests, they're building roads, they're supplying lumber, they're doing a lot of the farming, the carpentry, the skilled laborers, the blacksmiths, the artisans, the coopers, the sail makers, the sailors who are operating on ships. Masters are also taking their enslaved property and sort of hiring them out as contract laborers and then using that to generate additional income for them as well. So it is a vibrant slave community, and it is one, again, that makes up a huge part of the lived experiences of New Yorkers.
To trade with big empires in the East. Then remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then empire. And remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then surprise, we found all this land, we'll call it unclaimed, and we'll start claiming it while dehumanizing the natives in the process, remember, okay? A lot of that was funded by governments, like kings and stuff. But eventually, the citizens themselves of these places realized that they could make a business out of this.
Profits on the African slave trade are eye-watering, eye-popping, stupendous. In some cases, 1,700% profits. As you may know, those of you who are familiar with the system known as capitalism, there are those who will sell their firstborn for 1,700% profit. Certainly, there were those who had no compunction about manacling Africans for such lucrative endeavors. This African slave trade, as previous scholars have discussed, was in many ways the fuel that provided the takeoff for capitalism. This is a conclusion that has been delivered, for example, by the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the scholar Eric Williams, a conclusion delivered by the Guyanese scholar Walter Rodney in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And you should know, for our purposes here, that the profits from the African slave trade not only helped to produce sugar and tobacco, amongst other crops in profusion, helping to, for example, change the tastes and appetites, particularly in Western Europe, but the profits from the African slave trade were also used to develop allied industries, banking,
Our typical history textbook tells us that the Boston Tea Party sparked the American Revolution. In December of 1773, remember that date, 1773, December, Massachusetts folks in Boston protested English taxation by pushing tea into Boston Harbor. It was a memorable protest. We ought to remember it. But we Rhode Islanders contend that a different spark, 16 months earlier, out on Narragansett Bay, ignited the revolution. The date was June 9th, 1772. And the central players in this saga were two ships. One, a little sloop, the Hannah, embarking from Newport for Providence. The other, a British customs schooner, the HMS Gaspee, hence the Gaspee raid. The Gaspee was under the command of Lieutenant William Duddingston of His Majesty's Royal Navy, patrolling Narragansett Bay. The meeting of the Hannah and the Gaspee and the act of defiance that followed would be explosive. Before I describe the encounter of the Hannah and the Gaspee, it's important to set the stage. England's King George had overextended his empire during the 7 Years' War, especially in the war's American theater known as the French and Indian War. The conflict was expensive to win, and by its end, Britain had taken on vast new territory, and the cost of governing that territory and the British national debt soon doubled. Meanwhile, over the course of the 18th century, Rhode Island had become a prosperous major distiller and distributor of rum and trader of goods. Now, the rum trade was a corrupt and immoral enterprise, a leg of which profited off the labor of enslaved Africans. 18th century, Rhode Island had become a prosperous major distiller and distributor of rum and trader of goods. Now, the rum trade was a corrupt and immoral enterprise, a leg of which profited off the labor of enslaved Africans. But it was profitable. And the British were thirsty for customs duties, so the Crown tried to crack down on Rhode Island's trade, including its rum running, to collect more customs revenue to pay down the king's debts. King George's zeal for tax collecting in Narragansett Bay got a little out of hand. British officers started seizing cargo without evidence, leaving the cargo's owners with no recourse. George's zeal for tax collecting in Narragansett Bay got a little out of hand. British officers started seizing cargo without evidence, leaving the cargo's owners with no recourse. They commandeered Rhode Islanders' ships on flimsy grounds and then used those commandeered ships to collect more customs duties. British authorities even pressed colonial sailors into service, essentially kidnapping them and forcing them to work on the ships of the Crown. In one incident in July 1764, the customs ship HMS St. John seized cargo and a brig in Newport Harbor. Rhode Islanders deemed this outright theft. The governor, Stephen Hopkins, later signer of the Declaration of Independence, ordered the arming of a sloop to go out and take on the St. John in open battle on the bay. The British got wind of it, and they reinforced the St. John with the powerfully armed, if rather meekly named, HMS Squirrel. So the Rhode Islanders scrapped their plans for a naval battle and settled for firing on the St. John from fortifications on Goat Island with 13-pounder cannons. When the HMS Maidstone impressed into servitude an entire crew of colonists, Rhode Islanders carried one of Maidstone's boats that they were able to seize from Newport Harbor to the city commons and burned it, with hundreds of onlookers cheering. The Royal Navy impounded prominent merchant John Hancock's sloop, the Liberty, in 1768. Even after the charges of illegal wine importation that had justified the seizure, supposedly, were dropped, the British Navy kept his ship and used it for themselves for more customs enforcement. The next year, colonists in Newport reclaimed the Liberty by force. These simmering maritime hostilities set the backdrop for the fateful meeting of the Hannah and the Gaspee in 1772. As the Hannah sailed north up the bay on June 9th, the Gaspee intercepted her and ordered the crew to stop for a search. The Hannah's captain, Benjamin Lindsay, was having none of it, and he did not comply. He held his course and continued sailing north towards Providence. Warning shots were fired from the Gaspee. Despite them, Lindsay continued on. His smaller and more maneuverable vessel led the bigger Gaspee up north toward Namquid Point. Well, the waters off Namquid Point shoal, and there are shallows off Namquid Point. And Lindsay is an experienced navigator and sailor in Narragansett Bay, knew this. And he sailed his Hannah over the shallows and kept on up to Providence. Behind them, the angry Gaspee came surging in chase and ground into the sand and stuck. Aground off Patuxent Cove, the Gaspee would need to wait for the next high tide before it could float free. Night closed in on the Gaspee. There was no moon. Lieutenant Duddingston and his crew were left to wait in darkness and exposed. Captain Lindsay sailed the Hannah on up to Providence, and up in Providence he immediately arranged a meeting of local patriots in a tavern to Providence, and up in Providence he immediately arranged a meeting of local patriots in a tavern called Sabin's Tavern, which still exists under another name today in what is now the east side of Providence, just below Brown University. Together, and no doubt after refreshments, the group decided to end together, and no doubt after refreshments, the group decided to end the career of the Gaspee once and for all. So several boatloads of Rhode Islanders, led by John Brown, later to have Brown University named for him, and Abraham Whipple, an ancestor, I believe, of Ms. Whipple McDougall, disguised themselves and boarded longboats in the night and rowed the 6 miles from Providence down the bay to the Gaspee. There they surrounded the boat, and Brown called for Lieutenant Duddingston to surrender his ship. The lieutenant refused and ordered his men to fire on anyone who tried to board, and warned Rhode Islanders of that threat. Well, the Rhode Islanders were having none of that. They stormed the Gaspee in the dark. A melee ensued. Shots were fired. Swords clashed. In the struggle, Duddingston was shot, wounded by a musket ball. The first blood there of conflict between the colonies and the Crown.
Insurance, shipping, etc., helping to create the foundation of not only for the system that we now refer to as capitalism, but also for the economy of what is now the leading so-called superpower, that is to say the United States of America. But the African slave trade, as noted, was a catastrophic success. The catastrophe not only comes in with regards to the lives and families of the Africans that are disrupted and seized and snatched, but in some ways it becomes a catastrophe for their captors. Because as people are dragged across the Atlantic to the Caribbean, it provides something of a demographic nightmare for the settler class in the islands. It creates great disproportions in terms of populations and numbers. In certain areas and precincts of the Caribbean, the Africans outnumber the Europeans 20-1. And this creates fertile and favorable conditions for uprising, for revolts, for liquidation plots, for murders, for massacres, for poisonings, and not to mention preceding shipboard insurrections. All of which helps to generate a certain kind of enmity, not least between Africans and Europeans, a kind of enmity that, since we've had no Truth and Reconciliation Commission a la South Africa after the end of slavery, not to mention the end of, or the erosion of Jim Crow, those kinds of tensions have yet to be grappled with in an honest sort of way, and therefore are still bubbling and percolating. Because of the tremendous explosion of slave uprisings that take place in the Caribbean, This causes many of the settlers to try to depart the Caribbean, despite the enormous profits that are being made. And what happens is that there is a great trek, as I use that term, from the Caribbean to the North American mainland. You may know that before about 1750, the Caribbean to the North America, there is a great trek, as I use that term, from the Caribbean to the North American mainland. You may know that before about 1750, London thought that the Caribbean was a more profitable enterprise than the North American mainland, that is to say, the colonies that helped to form the United States of America. Enterprise than the North American mainland, that is to say, the colonies that helped to form the United States of America. With this great trek of European settlers to the mainland, this creates other problems. This is all taking place in the context of competition between and amongst European powers for control of the great wealth that the Americas, particularly the Caribbean, is producing. European powers. This is all taking place in the context of competition between and amongst European powers for control of the great wealth that the Americas, particularly the Caribbean, is producing. When the British settlers and the English settlers migrate northward to the North American mainland, they then have to confront and bump up against other European powers, the Spanish in Florida and in Cuba, for example, and the French in Quebec, for example. What happens is that both of these European powers in their contestation and jousting with the British oftentimes begin to ally with the Africans under the Union Jack, under the British flag. You see this particularly in one of the more significant uprisings that takes place on the mainland of North America, which is 1712 in New York City, in Manhattan, where there is an attempt to overthrow slavery, liquidate the settler class, and establish a new polity. The 1712 uprising has French fingerprints all over it. You should also know that Britain has a particular problem in its contestation, particularly with the Spanish. This conflict between these two European powers in some ways takes the cast and the character of a religious conflict. Britain being the leading so-called Protestant power, and the Spanish and the French being the leading so-called Catholic power.
Dehumanizing the natives in the process, remember, okay? A lot of that was funded by governments, like kings and stuff. But eventually, the citizens themselves of these places realized that they could make a business out of this. And again, this is where the Dutch wrote the blueprint. Places realized that they could make a business out of this. And again, this is where the Dutch wrote the blueprint. So now, instead of asking the ruler for support, they could just get together a bunch of people and form a corporation, like the first corporation ever, the Dutch East India Company, which would fund private voyages. And you, a random Dutch person in the 1600s, could buy this share, a little portion of that company, to get in on a little bit of the profits. But if the profits are big enough, then everyone wins. Welcome to the era of corporations. So now you have the Dutch with their new Kickstarter campaign, crowdfunding their private empire, totally exceeding their goal. And these Dutch corporate sailors set out on the tried and true routes that they already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, but to harvest cloves and peppers as efficiently as possible, and to come home and to sell them for a profit.
I shall always have, and I'm quoting, great regard for any and all of our countrymen, so that if you know of any gentlemen who choose to send their children to college, I shall be glad to have them here. The Reverend John Fenwick appealed from the Dominican College in Flanders. Individual priests, including Father Henry Pelham and lay Jesuit leaders, had held the Jesuit estates in Maryland, the Jesuit farms, as personal property, and bequeathed this real estate to other clerics and lay people to evade legal restrictions on religious corporations. The Jesuits were also among the first slave owners in the Maryland colony, and they used similar legal maneuvers to secure their titles to hundreds of enslaved people across 2 centuries. These were in fact significant holdings. By the 18th century, the order owned plantations that reached from the northeast border with Pennsylvania and Delaware to the southwest boundary with Virginia. By the end of the century, the Jesuit estates comprised more than 14,000 acres in Maryland, including St. Inigo's in Newton, the plantations in St. Mary's County, St. Thomas in Charles County, White Marsh in Prince George's County, and Bohemia in Cecil County. Another 2,000 acres in Pennsylvania and small parcels of land in other colonies. Visitors often, in fact, acknowledge the importance of slavery to the Catholic missions. Quote, 10,000 acres of the best ground in Maryland forms at this hour part of the property of the Jesuits, protested Patrick Smythe, an Irish priest who spent several months in Maryland and then published a treatise that accused the Jesuits of abusing enslaved people to support profligacy. This County. Another 2,000 acres in Pennsylvania and small parcels of land in other colonies. Visitors often, in fact, acknowledge the importance of slavery to the Catholic missions. Quote, 10,000 acres of the best ground in Maryland forms at this hour part of the property of the Jesuits, protested Patrick Smythe, an Irish priest who spent several months in Maryland and then published a treatise that accused the Jesuits of abusing enslaved people to support profligacy. He had ample evidence. Granny Sucky, a 96-year-old enslaved woman, recalled that Father John Bolton of St. Inigo's beat her when she was a child in the mid-18th century for interrupting his prayers. Violence was not the only form of abuse. Child mortality was high at St. Inigo's and the other Jesuit plantations. During a 25-year period ending in 1780, when the Jesuit Superior George Hunter resided at St. Thomas Manor, of the 48 black children born on the plantation, only half survived to maturity. The Jesuits, quote, have a prodigious number of Negroes, and these sooty rogues will not work unless they be goaded and whipped and almost slayed alive, Smythe charged. Lay Catholics were no less dependent on the slave economy. Carroll had taught his son, Charles Carroll, the business of plantation management and manufacturing. The Carrolls used enslaved black laborers on their estates and at the ironworks, for which they had also purchased European indentured servants. Upon his return to America, the younger Carroll took ownership of a share of the lands and more than 300 human beings. Quote, 2 of them have been well whipped, he assured his father after hiring a new overseer. Quote, and Will shall have a severe whipping tomorrow. They are now quite quelled. At the outbreak of the American Revolution, Charles Carroll could not vote, hold public office, or serve in the militia. His co-religionists from Georgia to New Hampshire also faced restrictions on their civil liberties. When he journeyed to the Continental Congress, he came not as a member, but as a mere advisor to the Maryland delegation. Carroll was a strident defender of political freedom who described the tendencies of tyranny in the same colonial newspaper that ran advertisements for the family's runaway slaves. In July 1776, Carroll of Carrollton became the only Catholic signer of the Declaration of Independence. That August, Marylanders affirmed the right to the free exercise of religion for professing Christians. Another 50 years would pass, by the way, before the legislature approved a constitutional amendment to enfranchise the Jewish population. The 50 years would pass, by the way, before the legislature approved a constitutional amendment to enfranchise the Jewish population.
Necessarily, but to do, totally exceeding their goal. So now then everyone wins. Welcome to the era of corporations. So now you have the Dutch with their new Kickstarter campaign, crowdfunding their private empire, totally exceeding their goal. And these Dutch corporate sailors set out on the tried and true routes that they already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, but to harvest cloves and peppers as efficiently as possible, and to come home and to sell them for a profit, and fatten the pockets of the shareholders who funded the whole journey. This isn't like a surprising novel model to us today because this is how the world runs, but at this point, this was a new invention. Oh, and the government secretly loved this. They could give the company some military power, kind of ignore the This was a new invention. Oh, and the government secretly loved this. They could give the company some military power, kind of ignore the details of exactly how it was all going down, and still ensure that their country got in on the world's riches. And these corporations leveled up really quickly and became basically little private empires with the ability to take over land, build bases, and establish relationships with locals. Not for the prestige of like a king, but so that they could make more money for their shareholders. It was the private investors who helped them get really big, really fast. All through this invention of the publicly traded company. And again, it all started with the Dutch East India Company. And just like any startup, they were more nimble than the clunky old government. They had good funding, they were private, they were fast, they had an ability to undercut competition. All of this allowed them to dominate this region when it came to taking over land, harvesting stuff and bringing it back to Europe. And because they were the best operators, they eventually became the kingpins of all spice trade in Europe. To Europe. And because they were the best operators, they eventually became the kingpins of all spice trade in Europe. Things like black pepper, nutmeg, cloves. All of this because of the countless trips that they were taking between the East Indies and Amsterdam. Okay, but it wasn't just the Dutch. The British also got in on this private empire idea. Let's see here. This map. It's the map of all of the British private companies and their spheres of influence. The government doesn't own these places. This is like government supported, but by and large, private companies. Profit-seeking businessmen looking for stuff that they couldn't get in their own country, going out and finding places where they could. Over here in North America, you have the Virginia Company, who's like going hardcore on tobacco, and then its sister company, the Plymouth Company. One was funded by a bunch of Londoners, and the other, the Plymouth Company, funded by a bunch of rich dudes in Plymouth, England. Their job was to colonize land and to build a business in the New World. And then, if you look over here in the East, you see the British East India Company, who got really good at taking over giant amounts of land in India. The French were doing the same thing. They had their own West India Company that was colonizing the Caribbean to grow and sell sugar, and many, many more. Private empire was such a powerful accelerant to imperialism because it got all of these private empires to compete with each other and to get better and more efficient and to practice their conquest, repetition, fueled by profit-seeking people. Private empire was such a powerful accelerant to imperialism because it got all of these private empires to compete with
ensued. Shots were fired, swords clashed. In this struggle, Duddingston was shot, wounded by a musket ball. The first blood there of conflict between the colonies and the crown.
Powers. Between these two European powers, in some ways, takes the cast and the character of a religious conflict. Britain being the leading so-called Protestant power, and the Spanish and the French being the leading so-called Catholic powers. Perhaps motivated by religious bigotry, London argues that the Spanish are more prone to place arms in the hands of African troops because so many of the men under the Spanish flag are entering the priesthood because of the strictures of Catholicism. Whatever the case, it's fair to say that the Spanish had begun to arm Africans as early as the 1500s. This puts competitive pressure on the British to do the same in order to contest Spanish hegemony in certain parts of North America, not least of Spanish Florida. And as will be detailed shortly, when London yields to this competitive pressure to arm Africans under the Union Jack, under the British flag, this outrages and enrages the settlers. In the 13 colonies that helped to form what is now known as the United States of America, and is one of the points of conflict that leads to the revolt against British rule. You should also know that Britain has a demographic problem in and of itself. Even today, Britain only has a population of about 60 million compared to 300 odd million in the United States of America. And yet, as early as the 1700s, it was either building or had established a massive empire, not least a foothold in the Indian subcontinent. And yet, it was having to confront and contest other European powers with a relatively, not only with a relatively small population, but also Britain felt, or London felt, that under the Union Jack were other nationals, other subjects who were politically unreliable. We all know about the contested relationship between the Irish and the English, which stretches back centuries, which led many in London to feel that the Irish were not necessarily as a class politically reliable. And indeed, as I talk about in this book, there are examples of the Irish collaborating with the Africans in South Carolina against British rule. There were those in London who also felt that the Scots were not necessarily reliable politically. You may know that Scotland only comes into the United Kingdom as of 1707. In the run-up to 1776, there are many revolts against English rule, as they might have it, in Scotland, not least in the 1740s, which is a particularly tumultuous decade. And so as a result of feeling that Britain's population is not that large in the first place, that there are those who are considered to be British subjects who as a class are not politically reliable, and given the competitive pressure from the Spanish in particular in terms of arming Africans, Britain feels that it has little choice but to engage in a similar kind of practice to arm Africans. But as you can readily glimpse, there's something of a contradiction to arming Africans to protect the slave empire. To arm Africans to protect African slavery. Obviously, this introduces tensions and conflicts and contradictions that are difficult to resolve. One possible way out, it was felt, was to establish a so-called all-white colony, which takes place, or is attempted, I should say, in what is now the state of Georgia, north of Florida and south of South Carolina. Well, for Europeans to do the all-white colony was established in Georgia. It didn't work out very well for many different reasons. One, it was difficult for many poor Europeans to do the hard labor and hard work in the fields. Oftentimes, it was easier for them to escape because their phenotypes were not that dissimilar from the phenotypes of the planters. It was also felt by some that by introducing poor Europeans to be poor laborers, that this was introducing class tensions and class contradictions, which it was thought was the province of Europe, and that these new colonies should seek to escape that.
Each other. It was such a powerful accelerant to imperialism because it got all of these private empires to compete with each other and to get better and more efficient and to practice their conquest. Repetition, fueled by profit-seeking people. They developed amazing skills and they drew maps. A lot of beautiful, beautiful maps. As a map nerd, this is where I start to perk up. I notice around this time, sort of late 1600s and then the 1700s, European maps start to fill out with more detail, with more accuracy. Because after all, the more you can depict on paper, the better blueprint you have to conquer land and exploit it. So by the 1700s, Europe is now a different world than what you saw in the 1400s. You start to see kings living in insane excess, tea and coffee and chocolate and tobacco and sugar. They have access to so much stuff. And perhaps most significantly, it wasn't just for the ultra-rich, it was a new middle class. The mercantile class of merchants who were getting rich off of all of this new commerce. It was a new middle class. The mercantile class of merchants who were getting rich off of all of this new commerce. It was a new middle class. The mercantile class of merchants who were getting rich off of all of this new commerce. There was suddenly abundance. And with abundance comes time. Time to sit around and think about art and science, all while sipping on coffee harvested from faraway lands, stimulating these European brains to invent new ways of measuring things, to observe the world, the stars, to manipulate nature to make life better. And the competition between these private empires just grew. And like with any profit-seeking competition, these companies needed to keep leveling up how much wealth they could extract from these places, how much land they could take over. And the competition between these private empires just grew.
The American Revolution required, in fact, a radical transformation in the status of Catholics. Although Protestants in Ireland displayed significant sympathy and interest in the American Revolution, David Doyle concludes that they actually rejected a model of independence that required sharing political power with Catholics, quite different from the United States. Thus, Long Live the King of France ranks among the more noteworthy chants of a colonial army that had acquired its military experience in wars against the French Empire. The United States accepted a peculiar dependence upon Catholic powers in the Atlantic world to achieve its independence. Benjamin Franklin accepted a peculiar dependence upon Catholic powers in the Atlantic world to achieve its independence. The United States accepted a peculiar dependence upon Catholic powers in the Atlantic world to achieve its independence.
And that leads me to another story that I try to unwind in this book, which not only is a story of the takeoff of capitalism, it's not only a story about the origins of the United States of America, it's also a story about what I call militarized identity politics. That is to say, the construction of whiteness. That is to say, how was it that those who were designated on one side of the Atlantic as English or Welsh or Irish or Scots as they cross the Atlantic and settle into this North American mainland, their identity becomes that of white. And I think it's fair to say that the construction of whiteness, and here I'm following in the footsteps of other scholars, although I do think I might add something to this discussion, it's fair to say that this construction of whiteness helps to explain part of the success, quote unquote, of these United States of America. For example, if you look at Spanish colonialism, oftentimes Madrid took the position that in terms of their colonists, they wanted those who profess the Catholic faith. And if you have such a narrow view of colonialism, obviously you're narrowing the base, the population base for colonialism. But if your project is whiteness, basically you're appealing to those whose roots range from the Atlantic to the Urals, a tremendously sizable and large population. And when you do this in the context of calling at least a formal ceasefire in the religious wars between Protestant and Catholic, and when you do this in the context of calling at least a formal ceasefire, sizable and large population, and when you do this in the context of calling at least a formal ceasefire in the religious wars between Protestant and Catholic, something that is then incorporated into the vaunted First Amendment of the United States Constitution, now under assault, as we saw with the most recent Supreme Court decision on freedom of religion. When you are saying and suggesting that there's going to be a ceasefire, and I'm choosing my words carefully, in the religious wars, you're expanding the base, the population base for the colonial project. Now, I chose my words carefully because, as I'm sure you know, despite the First Amendment, the United States was a hotbed of anti-Catholicism for the first few decades of its existence, perhaps well into the 20th century, as exemplified by the travails of the first Roman Catholic president, John F. Kennedy, in 1960. And I think we need not discuss the travails, quote unquote, of the first serious Mormon or member of the Church of Latter-day Saints presidential candidate, Willard Mitt Romney, in 2000. By the travails of the first Roman Catholic president, John F. Kennedy, in 1960. The 20th century is exemplified by the travails of the first Roman Catholic president, John F. Kennedy.
Gentlemen, I am honored, humbled that you believe in me. I am not afraid of hard work. I shall strive to achieve everything you ask. For our brothers, for our forefathers, I shall take an oath, a solemn obligation to be the best celebrity that Freemasonry could wish for.
Oh, that's another oath for the list. We've already gone to print, Anderson.
Dedicated to Montague, the constitutions were published exactly 300 years ago, in 1723. With this radical document at its core, Freemasonry offered something entirely new, which beautifully encapsulated the essence and spirit of the age. It provided a universe of meaning, exhorting the Mason to the pursuit of wisdom, strength, fairness, and sensitivity to the needs of others, urging him to be useful to mankind and to perform his allotted task while it is yet day. By its symbolic lessons, it provided a clear path of moral enlightenment to honor the great architect, mankind, and yourself. This allure of the craft led to rapid growth in its popularity, and the number of lodges within the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge of England rose vertiginously from the founding 4 in 1717 to more than 60 in 1725, and over 100 by 1730. It fast became the most prominent of Britain's many fraternal organizations, capturing the imagination of men from all walks of life and from all parts of the country. It is through the prism of this document that Masonic light has been refracted and spread to the 7 continents of the world. With its strong bonds of camaraderie, Freemasonry developed a large provincial network and grew internationally, naturally traveling the long, dusty roads of Great Britain's influence. West to the United States and Canada, south to Africa, and east to India and the Far East, tracking trade routes.
In 1960, and I think we need not discuss the travails, quote unquote, of the first serious Mormon or member of the Church of Latter-day Saints presidential candidate Willard Mitt Romney in 2012. I'm sure we need not detail the travails of anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish fervor, which was also part of the history of the United States of America as it is to this very day. But it is fair to say that there was a formal truce, a formal ceasefire, which was quite pragmatic in the sense that it did expand the base for the colonial project in North America. So this was part of the problem with constructing the so-called all-white colony in the state of Georgia. Another problem was that across the border in St. Augustine, Florida, which bills itself as the largest urban center, or the oldest urban center, I should say, on the North American continent, you had a plethora of armed Africans going back decades, and frequently they were crossing the border. Another problem was that across the border in St. Augustine, Florida, which bills itself as the largest urban center, or the oldest urban center, I should say, on the North American continent, you had a plethora of armed Africans going back decades, and frequently they were crossing the border to attack Georgia and to go further to attack South Carolina, which brings us to the largest and bloodiest uprising of the enslaved in British colonial history, taking place in South Carolina circa 1739, 1740. Stono's Revolt, as it has been called, interestingly enough, had the fingerprints of armed Africans from St. Augustine all over it. Stono's Revolt in South Carolina also involved Africans who had roots in Angola, Southwest Africa. Angolans who oftentimes spoke Portuguese, a language, as you know, is quite similar to Spanish, which facilitated the collaboration between the armed Africans in St. Augustine and these Africans in South Carolina. And also, perhaps not trivial, is the fact that many of these Africans in South Carolina were Catholic. And therefore perhaps had some sympathy to His Catholic Majesty in Madrid. And in any case, His Catholic Majesty, in the run-up to Stono's Revolt, sort of 1739 and 1740, had sent emissaries across the border suggesting that if these Africans escaped to St. Augustine and converted to Catholicism, then they too could be incorporated into the Spanish military and could receive other kinds of benefits. So it turns out that by trying to establish this all-white colony, London had not done itself any favors. It had only complicated its colonial mission. This leads to the conclusion that the only way out for London was to oust the Spanish from Florida and the French from Quebec. That is attempted in the 1740s with mixed results. Particularly important here in the 1740s, as we march towards destiny in 1776, is the fact that the British and the Spanish crossed swords in Cartagena, which is part of what we now refer to as Colombia, and much publicity attended the fact that the British forces were shellacked, not least by armed Africans. This shellacking of the British forces in Cartagena also was facilitated by the fact that many of the European settlers on the North American mainland, in the so-called 13 colonies, were quite reluctant to come to the northern coast of South America to fight the Spanish because they were busily expropriating the indigenous and trying to manacle Africans. This was causing many Londoners to question their patriotism to come to the northern coast of South America to fight the Spanish because they were busily expropriating the indigenous and trying to manacle Africans. This was causing many Londoners to question their patriotism and also to question the nature of slavery and, of course, moving London closer to the fateful moment when it decided to try to abolish slavery.
And like with any profit-seeking competition, these companies needed to keep leveling up how much wealth they could extract from these places, how much land they could take over to meet demand back home, until eventually they turned full on to the most horrific version of profit-seeking imperialism. Stealing millions of people from, most notably here in West Africa, taking them to their new colonies and forcing them to work. Stealing and trading humans and forcing them to work was not anything new to this continent. Islamic and African slave traders have been doing this for a very long time. But it was here in the 17th new to this continent. Islamic and African slave traders. Stealing and trading humans and forcing them to work was not anything new. Stealing and trading humans and forcing them to work was not anything new to this continent. Islamic and African slave traders have been doing this for a very long time. But it was here in the 1700s, in this context of private empire, that things really start to pick up. As these European empires, mostly England, Portugal, and France, took it to a new level to fuel their highly optimized, shareholder-fueled private empires. So optimized that the slave trade itself was outsourced to a private company, at least in the case of England. It was imperial profit-seeking efficiency at its finest and most horrifying. You can almost hear the glee and greed in the voice of one English slave trader who wrote, quote, "What a glorious and advantageous trade this is. It is the hinge on which all the trade of this globe moves."
Year old, not going back to the origins of humankind, and a specialist here at Harvard, Spain, Portugal, and elsewhere, with a DNA that was far better known in places in Europe, Spain, Portugal, and elsewhere. And speaking with DNA specialists here at Harvard, this is apparently a relatively recent one. In other words, perhaps 3,000 years old, 4,000-year-old.
and advantageous trade this is. It is the hinge on which all the trade of this globe moves. But Europeans are starting to become really enlightened at this point, right? Like, they're starting to think through like human rights and like equality and starting to lay the groundwork for like democracy. Yes, but remember that these Europeans had ideas in their minds that were planted hundreds of years earlier. Ideas that allowed them to invent things like the New World and unclaimed land that actually belonged to them. They applied a lot of those same ideas to the slave trade. A lack of Jesus, a lack of white European culture and technology, making these people inferior, in need of saviors to make use of their land, their resources, and their bodies. Okay, but let's just be clear about what's happening here. Yes, this is about profit. Yes, this is about ideology. But this part is so damn important to me because this is the foundation upon which our modern world is built. In this moment, these empires were actually building structures in our mind.
In order to deal with all of these tensions and contradictions that I've laid out for you. In the 1750s, finally, London decides to make an all-out push to oust the Spanish and the French from North America. They impose taxes on the settlers in order to fund this effort. This leads to a turning point in the history of North America, if not in world history, which is the so-called 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, where London is successful in pushing the French out of Quebec. And as you know, you still have a lingering national question of disgruntled French speakers in Quebec as we speak, and pushing the Spanish out of Florida. But in some ways, this too is a catastrophic success for London. Certainly, it's a major defeat for the Africans, because when the Spanish are pushed out of Florida, this removes a rear base from which Spanish Africans could align with the Spanish to attack their mutual antagonists in Georgia and South Carolina. But also as a result of pushing the Spanish out of Florida and the French out of Quebec, this infuriates Paris and infuriates Madrid, and it allows the French and the Spanish to then cut a deal with the settlers, the British settlers in the 13 colonies, to ally in order to push the British out of North America.
Benjamin Franklin sailed for Paris to serve as ambassador to the court of Louis XVI. Congress sent James Jay and Arthur Lee of Virginia to plead its cause before the Spanish crown. In September 1777, it authorized Ralph Izard of South Carolina to appeal for funds and support in Italy, where there was significant interest in the American conflict. For a war between the Protestant king of Great Britain and his Protestant colonists, the American Revolution was in fact an extraordinarily Catholic affair. Several French Catholic general officers advised George Washington, and the new United States government, they devised military strategies and even commanded colonial troops. The Americans embraced these Catholic allies. Yale granted an honorary degree to Conrad Alexander Girard, the French minister to the United States. The College of William and Mary paid the same tribute to General Chasseloup. The Reverend John Carroll preached patriotism, and 3 of his nephews fought under General Lafayette of France. Washington made camp at Whitemarsh, the Jesuit plantation, where also General Thomas Conway was headquartered. He sought Charles Carroll's advice on organizing Irish troops. The Catholic clergy set up a military hospital at their Newtown plantation. The United States commissioned a Catholic chaplain for the Continental troops. And the Father Robin, a priest under General Rochambeau's command, boasted of the enthusiastic crowds and extravagant official reception that greeted French forces in Philadelphia in early September 1781. The celebrants became even more raucous when they learned that French troops had just arrived in the Chesapeake. The French and Spanish crowns had given covert support to the American rebellion from its earliest stages. The colonists negotiated with Spain through France, through Paris, and Lafayette returned to France to appeal for direct military intervention. Spain attacked England's interest in South America and smuggled supplies to the colonists across the Alleghenies. In 1783, as the British evacuation continued, John Carroll called the clergy to Whitemarsh to draft a governing structure for the Catholic Church. The Corporation of Roman Catholic Clergy, which the Maryland General Assembly incorporated in 1792, was also to administer the financial affairs and take ownership of the Jesuit estates. Carroll's vision took shape as the slave economy recovered, and it focused on a region of the new nation with a long history of commercial and social interaction between Protestants and Catholics. The English invasion had disrupted slavery, and enemy troops had ransacked many of the Jesuit plantations. The British Navy had blockaded and occupied the Chesapeake Bay and lower Potomac, empowering thousands of black people to escape the plantations and seek freedom. But in December 1784, Father James Walton ordered the slaves at St. Inigo's to begin building a new church. The following year, Father Carroll laid the cornerstone. Francis Neal, a future president of Georgetown College, later dedicated the church. The American victory and the subsequent unraveling of the French Empire set the conditions for institutionalizing the Catholic Church in the United States. In April 1789, George Washington was inaugurated in New York City. That same month, riots broke out in Paris, and in a few weeks, France was in the throes of rebellion. After mobs stormed the Bastille on July 14, 1789, April 1789, George Washington was inaugurated in New York City. That same month, riots broke out in Paris, and in a few weeks, France was in the throes of rebellion.
By the time you get to the American Revolution in New York, slavery constituted about a quarter of the population of the city. So now we're talking about 1 in 4 New Yorkers are enslaved Africans. And not only that, New York, shockingly enough, is second only to South Carolina in its population. New York, shockingly enough, is second only to South Carolina in its population. Second only to South Carolina. That's, again, mind blown, right? We don't think of New York as coming second to South Carolina, but it does. This is a really great quote by Anne Farrow, in which she says that, you know, New England is interesting in that New England really democratized slavery. Whereas the South had a few people who owned a lot of slaves, here in the North, many people owned a few. So there's widespread ownership of Black people. And that, to me, I think is so important. The idea that it's not just a small elite few that are owning the bulk of the population, like in Virginia or like in, you know, Kentucky or even in Mississippi. When you think about Massachusetts, think about the fact that everybody owns 1 or 2. Think about how commonplace, how normal that would feel if everyone owned 1 or 2 slaves. That is what Anne Farrow is talking about, and that is what slavery looks like in New England. It is a normal part of everyday life. It is what some might say unremarkable in their presence. So slavery is violent, though. Slavery is nothing but violence. Slavery is violence. I'm going to even say what one abolitionist said, which is slavery is warfare, right? It is war against a human being. And the South does not have a monopoly on violence. When I tell my students about, you know, particular people, stories about being enslaved in New England, I think a lot about Mark Hodman. Mark Hodman was a slave in 1755, and he was accused of poisoning his master. Now, he was guilty. No question, he was guilty. I think the question is not so much whether, like, did he commit this crime, but why would he be compelled to commit this crime? Slave masters were violent, and they were oppressive, and they created conditions that were so cultivated in violence that many enslaved people, if given the opportunity to end their master's life, would do it happily, but they would do it. And so he gets accused of poisoning his master. Several other slaves get implicated in this plot as well. There's really good literature and scholarship about this story. But as punishment for this poisoning, Mark was hanged. Not just hanged, he was tarred, and his body was put on display in an iron gibbet for several years. His body became a signpost, a well-known spot in what is present-day Somerville, Massachusetts, in which people would walk by, stroll by, gallop by, and see Mark Hodman's body hanging for all to see the consequences of what happens when you try to create chaos or when you try to cause harm to your master. Mark's sister Phyllis was also tried and convicted for the poisoning of their master, and she was burned alive at the stake. She's one of the first women to actually in Massachusetts be burned alive at the stake. And I think that also says something, that when you think about the violent harm that takes place, who's the first person on record to receive that kind of violent act? It's Black women and Black people. And that's something that this story's just stuck with me, how violent the institution was. This is for those of you who need like a reminder of what like a gibbet is. It was one of those, I think of like Game of Thrones or medieval contraptions in which you were put inside of this iron case. You had birds that would be eating off of the corpses, rats that might get to it and eat off the corpses. Then for a while you would have the skeleton just there until it was removed. Why we know about Mark Codman as well is because of the famous ride by Paul Revere, who talked in his 1798 memoir about nearly running into Mark Codman's body. It says, near the opposite where Mark hung in chains, I saw two men on horseback under a tree. When I got near them, I discovered they were British officers. And so in that moment, it's interesting because if you weren't paying attention, you might just skip over that. He saw Mark, he saw British officers, right? Like, you run to like what you think is most important. To me, what's most important is not the British officers that Paul Revere is trying to warn the colonists of, but it's the fact that he literally used Mark Codman's body as a signpost, as a part of the landscape that was like, oh yeah, there's Mark, he hung and changed, and then there's this little thing over here. And that's kind of how I think we treat this history a lot of times. It's, oh, there's slavery, but then there's the American Revolution, right? Or then there's the abolitionists, or then there's this bigger thing that trumps the larger violence that has took place and is taking place in Massachusetts at this time. So I want to give another example because it's something that you can actually go and visit, and that is the royal family house and slave quarters. One of the things I like to do in my class, if it allows us to take field trips. And so what was so great about teaching this class was that we could actually go to the very spaces in which slavery was alive and well. And I think this meant a lot for the students. It certainly meant a lot for me to be able to tell them about the royal family and really give the history. So I'm going to give you a quick snippet of who they are. The royal family, Isaac Royale in particular, was a very prominent family that lived in colonial New England in what is present day Medford or Somerville. They lived in a place called Tin Hills Farm, which was a 600-acre plantation. So in that sense, not so different from the South. And Isaac Royale made his wealth, his fortune in the West Indian island of Antigua. He had over 121 slaves that he bought and purchased and sold. He had over 121 slaves that he bought and purchased and sold. He accumulated substantial holdings all over the Caribbean and in Massachusetts as well, including a sugar plantation, a refinery, a rum distillery. So very, very wealthy. There is a rebellion, a slave rebellion that takes place in the Caribbean. And Isaac Royale thinks it might be a good idea to move his family to New England and to establish his home in New England. When he does, he brings about 27 of his enslaved property with him. And they served and lived in the royal house or outside of the grounds of the royal house for many years. The royal family crest was used as the same crest for the Harvard University Law School. That changed a few years ago, but the crest, the three little gatherings of wheat, I guess it would be called, served as that crest for hundreds of years. Part of the land that Isaac Royale lived on, he donated large sums of money to Harvard University as well. And if you are interested, you can go to the royal house in Somerville or in Medford, and you can get a tour of this home. What I love about this tour that I think is so powerful is that unlike, Charleston, where people are getting married in plantations, which makes no sense to me, or having gatherings or reunions, or they're going into the home to marvel at the pillars and the silver and the china of the dining room, the royal house is very intentional about not doing that. And it's called the Royal House and Slave Quarters. And when you go on this tour, you start in the slave quarters. And that is because they want you to understand that before you think about anything else, before you think about the chandelier and the fancy drapery, they want you to think about enslaved people. And they want to remind you that this is a place in which enslaved people lived and labored and died and suffered and worked. And so you start right there, so that by the time you've looked in the slave quarters and the tour guide gives you this rich history of what their lives might have been like, then she takes you into the main house, into the royal house. And then it looks different. It feels different. It feels haunted even, because you know that what you are experiencing is not just this rich, decadent lifestyle, but it is violence and harm and sexual assault and the separation of families and lives that have been cut short, but glossed over because we get caught up in sort of the ostentatious wealthy family that were the royals. So if you get a chance to go, I highly, highly recommend it. One of the things that I've learned in my research and in my studies is that the thing about Massachusetts and slavery, or even New England and slavery, is that we live in so much in those spaces, and we don't pay attention to it. We are sort of oblivious to it. So I had students who were like, hey, I live by the Royal House. I walk by that building every day. I never thought of it as a plantation, as a slave plantation. Never thought of it in that way. Or I had students who had told me about pineapples. And pineapples are interesting because if you look in like downtown Boston, certainly in Rhode Island, they're everywhere in Rhode Island. They're on doorposts, they're on the top of fence, they're on the top of or the end of banisters on a staircase, or maybe above someone's doorway, entryway. And you might ask yourself, now what would a pineapple, for a while I thought it was acorn, but it's a pineapple. You might ask yourself, now what would a pineapple be doing in Massachusetts? Yes, because there are no pineapples in Massachusetts, but there are pineapples in the Caribbean. And it is a relic, it is a symbol of the slave trade that was so vibrant and so center stage in this region. So that when ships would come into Boston Harbor and they would come into Newport, Rhode Island, and other places in Connecticut, they would have with them a pineapple, a piece of produce that was grown in the Caribbean. And they would take that pineapple and they would cut it in half and they would stick it on a post and they would say, hey, the bounty is here. We have all of these goods. We have all of these products. We have all of these people, enslaved people for sale. All of these goods. We have all of these products. We have all of these people, enslaved people for sale and for purchase. And it was a sign of economic wealth. It was a sign of economic prosperity. And the pineapple came to represent the wealth that the slave trade brought. And that, I think, is such an important note to have, that so much of the history that we live in is subtle and symbolic and made or erased or pushed to a margins in a way where we don't pay attention to it. And I think that lack of attention is intentional. So I want to draw out some things and some more ideas that I think are really powerful about the stronghold of slavery, especially in the North. This is sort of a lengthy quote, but it's a good one. It is from my advisor, Eric Foner, famous Columbian professor and author. And he says, cotton was by far the major export crop in the United States. It dwarfed anything else produced by the United States and sold abroad. In other words, it was the major earner of foreign exchange, of foreign money for this developing country. And cotton was shipped by northern ships and was financed by northern insurance and companies. And the cotton trade was the basis of shipbuilding, of shipping, of maritime enterprise, banking, insurance, all these enterprises in the North, as well as the early factories which will be developing this theory. Think of Lowell, Massachusetts, if you will, transforming cotton into textiles, these big textiles factories. So there are many thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Northerners whose livelihood depended directly upon slavery by the virtue of the power of the economic importance of cotton. When we think about these old mill towns, these old towns in Western Massachusetts or Connecticut that were huge, booming textile factories that were taking the cotton that was produced from the South and then shipping it overseas to be consumed in Europe and then starting the process all over again. So many people's livelihood was built off of slavery. Now, they may not have owned slaves and they may not have seen slavery up close, but they supported the institution economically and politically because they needed those jobs. They wanted those jobs. And it's so interesting because I tell a lot of people that Northerners might have been anti-slavery, but they were not abolitionists. They were not abolitionists. They did not want to abolish the institution of slavery. They were only anti-slavery in that they understood that slavery could undercut their economic bottom line.
After mobs stormed the Bastille on July 14, 1789, the Marquis de Lafayette, General Washington's ally, took the key to that breached prison and sent it to Washington, his friend, as a souvenir. That year, Pope Pius VI established a diocese in the United States that became a refuge for French clerics. Urged by Benjamin Franklin, the Vatican also elevated John Carroll to bishop. Washington was inaugurated in New York City. That same month, riots broke out in Paris, and in a few weeks, France was in the throes of rebellion. After mobs stormed the Bastille on July 14, 1789, the Marquis de Lafayette, General Washington's ally, took the key to that breached prison and sent it to Washington, his friend, as a souvenir. That year, Pope Pius VI established a diocese in the United States that became a refuge for French clerics.
This particular decision is also facilitated by another momentous British settlers in the 13 colonies, French and the Spanish, to then cut a deal with the settlers, the British settlers in the 13 colonies, to ally in order to push the British out of North America. This particular decision is also facilitated by another momentous event, which is June 1772, Somerset's case, whereby Lord Mansfield, a Scottish judge, by the way, rules that, at least in terms of the Sceptred Isles, this part of Western Europe where London rules, that slavery would no longer persist, that it would be abolished. It does not take an oracle or a seer to divine that that decision could be exported to the North American mainland, which was the fear of many colonists. The Somerset case, this decision to abolish slavery that emerges from London in June 1772, infuriates and enrages and outrages many of the settlers. This is taking place as London is arming more Africans to send them to the North American mainland in order to patrol European settlers. This is obviously inconsistent with the settler model of development, which is based upon the relentless oppression and despotism towards people of African descent. Not only that, but they are complaining about the taxes that are being imposed, that had been imposed, in order to fund and facilitate the 7 Years' War that pushed the Spanish out of Florida and the French out of Quebec, supposedly guaranteeing and securing their security. Other events that take place that are important to understand in the run-up to 1776 is that the British, during the 7 Years' War, not only puts the Spanish out of Florida, they temporarily push the Spanish out of Cuba, but they make a ruling that the slave trade to Cuba would be regulated, which outrages many of the slave dealers in the Carolinas in particular. They feel that this violates that cardinal principle of free trade in Africans. And then you may know that the settlers had a justifiable reputation of being past masters at smuggling, and this was a way to evade and avoid taxes. And there was one particular case that takes place at the same time the Somerset's case was erupting that is particularly critical in this eventuality. What I'm referring to is there was a ship called the Gaspee off the coast of Rhode Island that's attacked by settlers led by John Brown, who, not the anti-slavery crusader, but the man who gave his name to the Ivy League University, Brown University, a major slave dealer. And he was also a leading smuggler, and his attack on the Royal Navy led to his being captured. And as it turns out, a major witness against him is a man of African descent. And this, too, is infuriating to the settlers who feel this is one more bit of evidence in terms of this, what they see as a developing alliance between Africans and London against their interests. To move the story further, let me say that another characteristic of this revolt against British rule in 1776 that leads to the formation of the United States of America is what I refer to as the Black Scare. That is to say, the fear that Britain would put more arms in the hands of Africans and that these armed Africans would be used to discipline the settlers. And this fear comes to a kind of fruition in 1775 in the colony that is Virginia, in many ways the most prosperous and lucrative colony, a colony that had a disproportionate number of African slaves, a colony led by men who would go on to play a preeminent role in the formation of the United States of America, such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, et al. And as the anti-colonial revolt is brewing in Virginia, the last colonial governor, Lord Dunmore, makes the decision, the fateful decision, to establish so-called Ethiopian regiments, regiments of armed Africans, that are enlisted to fight these settlers. And it takes quite a bit to encourage and entice subjects of the crown to rebel against their homeland. And one of the points that I make in this book is that one of the factors that caused so many previously, formerly patriotic British subjects to revolt against British rule was precisely this Black Scare that I argue leads to the formation of the United States of America. Now, this has particular contemporary resonance and contemporary consequences. I end this book talking about the gubernatorial election in the state of Louisiana in 1991, where the Euro-American majority votes substantially for an avowed Nazi and Klansman, David Duke, for governor. And one of the factors that leads to his not being elected, of course, is a massive turnout by the black vote. But in many ways, the vote for David Duke, given his platform, his anti-black platform, was in some ways a replay of the Black Scare. I should also point to you a particular passage, for those who may have this book in hand, on page 262, which I will now cite and read from. I say on page 262 that my deployment of the terms racist, in quotes, and racism, in quotes, is intended to invoke the political more than the biological or even the anthropological. If the latter were mostly at issue, there would be little need for these Africans to adopt other black identities. Now, this is in the context of quoting Angela Davis, the political activist, who I'm sure you're familiar with, the contemporary political activist, who talked about growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, and in order to evade the strictures of Jim Crow and apartheid in Birmingham, Alabama, when she went into department stores, she would oftentimes speak French. Or James Weldon Johnson, a leader in the first few decades of the 20th century of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, leading civil rights organization. In growing up in Jacksonville, Florida, he would do the same thing, except he would speak Spanish, and somehow he felt he would receive different treatment. The same holds true for Raymond Pace Alexander, a black lawyer who spoke Spanish, whose roots were in Philadelphia. I also cite the case of, for those of you who are jazz fans, Babs Gonzalez. In his memoir, I Paid My Dues, Good Times, No Bread. Born Lee Brown in Newark, New Jersey, this U.S. Negro, a noted musician, adopted a Spanish-tinged name, Babs Gonzalez, in order to, as he saw it, escape the persecutorial fate he felt was the birthright of descendants of mainland enslaved Africans. I also go on to quote from a book I wrote about Kenya a few years ago, where the U.S. State Department, when Kenya was rising to independence, it was felt that it would complicate relations with Nairobi if Kenyan diplomats coming to Washington, which was then a Jim Crow town, would be subjected to Jim Crow. So they suggested that the Africans were badges, so that they would not be mistaken for black Americans. So the point that I'm trying to make is that, number one, that racism is a necessary explanatory factor in talking about what has befallen people of African descent in North America, particularly the population we now refer to as African American, but it's not sufficient. It's not a sufficient explanation, because if it were wholly sufficient, well, then being able to speak French in Birmingham, Alabama during the Jim Crow era would not have helped you at all. What I'm trying to suggest is that there has been a special persecution of the descendants of mainland enslaved Africans, which is not to say, what I'm trying to suggest is that there has been a special persecution of the descendants of mainland enslaved Africans, which is not to say that others who are black or of African descent have not faced persecution, but that it is to say that there is a kind of special persecution that we must take into account in the academy, for example, when we talk about African diaspora studies. It must be taken into account politically as well. Perhaps, as some like to say, that it's no accident that two of the highest ranking officials under the US flag thus far have been of Jamaican and Kenyan descent. But it's also fair to say, as I wind up, that when we look at the headlines and we look at the rates of imprisonment of black Americans, when we look at those who disproportionately populate death row and are subject to execution, such as the botched execution in Oklahoma a few days ago, when we scrutinize carefully the poisoned words of Donald Sterling that I'm sure you're familiar with, when you examine the recent Department of Education study that suggested that black preschoolers are suspended at rates spectacularly higher than other preschoolers, leading to a letter writer writing to the New York Times just a few weeks ago suggesting that we may be marching to a destiny where black infants are segregated on the premise that they may cry louder. And he said that, the letter writer said that jokingly, but this may be the path, this may be the path that we're on. I say all of this to say that as I wind up this Shirley Kennedy Memorial Lecture about the consequences of the formation in 1776 of the United States of America, allow me to say that the past is not past, it's still with us, and that, as Barack Obama suggested when asked in Malaysia about the comments of Donald Sterling, and he suggested that this was part of the continuing legacy of slavery and Jim Crow, he had a point. I would only go a step further and suggest that in terms of dealing with this poisonous continuing legacy of slavery and Jim Crow, it is long past time to take into account and consideration some of the factors that I've mentioned in the past 2 minutes, but also to take into account the examples of other countries, such as South Africa, which had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the aftermath of apartheid in order to sort out the destructive and damaging consequences of that particular system of hatred. And we would be well advised to emulate the South Africans and act similarly. I'll stop there. I assume I can take questions and comments.
Right, you're not going to pay me $10 an hour when you can get a slave to do it for free. So they wanted to keep slavery out of the North and away from them, but undercut their economic bottom line. Right, you're not going to pay me $10 an hour when you can get a slave to do it for free. So they wanted to keep slavery out of the North and away from them, but they didn't want to eradicate slavery, because then who's producing the cotton? and that they understood that slavery could undercut their economic bottom line, right? You're not going to pay me $10 an hour when you can get a slave to do it for free. So they wanted to keep slavery out of the North and away from them, but they didn't want to eradicate slavery, because then who's producing the cotton that's going in their textile factories that's fostering their jobs? So it is a tricky and complicated way of looking at complicity and the role that the North plays in Southern slavery. I think this is also a really good quote. This is by Joanne Pope-Milley. She's a former professor at the University of Kentucky, that says, the absolute amnesia about slavery here on one hand, and on, let me start over. The absolute amnesia about slavery here, and on the one hand, and on the gradualness of slavery ending on the other, work together to make race a very distinctive thing in New England. She says, if you have obliterated the historical memory of actual slavery, because we're free states, right? That makes it possible to turn around and look at the population that is disproportionately poor and say, it must be their own inferiority. This is where New England's particular brand of racism comes from. And this is where I want to take a few minutes to start to transition into implications for today and how we understand, society today and the effects of slavery on racism and the effects of white supremacy and the racism that we experience in New England. There's some really good books out there. I always like to point people to literature. I love the book Complicity. A lot of the facts from today I got from the book Complicity. I love Ebony and Ivy. This is MIT professor Craig Wilder. He writes about the role of slavery in our education systems and in our Ivy League schools. If you want to know more about the Isaac Royale family, I love 10 Hell Farms. Great book. New England Bound is also a phenomenal read. There's so many other books that I could put on here. I love Jason Sokol. He has a great book as well that talks about racism in New England. They're all worth the read. But when we think about
the first blood, one could say, of the American Revolution, drawn right there off Patuxent Cove.
Urged by Benjamin Franklin, the Vatican also elevated John Carroll to bishop. The ripples of the French Revolution were felt in the United States. The tobacco merchant Joseph Fenwick had left for France after the American Revolution, a moment of great economic optimism, and he soon encountered an Irish smuggler and Thomas Jefferson, both of whom actually gave him very solid business advice. But for the church, the most important thing that happened was during the first year of the Revolution, the National Assembly abolished aristocratic titles and curtailed the authority of the Catholic Church in France. The Sulpician John Du Bois fled Paris in disguise, and in August 1791 landed in Virginia with letters of introduction from General Lafayette. The Lees, the Randolphs, the Monroes, the Beverleys assisted the young priest. Patrick Henry tutored him in English. By the time that he was being tutored, enslaved people on the island of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, France's most valuable colony, were in full rebellion.
The struggle ended with the Rhode Islanders in control of the vessel. Brown and Whipple's men ferried the British crew safely to shore, saw to medical treatment for Lieutenant Duddingston, and then returned to the abandoned Gaspee to make sure it never harried a Rhode Islander again. Of the vessel. Brown and Whipple's men ferried the British crew safely to shore, saw to medical treatment for Lieutenant Duddingston, and then returned to the abandoned Gaspee to make sure it never harried a Rhode Islander again. To get rid of it for good, they set it on fire and retreated from the boat to watch it burn and burn until the fire reached the powder magazines, and when the fire reached the powder magazines, explode into the Narragansett Bay night, blowing the remainder of the Gaspee to smithereens and leaving its hulk to burn to the waterline. Today, we Rhode Islanders call the site of these events Gaspee Point. And every year in early June, we celebrate the spirit of Rhode Island defiance that blossomed that day in Narragansett Bay 249 years ago. We will walk a parade in honor of Gaspee Days this weekend, and we will always remember the Gaspee Raid, how it preceded by over a year the Boston Tea Party, and how while those noble Bostonians pushed tea bags off British ships into Boston Harbor, we blew the boat up.
Welcome again to the fifth lecture in our continuing series on Louisiana Purchase. The lecture this week will be presented by Professor John T. O'Connor, who has been at UNO since 1972. His research, publications, and courses have concentrated on Europe and the old regime, as well as French Revolutionary era. In his course on French Revolution and Napoleon, O'Connor devotes much attention to France's colonists, slavery, and the slave trade. In this lecture, he discusses the massive slave insurrection of 1791 in Saint-Domingue, France's most lucrative colony. He shows how Bonaparte's failure to re-establish slavery and French control led to his unexpected decision to sell Louisiana to the United States. The subsequent establishment of a black government in independent Haiti had major consequences for the United States in general, but especially Louisiana.
When Haitians fought for and won their independence from France 200 years ago, establishing the sovereign state of Haiti, it was the second time that an American colony successfully rebelled against its mother country. The upheavals in Haiti were linked to and concurrent with the events of the French Revolution. It is no exaggeration to say that the drama, violence, and bloodshed in revolutionary France were intensified in her most lucrative colony, Saint-Domingue, the name of the colony during the old regime, which contained in 1789 the greatest concentration of slaves in the world. Large-scale slave insurrections there began and spread in 1791, leading to the first flight of refugees to nearby islands, to the U.S., or back to France. News of victorious slaves winning their freedom sent shockwaves through all the slaves in 1791, leading to the first flight of refugees to nearby islands, to the U.S., or back to France. News of victorious slaves winning their freedom sent shockwaves through all the slave societies of the New World, including most prominently the American South. In the first months of the rebellion in 1791, when the whites still largely controlled St. Domingo, as the colony was often called in the United States, the governor of South Carolina sent a message to the Colonial Assembly of Saint-Domingue, noting how similar the southern states and St. Domingo were in regard to the number of slaves relative to the white population, and recognizing that one day the South might confront such insurrections, he declared, "We cannot but sensibly feel for your situation." An undercurrent of anxiety, indeed foreboding, can be glimpsed in the governor's message, and for good reason. The most important slave rebellion in world history was underway. Before discussing the salient events of the revolution in Haiti and their impact on Louisiana down to the year 1815, I want to sketch a brief history of the island that Columbus named Hispaniola, the first territory exploited by Europeans in the New World. The indigenous name for the island in pre-Columbian times was Haiti, or Haiti, meaning land of mountains. In the eastern part of the island, there are mountain peaks rising to 9,000 feet, higher than any area in the United States east of the Mississippi River. From the outset, the invaders expected the local Indian population to provide gold dust as well as labor. When this labor was not given voluntarily, it was extracted by force. Indians who fled into the hills or forest were pursued and killed by dogs imported from Spain. When Columbus landed, approximately 300,000 to 500,000 Indians lived on the island of Hispaniola. Soon, diseases such as smallpox, against which the Indians had no immunity, produced devastating epidemics. By 1510, the Indian population had fallen in some areas by as much as 80%, a sobering reduction in a single generation. To replace the Hispaniola, soon diseases such as smallpox, against which the Indians had no immunity, produced devastating epidemics. By 1510, the Indian population had fallen in some areas by as much as 80%, a sobering reduction in a single generation. To replace the dwindling labor force, the Spanish began to import thousands of African slaves, a pace that quickened as more and more plantations were developed in the Americas. In a peace treaty signed in 1697, Spain ceded the sparsely populated western portion of Hispaniola to France. It comprised 1/3 of the island and was called Saint-Domingue. The eastern region, under Spanish control, was known as Santo Domingo. Economic activity in Saint-Domingue originally centered around indigo production. Heavy investment in sugar plantations, however, ushered in an astonishing series of changes in a relatively brief time span. In an area with no sugar plantation, in 1689, within only 7 years of its acquisition by the French crown, there were already 120 in place. Large-scale sugar plantations led to the importation of more and more slaves. From 1690 to 1720, the number of slaves rose from just over 3,000 to well over 47,000. From 80,000 in 1730, the slave population reached 172,000 in 1754, 206,000 in 1763, rising to 465,429, or roughly 500,000 in 1789. At that time, 1789, about 30,000 whites compared to nearly 500,000 slaves lived in the colony. About 28,000 free people of color were in Saint-Domingue, Most were freedmen or descendants of freedmen. Creoles born in the colony were far more likely to be manumitted or freed than slaves born in Africa. Color were in Saint-Domingue. Most were freedmen or descendants of freedmen. Creoles born in the colony were far more likely to be manumitted or freed than slaves born in Africa. Creoles had a greater resistance to diseases and thus a more favorable mortality rate than either whites or slaves who arrived from Africa. By 1789, free people of color owned 1/3 of the colony's plantations, 1/4 over 100,000 of the slaves, and 1/4 of the real estate property. Many had been educated in Europe and filled numerous places in commerce and the military. Some 750 free colored troops from Saint-Domingue fought against the British during the American Revolution in the expedition to Savannah in 1779, including some future heroes of the Haitian Revolution. Yet despite their wealth, free people of color were subjected to systematic discrimination, for whites in the colony were determined to maintain the barriers between the two groups. Saint-Domingue, like antebellum Louisiana, was a three-caste society: whites who owned slaves, free people of color who owned slaves, and the slaves, 60% of whom had been born in Africa. Slaves lived chiefly on the 8,000 plantations, which made Saint-Domingue by far the most prosperous of European colonies at the time. Indeed, some statistics appear almost surreal. On the eve of the French Revolution, Saint-Domingue alone accounted for roughly 1/2 of France's foreign trade. It produced more coffee than any other place in the world, exported more sugar than all the British colonies taken together, and vast quantities of cotton, tobacco, indigo, and cocoa of the best quality. The leading port, Cap Français, or Le Cap, now Cap Haïtien, had more ship traffic in and out of its harbor than the leading French port, Marseille. Called the Paris of the Indies, Le Cap's population, estimated at 50,000 in 1791, 3/4 of them slaves, was larger than that of Philadelphia, the most populous city in the United States. And certainly Le Cap had a thriving cultural life, at least for its free population. The city supported a Royal Society of the Arts and Sciences, a museum, botanical gardens, a number of newspapers, and a playhouse which seated over 1,500. In 1791, more than 150 theatrical and opera performances were staged in Saint-Domingue. All this in a society pulsating with tensions and insecurities, with barbarities and atrocities committed by all sides. Opinion on slavery in the 18th century was beginning to change, but for thousands of years, slavery had been practiced and accepted by virtually everyone. That included the popes, among other religious leaders. Only in the middle of the 18th century, in England, did a concerted effort to abolish slavery and the slave trade finally emerge. Abolitionists, chiefly Quakers and evangelical Christians, argued that slavery was a moral blot on the history of the West and had to be eliminated regardless of economic cost. They were, to be sure, a distinct minority, but they made speeches, urged members of Parliament to put the slavery issue on the agenda of the House of Commons, and wrote books and pamphlets which included illustrations depicting hundreds of slaves in shackles in the stifling heat of cramped quarters. Concerted effort to abolish slavery and the slave trade finally. Only in the middle of the 18th century, in England, did a concerted effort to abolish slavery and the slave trade finally emerge. Abolitionists, chiefly Quakers and evangelical Christians, argued that slavery was in the middle of the 18th century in England, did a concerted effort to abolish slavery leaders. Only in the middle of the 18th century in England did a concerted effort to abolish
Hundreds of French and Creole families relocated to Maryland with assistance from the state. By the time that he was being tutored, enslaved people on the island of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, France's most valuable colony, were in full rebellion. Hundreds of French and Creole families relocated to Maryland with assistance from the state to basically wait out these respective revolutions. The Atlantic rebellions allowed Bishop Carroll to create a network of colleges and seminaries and to project the Catholic Church across the United States. After opening Georgetown in 1789, the bishop turned his attention to helping the Sulpicians organize a seminary. The anti-church and anti-clerical thrust in France threatened the Sulpicians' Parisian academy, and they began fundraising and recruiting European students for Maryland. In 1791, as the first class was entering Georgetown, the French priest opened St. Mary's. Quote, all our hopes are founded on the seminary of Baltimore, Carroll declared. In 1792, the bishop dispatched a group of Dominicans who had come to Maryland as refugees to the rapidly growing territory of Kentucky. Catholics were not the only Americans to recognize the opportunities in Europe's instability, particularly the Haitian and French revolutions. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson in 1795 actually briefly plotted to relocate the entire College of Geneva to the United States to help build their nation. Georgetown was, in other words, a child of the Atlantic rebellions. Emigres from the revolutions in France and Haiti filled the faculty and the student body. The first class included Francois and Antoine Casse, students from France, Madeira, Martinique, St. Lucia, Guadeloupe, Cuba, St. John, Saint-Domingue, and Santo Domingo arrived in the following years. By 1798, the college governors were actually publishing the prospectus in English, French, and Spanish. Among the earliest presidents were Father Louis Dubourg and Stephen Dubuisson, born to slaveholding Creole families in Cap Francois and St. Mark, respectively, key sites in the slave unrest that led to the Haitian Revolution. Reverend Dubourg traveled to Havana, Cuba, with the hopes of opening a college there, and when that effort failed, he returned to the United States, recruiting Cuban children to the Maryland colleges. Quote, "To American commerce, may it ever derive greater pride from the distress it has relieved than from the wealth it has accumulated," the guest toasted at a feast on the evening of January 9th, 1809. Quote, "The concourse of French and American ladies and gentlemen was numerous and brilliant," the Maryland Gazette praised. Creoles from Haiti came to honor the West Indies trader Duncan McIntosh and other merchants and captains who had risked their vessels and money running rescue missions to Haiti to bring the white Creole population to the United States.
Abolish slavery and the slave trade finally emerge. Abolitionists, chiefly Quakers and evangelical Christians, argued that slavery was a moral blot on the history of the West and had to be eliminated regardless of economic cost. They were, to be sure, a distinct minority, but they made speeches, urged members of Parliament to put the slave first. They were, to be sure, a distinct minority.
And their individual members, in their broader contexts, can provide insight into American civil society and Freemason tool for facilitating with westward expansion. Beginning in the 1840s, American Freemasonry spread rapidly with westward expansion, and in many cases, immigrants to the United States established lodges to operate in their own languages. In the two cases I present here, we'll see that sometimes German Masons brought Old World Masonic traditions with them, as they did other traditions. And sometimes they could encounter resistance when trying to establish an ethnic lodge. First, a word about sources. Sources for researching Freemasonry and its members are, as well as the Iowa Masonic Library in Cedar Rapids, as at the Wisconsin Historical Society in Madison, as well as the Iowa Masonic Library in Cedar Rapids. There are many useful resources online, including a project by the George Washington National Masonic Memorial in Virginia, which is digitizing the proceedings of all Grand Lodges in the United States. Another useful resource is historic newspapers, many of which are readily available online. American Freemasonry, a fraternal organization with a set of rituals and ceremonies organized in a series of degrees, traces its tradition and heritage to the origins of Freemasonry in 18th century Britain. Since that time, it has become a worldwide fraternity with organizations at national, regional, and local levels. Local chapters are called lodges, and in the United States, state-level governing bodies are called Grand Lodges. American lodges are numbered, the number indicating the order in which the lodge received its dispensation or charter from the Grand Lodge. The organization is characterized by charity work and the use of stonemasons' tools and symbolism for moral improvement.
Naturally traveling the long, dusty roads of Great Britain's influence. West to the United States and Canada, south to Africa, and east to India and the Far East. Tracking trade routes, military expansion, migration, and aristocratic connections. Military expansion, migration, and aristocratic trade routes, military expansion, migration, Far East. Tracking trade routes, military expansion, migration, and aristocratic connections from grand tours of Europe. Across the globe, English-speaking lodges became a feature of 18th and 19th century life. Many larger cities had their own lodges, where the nationalities mixed freely. The British Army had traveling lodges that moved with regiments. Many people discovered Freemasonry far from Britain. Nobel Prize-winning author Brother Rudyard Kipling, finding himself in Lahore as a young newspaperman, was made a Freemason in the Lodge of Hope and Perseverance, 782 English Constitution. Here he met with Freemasons who were Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, members of the Arya and Brahmo Samaj, 782 English Constitution. Here he met with Freemasons who were Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, members of the Arya and Brahmo Samaj, and a Jewish tailor who was a priest and butcher to his little community in the city. As the globe embraced Freemasonry, its light came to be revealed, not just to the initiate. Its light came to be revealed. As the globe embraced Freemasonry, its light came to be revealed, not just to the initiate, but to the world.
States. Father DeBoer presented McIntosh with an award for his humanitarianism. He was credited with saving more than 2,000 people. In an address to the Free School Society that same year in New York City, Mayor DeWitt Clinton praised, quote, the refugees from the French West Indies, who established one of the city's first charity schools, an academy that was, and I'll quote again, patronized and cherished by French and American gentlemen of great worth and respectability. Slavery allowed for the immediate incorporation of these refugees into the American church. The Corporation of Roman Catholic Clergy assigned one plantation, Bohemia, to the Sulpicians, who used the profits from that plantation to fund St. Mary Seminary. Quote, that the managers of St. Thomas Plantation be allowed the sum of £75 for a Negro boy called Alexis in the service of the bishop, read the March 1797 minutes. The clergy also voted to sell a parcel of land to raise $4,000 to complete the construction of Georgetown College. In late summer 1799, the Sulpicians actually began protesting the benefits that they were getting and the fees that they were paying back to the Corporation of Roman Catholic Clergy, and much of this involved, in fact, the movement of enslaved people between the various Catholic institutions in Georgetown and Maryland. The bodies and the labor of enslaved people paid the Catholic Church's debts.
But they made speeches, urged members of Parliament to put the slavery issue on the agenda of the House of Commons, and wrote books and pamphlets which included illustrations depicting hundreds of slaves in shackles in the stifling heat of cramped quarters in the holds of ships during the Middle Passage. The example of these English activists led to a parallel movement in France, La Société des Amis des Noirs, the Society of the Friends of the Blacks. This group also held meetings and published pamphlets and books which included illustrations of the cross-section or plan of slave ships. A scholar who has researched this subject, Daniel Resnick, wryly notes that in these publications, printed in France and written in French for a French audience, the slave ships depicted were English. None were French. Members of the French group later sought to put the colonial issue on the agenda of the Revolutionary Assembly, but their primary focus was on improving conditions for free people of color, including civic and voting rights. They did not crusade against the slave trade. That subject, more than delicate, was impolitic in the extreme. The opening of the Estates General at Versailles in May 1789 led to a descent into the maelstrom for the inhabitants of Saint-Domingue. Representatives of the planter elite in the colony were there to claim seats for themselves and a voice in the deliberation. Petit blanc, or poor whites, also sent a delegation. Spokesmen for the free men of color were present as well to advance their cause, but to no avail. In fact, any thought of serious issues of public concern being decided through debate would soon be dashed. The central message on the day of the Bastille was that change would be effected and would continue to be effected through intimidation, violence, and bloodshed. At the end of August 1789, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen was passed by the National Assembly. The first two articles were especially pertinent to the inhabitants of French colonies. 1. Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Social distinctions can be based only upon public utility. 2. The aim of every political association is the preservation of the natural and inviolable rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. Men are born free and equal in rights. These rights include property. but slaves were considered property. As in the case of the American Declaration of Independence, the French Declaration of Rights contained an inherent contradiction, a contradiction that flowed from the existence of slavery. In Saint-Domingue, and equal in rights. These rights include property, but slaves were considered property. As in the case of the American Declaration of Independence, the French Declaration of Rights contained an inherent contradiction, a contradiction that flowed from the existence of slavery. In Saint-Domingue, politicians, censors, and the establishment in general sought by every means to keep out inflammatory pamphlets from France that contained any mention of liberty or equality. But information was arriving from every point on the compass, and social ferment was inevitable. In December 1789, the National Assembly in Paris rejected the request of free people of color that the rights of man be applied to them. Vincent Auger organized a rebellion of free people of color in northern Saint-Domingue in October of 1790 with a force of 300 men. Soon thereafter, an expedition set out from Le Cap defeated the rebels and took Auger prisoner. He was tortured to death on the wheel in a principal square in Le Cap. The authorities were careful not to execute him in a part of the square where whites were executed. Separation of the races had to be preserved everywhere. A play about Auger's career and his martyrdom triggered outrage in Paris, so much so that planters living in Paris were endangered and often attacked on the streets. Ultimately, after a spirited debate, on May 15, 1791, the National Assembly granted full political rights to mulattoes born of free parents. On the following day, all colonial deputies withdrew in protest from the Assembly. The shockwaves in Saint-Domingue were not long in coming, though probably only one free man of color out of 50 could qualify. The governor of Saint-Domingue claimed that he lacked the power to enforce the May 15th decree. Talk of secession was in the air among whites. Free people of color began to assemble their own army. Poor whites seethed with anger, and then far more serious problems emerged. Amidst the upheavals in revolutionary France, spin-off effects in the colonies included clashes between whites and free coloreds. Information and rumors from France and other Caribbean islands filtered down to the huge slave population in Saint-Domingue. One rumor that spread like wildfire was that the King of France had accorded 3 free days each week to the slaves in French colonies, but that the colonial masters had refused to implement the decree. A planned insurrection by slaves in the south of the colony in January 1791 was discovered and quashed, but slaves continued to believe in the 3 days of freedom accorded them, disposing them to later ally themselves with royalist factions. On the evening of August 14, 1791, a remarkable assembly took place in a forest clearing, the Bois Caiman, near Le Cap. Slaves from about 100 plantations were present, in company with numerous Maroons, slaves who had escaped from plantations and lived in the woods or mountains, sometimes in bands. Maroons risked horrible punishments, including mutilation, if caught, and played a vital role in maintaining links between disparate groups of slaves, spreading information, and acting as liaisons. Slaves in Saint-Domingue came from various parts of Africa and spoke varied languages, but they shared common religious beliefs. Earlier on the evening of August 14th, the slaves had agreed to begin an insurrection on August 22nd, setting fires to fields and houses at plantations and killing the whites. The leader of this well-planned revolt was Boukman Douti, a Maroon who was also a voodoo priest. The second gathering on the evening of the 14th was solemnized by a voodoo ceremony in which the blood of a sacrificial pig was drunk by all present. Legend has it that Boukman gave a rousing speech ending with the following call to arms. The good Lord, who created the sun, which gives us light from above, who rouses the sea and makes the thunder roar, listen well, all of you. This God, hidden in the clouds, watches us. He sees all that the white man does. The God of the white man calls him to commit crimes. Our God asks only good works of us. This God, hidden in the clouds, watches us. He sees all that the white man does. The God of the white man calls him to commit crimes. Our God asks only good works of us. Gives us light from above, who rouses the sea and makes the thunder roar. Listen well, all of you. This God, hidden in the clouds, watches us. He sees all that the white man does. The God of the white man calls him to commit crimes. Our God asks only good works of us. But this God who is so good orders revenge. He will direct our hands. He will aid us. Throw away the image of the God of the whites, who thirsts for our tears, and listen to the voice of liberty, which speaks in the hearts of all of us. A week later, the attacks began. Cane fields were burned to ashes, plantation buildings looted, machinery destroyed, and many owners slain. Within a month, over 200 sugar plantations were burned and some 1,200 coffee plantations destroyed. Many slave owners feared that Le Cap would be torched. There ensued a bewildering succession of alliances, skirmishes, and shifts in allegiance on all fronts. For a time, free people of color and free blacks joined whites to fend off the rebels. Boukman was killed in battle in November, and his head was displayed in public. Leadership of the insurgent slaves gradually passed to a former slave, now a free black, named Toussaint Breda, a coachman on the Breda plantation in the north. Toussaint skillfully organized a network of agents and couriers, displaying a genius for political maneuvering and military strategy. His resourcefulness would be severely tested once the fallout from radical developments in France hit Saint-Domingue. France's declaration of war against Austria in the spring of 1792 sparked a series of unprecedented crises: an attack on the royal palace in Paris in August, a republic declared in the following month, the king tried, found guilty, and guillotined. As civil war erupted in France, the radical leadership declared war on other states, including England, Spain, and the Netherlands. Full political rights for free people of color in the colonies was proclaimed. This resulted in chaos in Saint-Domingue, further complicated by invasions by both Spanish and English forces. The white colonists looked to England for protection. Most of the rebel slaves under Toussaint were fighting for Spain, which offered them protection. Meanwhile, two Republican civil commissioners, Sonthonax and Polverel, had arrived in September 1792, along with 6,000 troops to restore order. In the melee, over 10,000 slaves in Le Cap rebelled. Atrocities were committed by combatants on all sides, and 2/3 of Le Cap went up in flames at the end of June 1793. The vaunted Paris of the Indies was now a wasteland of charred ruins. Sonthonax offered freedom for slaves willing to fight against Spain or anyone else under the French Republican flag. In August 1793, Toussaint raised the stakes with a proclamation demanding immediate unconditional freedom and equality for all. At this point, Toussaint took the name L'Ouverture, the opening, with its connotation of a new beginning. On August 29, 1793, Sonthonax announced the abolition of slavery in the North. The other Republican commissioner, Polverel, soon thereafter proclaimed abolition in the South and the West. In February 1794, the legislature in Paris issued an emancipation proclamation, ending slavery in French colonies. In May 1794, Toussaint and his troops left Spanish service, began to fight for the French Republic, and successfully drove the Spanish from the territory. It is hardly surprising that the news of abolition in Saint-Domingue, thanks to the daring and fighting ability of former slaves, spread widely across the Caribbean and beyond, and doubtless planted some ideas and some hope in many slave communities. Spanish authorities in Louisiana, notably the Governor-General Baron de Carondelet, took every precaution to ward off the arrival in New Orleans of Jacobins or slaves who had lived in Saint-Domingue and might bear the contagion of revolt to this area. In April 1795, the worst fears of the Spanish were realized when a slave revolt erupted in Pointe-Coupée Parish on the west bank of the Mississippi, north of Baton Rouge. Evidence suggests that the grapevine of information among slaves spread news about the insurrections in Saint-Domingue. Some 23 of the slave conspirators were executed and their heads placed on posts along the highway. 2 other heads were 23 of the slave conspirators were executed and their heads placed on posts along the highway. Some 23 of the slave conspirators were executed and their heads placed on posts along the highway. 2 other heads were put on posts in New Orleans at the Plaza de Armas, now Jackson Square. 22 other slaves were given 5 to 10-year sentences of hard labor. Carondelet also arrested several white Frenchmen and a German tailor. Paranoia was rampant. One of New Orleans' most prominent citizens, Baron Joseph X. Pontalba, wrote in 1796, "I can recall when our position in this colony was ever so critical, when we used only to go to bed armed to the teeth. Often then, I would go to sleep with the most sinister thoughts creeping into my mind, taking heed of the dreadful calamities of Saint-Domingue." Gwendolyn Midlow Hall has argued that historical myths about the Pointe-Coupée conspiracy of 1795 were deeply implanted into the consciousness of white Louisianans. They became the cornerstone of ideology justifying racist violence and oppression of Afro-Louisianans and of whites who opposed slavery and racism. To return to Saint-Domingue, in May 1797, Sonthonax named Toussaint as commander-in-chief of the French Republican Army in the colony. When Sonthonax was chosen to be one of the representatives of the colony in Paris, Toussaint became the most powerful figure in Saint-Domingue, especially after securing the withdrawal of all British troops from the territory in 1798. Seeking to rebuild the damaged economy and to restore the export crops to their earlier dominance, he appointed whites to positions of influence in his government. Toussaint had cordial political and economic ties with the United States during the administration of President Adams, yet he also gave every indication of enjoying his autocratic position to the hilt. By 1801, he had conquered Santo Domingo and declared the abolition of slavery in that territory. Later that year, he wrote a new constitution for Saint-Domingue, assuming the governorship for life with the right to appoint his successor. That was not the way that colonial leaders are expected to act. Indeed, it bore all the earmarks of readiness for independence from France. Napoleon Bonaparte, the head of the French government, determined to restore white authority in Saint-Domingue. General Leclerc, the head of the French government, determined to restore white authority in Saint-Domingue. General Leclerc, with 17,000 troops, arrived in February 1802 with reinforcements to come. Initially, it bore all the earmarks of readiness for independence from France. Napoleon Bonaparte, the head of the French government, determined to restore white authority in Saint-Domingue. General Leclerc, with 17,000 troops, arrived in February 1802, with reinforcements to come. Initial skirmishes against Toussaint and other black generals produced a standoff, and concluded with the willingness of black leaders to cooperate with France upon assurance of keeping their military ranks. Napoleon's real intention became clear when Toussaint was lured into discussions with Leclerc, captured, and sent off to a French prison in the Jura Mountains near the Swiss border. Even before he entered the prison, the scene in Saint-Domingue had totally changed upon news that the governor in Guadeloupe had announced the restoration of slavery. Black generals like Dessalines and Christophe deserted the French, and war to the death ensued. In November 1802, Leclerc died of yellow fever. By then, out of 34,000 French soldiers, 24,000 were dead, 8,000 in hospitals, and only 2,000 wasted men remained.
The initial idea had been for Leclerc to establish order in Saint-Domingue, including the arrest of the black leadership there. Then he could proceed to the French colony of Louisiana, where a strong military position might be installed. The drain of men and resources in Saint-Domingue had scuttled those plans. Meanwhile, war between France and England had resumed, and Napoleon knew that the English had shark eyes trained on New Orleans. The dominance of English sea power, the loss of a naval base at Le Cap, the absence of a strong army to defend Louisiana, all persuaded him to sell the territory to the United States rather than have it seized by England. President Jefferson was wary of a strong French military presence in the Caribbean or in Louisiana, but he also loathed the prospect of an independent black republic. After Haiti won its independence, Jefferson arranged for an embargo against the new state. His contemporary and rival, Alexander Hamilton, fully appreciated the close link between the revolution in Saint-Domingue and the purchase of Louisiana. To the deadly climate of Saint Domingo and to the courage and obstinate resistance made by its black inhabitants are we indebted for the obstacles which delayed the continued French colonization of Louisiana, till the auspicious moment when a rupture between England and France gave a new turn to the projects of the latter, and destroyed at once all her schemes as to this favorite object of her ambition. Let's add the verdict of Henry Adams, the grandson of John Adams, at the end of the 19th century. The story of Toussaint Louverture has been told almost as often as that of Napoleon, but not in connection with the history of the United States, although he exercised on their history an influence as decisive as that of any European ruler. The last year of French presence in Saint-Domingue was a revolving nightmare, especially owing to Leclerc's successor Rochambeau, who was a sadistic maniac. Atrocities multiplied, the black leaders retaliated. The French were forced to leave Le Cap in defeat. Dessalines and his troops occupied the city on November 30th, 1803, and renamed it Cap Haïtien. Earlier that year, Toussaint died in a far-off mountain prison in France. At the beginning of 1804, Toussaint died in a far-off mountain prison in France. At the Haïtien. Earlier that year, Toussaint died in a far-off mountain prison in France. At the beginning of 1804, Dessalines became the ruler of the new sovereign state of Haiti. The ongoing war in Europe eventually led to the French invasion of Spain in 1808, multiple atrocities, guerrilla warfare by Spanish partisans. To the French invasion of Spain in 1808, multiple atrocities, guerrilla warfare by Spanish partisans, and heavy French losses. In an attempt to describe the horrors of the Spanish theater of war, contemporaries referred to it as Haiti in Europe. Once French troops poured into Spain, leaders in Spanish colonies expelled anyone connected to France. This directly affected thousands of French colonists and free people of color from Haiti who had settled in Cuba with their slaves. Forced to depart Cuba, most of them migrated to New Orleans, practically doubling the city's population. The mayor of New Orleans in 1810 supplied the following statistics on the newly arrived. Whites, 2,731. Free people of color, 3,102. Slaves, 3,226. Many of the free people of color settled here in the Treme section of New Orleans, where the city's African American Museum of Art, Culture, and History is located. An early historian of Louisiana, Barbé Marbois, wrote in 1830 that Louisiana has been enriched by the disasters of Saint Domingo, and the industry that formerly gave so much value to that island now fertilizes of Louisiana. Barbé Marbois wrote in 1830 that Louisiana has been enriched by the disasters of Saint Domingo.
From the foundations of the college, from the foundation, certainly, well, South Carolina, very much so. Yeah, Jefferson, I mean, more than any other single figure, Jefferson was responsible for the creation of the slave breeding industry in the United States for actions he took as president.
Ned,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you there and have you to repeat that, because we have viewers who are looking in here who absolutely go down and pay honor and homage to that, again, edifice down on the banks of the Potomac River, and who revere him as a deity. So please repeat that.
More than any other single person, Thomas Jefferson was responsible for the creation of the slave breeding industry in the United States.
And can you share with us how he went about doing that?
Very simply. I don't know how many people know this. There's a lot of real basic stuff that people don't know. A lot of people don't know that the slave trade from Africa was prohibited by federal law as of January 1st, 1808.
Yes.
What a lot of people don't know is that that date's in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, not as the date at which the slave trade must stop, but as the date before which it cannot be prohibited. It's the only date in the Constitution, which otherwise is much more abstract. It was put in there at the insistence of the South Carolina delegates to the Constitutional Convention, who wanted a 20-year guarantee that the African slave trade could continue. There was a confrontation of power at the Constitutional Convention between slave breeding Virginia and slave importing South Carolina. Virginia held the political cards and it won. Importing South Carolina. Virginia held the political cards and it won. South Carolina's response was to become kind of a renegade state, which ultimately led the path to secession and civil war. Jefferson's role in this, well, in particular, Jefferson very proactively, as president in 1806, asked Congress to prohibit the slave trade at the earliest possible constitutional date. Prohibit the slave trade at the earliest possible constitutional date. He already in 1806, he's asking to have this January 1st, 1808 cut off so that not one more African would be brought than after that date. And Jefferson really tried to spin it as a humane gesture, but Jefferson really tried to spin it as a humane gesture, but
and got credit.
Ending slavery would have been humane, but slavery didn't end. What that was protectionism. Jefferson was responding to not only his own financial predicament, but to that of his constituents in Virginia. He was making it impossible to bring in the cheaper foreign imports, so that if you want to speak of it in industrial terms, the human product raised in Virginia and Maryland, industrial terms, the human product raised in Virginia and Maryland became much, much more valuable.
Filled with enslaved captives every 2 weeks. And he often supplemented company earnings by bringing things back, things like cotton and sugar and other items. He would bring those things on company boats back to the Chesapeake, back to cities in the North for delivery to local merchants.
making his colleagues in Virginia much wealthier.
And the industry that formerly gave so much value to that island now fertilizes the valley of the Mississippi. The immigrants filled professions such as baker, silversmith, cabinet maker, hairdresser, fencing master, musician, barber, or actor. Physicians, lawyers, engineers, builders, surveyors, and publisher printers. The refugees and the children of refugees included the composer and pianist Louis Moreau Gottschalk, the chess wizard Paul Morphy, and the jurist Moreau Lisley. The refugees from Saint-Domingue by way of Cuba played a most important role on the American side in the Battle of New Orleans. What they all had in common was a detestation of the English, expertise regarding sugar cultivation by some of these former French colonists, and the experience of their slaves in the cane fields was put to use developing sugar production in Louisiana. Like Cuba and Brazil, Louisiana would profit from the virtual disappearance of sugar exports from Haiti. Of course, the export of revolutionary contagion from Haiti never left people's minds. In January 1811, an uprising of slaves began along the river road near the present-day site of Norco. Export of revolutionary contagion from Haiti never left people's minds. In January 1811, an uprising of slaves from Haiti never left people's minds. In January 1811, an uprising of slaves in Haiti never left people's minds. In January 1811, an uprising of slaves in Haiti never left people's minds. In January 1811, an uprising of slaves began along the river road near the present-day site of Norco. The leader was Charles Delonde, a slave born in Saint-Domingue. The slaves possessed several pistols, but most were armed with hoes, cane knives, and sticks. They marched south on the river road, burning and pillaging plantations, all the while shouting, "On to New Orleans!" A battle against 80 militia caused the slaves to withdraw to swampland, but they were cut down by local militia and a detachment of U.S. troops in the district. 66 slaves were killed in the battle or executed on the spot. Others were captured and held for trial. The trial was held at the Destrehan plantation house. 21 of the accused were sentenced to death and shot. The corpses were decapitated. 21 of the accused were sentenced to death and shot. The corpses were decapitated, and, in accordance with the court order, the heads were placed on poles along the German. Corpses were decapitated, and, in accordance with the court order, the heads were placed on poles along the German coast as a terrible example to all who would disturb the public tranquility in the future. It proved to be the largest slave insurrection in U.S. history and received broad press coverage across the country. It proved to be the largest slave insurrection in U.S. history and received broad press coverage across the country. White refugees from Saint-Domingue were typically among the hardcore of pro-slavery advocates in Louisiana. The Delonde revolt served to confirm many of their fears and predictions. In the years preceding the Civil War, the late 1850s, many free blacks in Louisiana believed that a move would be made to enslave all people of color in the state. Over 10,000 free blacks, many from New Orleans, migrated to Mexico and settled there. Thousands more. Many free blacks in Louisiana believed that a move would be made to enslave all people of color in the state. The Delonde revolt served to confirm many of their fears and predictions. In the years preceding the Civil War, the late 1850s, many free blacks in Louisiana believed that a move would be made to enslave all people of color in the state. 1850s. Many free blacks in Louisiana believed that a move would be made to enslave all people of color in the state.
Now, some of what made Franklin Armfield and Ballard so successful was that they were very shrewd businessmen. They understood and they made no pretenses about the intimate brutalities that were necessary to make the slave trade work. They knew the trade had no room for sentimentality. It had no room for scruples. And that was particularly true when it came to the enslaved themselves. They understood that violence was endemic to stealing people away from their homes and forcing them to accept what was happening to them. Away from their homes and forcing them to accept what was happening to them. They understood that all that really mattered for their business was whether an enslaved person could be sold for a profit. All three of the partners, in other words, were very good at calibrating their cruelty and assessing the market value of human beings. But they also understood the financial considerations that pertain to the slave trade. John Armfield had a knack for overseeing and coordinating the complicated logistics of purchasing and shipping the enslaved, and for providing dependability for customers. Isaac Franklin had a particular kind of genius for integrating enslaved people with money markets and credit flows. Integrating enslaved people with Isaac Franklin had a particular kind of genius for integrating enslaved people with money markets and credit flows. He understood that the stature of his company, the volume in which that company dealt, could provide access to borrowed capital that would pay off much more handsomely over the long haul than the quick cash sales that most slave traders looked for and relied on. And so what Franklin would do is he would establish credit lines with banks from New York to New Orleans, establish credit lines with banks from New York to New Orleans. And by establishing those credit networks to New Orleans, and by establishing those credit networks, he to New Orleans. And by establishing those credit networks, he could sell slaves in the Lower South for commercial paper. He would then transmit that paper back east, where Armfield and Ballard turned it into cash and pumped it back into purchasing markets. All of this was a very intricate undertaking. It's a complicated business. But the better Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard became at handling both the violence and the money, the more solid their reputations became among customers, bankers, government officials, and the wide range of personnel that was required for their operation. And of course, the more solid their reputations became, the bigger those operations could get. But Franklin and Armfield didn't become a giant in the slave trading business just because company partners were clever entrepreneurs. They also were lucky to be working in the right place at the right time. The first 5 or 6 years of the 1830s saw the biggest economic boom the United States had seen to that point in its history. Biggest economic boom the United States had seen to that point in its history. Economic boom the United States had seen. The 1830s saw the biggest economic boom the United States had seen to that point in its history. The first 5 or 6 years of the 1830s saw the biggest economic boom the United
I would just like to add something to this, which is, I think, very important. Throughout the whole history of slavery in the United States, and I'm speaking of the United States as opposed to the colonies before independence, throughout that whole history, the people who were born and bred in Virginia and Maryland gained the most premium prices on the market for all Americans. The people who were born and bred in Virginia and Maryland gained the most premium prices on the market for all kinds of reasons. And Jefferson was already aware of the fact that their population of enslaved labor had all of those traits and characteristics that other buyers in other parts of the region that were opening up for agriculture in various forms would be looking for. It gained the most premium prices on the market for all kinds of reasons. And Jefferson was already aware of the fact that their population of enslaved labor had all of those traits and characteristics that other buyers in other parts of the region that were opening up for agriculture in various forms would be looking for. And throughout the whole history, up through the Civil War and abolition, Maryland and Virginia were the center of that. These were the most valuable property that you could buy and sell.
Now, can you give us an example as to why that was? You said the certain traits. Why was that? Why were the slaves from Maryland and Virginia deemed to be more valuable?
They spoke English. That was part of the protectionism that Jefferson was very aware of, because imported slaves, imported people, Imported people did not speak English yet, although they were already learning many other languages as they had been captured and thrown together with other captives. And the first thing that you have to learn when you are taken somewhere is that language. So here we have generations of people in Maryland and Virginia who have grown up speaking English. They know the routines of the various kinds of farm work that they're supposed to be done, that is supposed to be done. So here we have generations of people in Maryland. First thing that you have to learn when you are taken somewhere is that language. So here we have generations of people in Maryland and Virginia who have grown up speaking English. They know have generations of people in Maryland and Virginia who have grown up speaking English. They know the routines of the various kinds of farm work that they're supposed to be done, that is supposed to be done. They have a lot of training in everything that you could possibly want. And for generations now, of whether it be domestic work, work as a lady's maid, work in the kitchen, work in the field, working with horses. And I remember, I shouldn't say it that way, but work in the kitchen, work in the field, working with horses. And I remember, I shouldn't say it that way, but Virginia and Maryland early on loved horse racing. Imported, blooded stock, all around that way. But Virginia and Maryland early on loved horse racing. Imported, blooded stock, all the rest of it. Virginia and Maryland early on loved horse racing. Imported, blooded stock, all the rest of it. And who took care of those horses? Who trained those horses? Who rode those horses? There's just the enormous and who took care of those horses? Who trained those horses? Who rode those horses? There's just the enormous amount of skill and talent that was available already right here that nobody had to train them to do. It was here.
And they were born into slavery.
Oh, and I forgot the religious side of it.
They had not been born free.
Yeah.
They had born into perpetual slavery for them and their descendants until the nth generation. This was a particularly cruel feature of Anglo-American slavery that was not the case in the Spanish domains, for example.
So
American slavery that was not the case in the Spanish domains, for example.
So we talking about Jefferson and Monticello. That's in Charlottesville. That's further south. But coming very close to Washington, D.C., maybe 14, 15 miles away is Mount Vernon. George Washington. Talk a little bit about Washington's role in history in slavery.
Wow. I think, particularly in terms of history, when it came to the father of our country, he was very aware from a quite early age of wanting to be in history. He wanted to be remembered. And though the fact that he married an heiress who owned a large number of slaves, which then gave him the platform to start showing up on the whole stage of the state and the region, and then later the national stage, he was much more educated and interested in what people said in other countries than he's often given credit for. And abolition was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good thing. So he knew in Europe there were people who, days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good thing. So it was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people giving credit for. And abolition was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good thing. Abolition was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good thing. Abolition was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good. And abolition was not just a new idea. I mean, even in the days of Rome, there were people saying slavery is not a good thing. So he knew in Europe there were people who were anti-slavery, and particularly after independence. It was so, people were so aware that here is a nation that prides itself on being the most free nation in the world, and they hold slaves, and they have slaves right there. Prides itself on being the most free nation in the world, and they hold slaves, and they have slaves right there in the capital.
And you know, I'd like to take a moment there to do something, because the knee-jerk reaction of too many today who don't want to deal with the history of slavery or the vestiges of slavery would say, that was back then and that's what they did then, to very disingenuously ignore that very clearly there were people who had a moral compass that said unmistakably, not only is this wrong, it is terrorizing, it is horror, it is a horror, it is dehumanizing also. And those individuals that we're talking about, the quote unquote beloved founders and framers of the Constitution, ignored the morality of the issue and absolutely went full steam ahead as barbarians continuing to contribute to and develop and to grow slavery. I want to really draw a line in the sand there for those who might be watching, who might have the tendency to look back and say, why are you talking about it in 2019?
Well, and Jefferson in particular, to go back to Jefferson for a minute, Jefferson in particular was very aware that all over Europe there were anti-slavery people because they were his friends, the French Revolution.
2019.
And Jefferson in particular, to go back to Jefferson for a minute, Jefferson in particular was very aware that all over Europe there were anti-slavery people because they were his friends at the French Revolution. Jefferson was very well aware of this. Because they were his friends at the French Revolution. Jefferson was very well aware of this. So Jefferson can't simply be excused as being a man of his time, because other men of his time were anti-slavery, other men of his time fought against slavery, and other men of his time freed their enslaved people, as George Washington did on his death. But to do that meant that one was voluntarily impoverishing oneself. And not many people were willing to take that step. George Washington could free his slaves on his death because he had no son. He had no heir. If he had had a son, to devalue his estate like that would have been seen by the son as a betrayal, right? Because, and here's like the bullet point, people were the money in slave territory. And here's like the bullet point, people were the money in slave territory.
And
his estate like that would have been seen by the son as a betrayal. George Washington could free his slaves on his death because he had no son. He had no heir. If he had had a son, to devalue his estate like that would have been seen by the son as a betrayal, right? Because, and here's like the bullet point, people were the money in slave territory.
And
people were the money.
And there's one other thing, if you can remember who it was in South Carolina who said this, who was talking about slavery was not good, it was hard on the masters, it was hard on everyone, except it was so convenient.
Yes, I'm
blanking on his name also, but in the end, this is why we cannot get rid of slavery, because it is so convenient for us. And when this is why we cannot get rid of slavery, because it is so convenient for us. And when we say convenient, think of all of the ground that word must be covering. What is convenient? It is convenient for us because they are giving us income. They are giving us every kind of service that we can even dream of. Yeah, it is convenient.
The general inconvenience.
When you say every kind of convenience we can think of, I was telling you all beforehand that this book,
Patrick Henry,
this book really took me someplace in a very visceral way. My mother was 4'9", and she was, by all accounts, she was 46 years old when I was born, but by all accounts, she was a little cutie at 4'9". And I read something in your book here. Before I talk about that, this is a photo of my wife and my daughter. This photo was taken in the very early 70s, and I saw a term used in your book, and it was fancy girls.
Yeah.
When I say I had a visceral response, it was because of that little 4'9" lady that you just saw. And it was because of this photo right here, because all three of them would have been fancy girls. Now, before you respond, my first love, you know how to say there's no love like a first love. My first love was a very, very, very dark, black chocolate, just beautiful woman. So when I imagined the plight of the fancy girls, which I want you all to talk about, and then I imagined the plight of this very dark, black, beautiful woman and what she must have experienced, that was the source of my visceral response. Nick.
Fancy girls were, it was a polite term, universally understood for sex slaves. Fancy girls were, it was a polite term, universally understood for sex slaves. Fancy girls were, it was a polite term, universally understood for sex slaves. Fancy girls were light-skinned women who brought very high prices in auction. Young, beautiful, generally light-skinned women who were sold as fancy girls. This was always a part of the slave trade.
Yeah. And I know you talk, I've heard
as fancy girls. This was always a part of the slave trade.
Yeah. And I know you talk, I've heard you talk about fancy girls being, in, for example, in New Orleans, and the riverboat gambler, buying, winning.
New Orleans was particularly known.
And then, and then the riverboat gambler would buy a couple of the fancy girls, and then that riverboat gambler added another title to his name, which ultimately was degenerate pimp, and then he would rent them out. He would rent them out,
or perhaps,
and if they had. I want to keep this front and center sitting at this table. They had no right or recourse.
None. No, and maybe not rent them out by the hour. Maybe negotiate longer-term contracts for them. Although the working life of a fancy girl was fairly short, because there was always a newer, younger one available. The working life of a fancy girl was fairly short, because there was always a newer, younger one available. There's an absolutely heart-rending letter that we reproduce in full in the book by a woman who's somehow managed to write a letter from a slave trader's yard in Houston, where she's been discarded and is being sold. Understand that being sold out of one market into another almost always meant going into a worse environment. It was like being sent to prison or being sent to a worse prison. And to be sold into Texas in the 1850s was a horrifying prospect. Into Texas in the 1850s was a horrifying prospect. And there's this just absolutely heartrending letter in the book from a woman named Virginia, who's telling the story of what it feels like. It's one of something else we have to remember. Not only they have no recourse, very few had literacy skills. It was prohibited to teach enslaved people to read and write, and so they left no record of their thoughts in any written form. They may survive in other ways through oral tradition or family tradition, but there's the 100 or so-called slave narratives that were published, and the couple 3,000 oral histories that were taken have to stand in for millions.
Yes, Ned, what I'd like for you to do, because it's in the book, is for you to go back to that letter from that lady there in Texas. And pull a snippet or a highlight or a low light. I don't know necessarily that you got to find it. I'm just talking about like what you remember and how that touched you.
Well, we actually have a stage version of this book that we have done a couple of times with multiple readers and music. And sort of the centerpiece is reading this letter in full, which of course we're not going to do now. But here's I don't know if you can, this is the I don't know if you can see this with the. Maybe you could just read. I think it'd be more appropriate in a woman's voice. Why don't you just read that paragraph?
You wrote for them to sell me in 30 days. You think that after all that has transpired between me and the old man, I don't call names, that it is treating me well to send me off among strangers in my situation to be sold without even my having an opportunity of choosing for myself. It's hard indeed, and what is still harder, were the father of my children to sell his own offspring, yes, his own flesh and blood. My God, is it possible that any freeborn American would brand his charities with such a stigma as that? But I hope before this he will relent and see his error, for I still believe that he is possessed of more honor than that. And that tells you so much information right there. The father of the child and other children is the man who is selling her. And how in the world did she get those skills to write and then smuggle this letter out? What is we know so little about her.
What I got from that also is just the unbelievable sense that she still had some hope in humanity. In spite of what this beast was doing, she still had hope that he might rise above his inhumanity. That spirit of hope, which obviously kept folks alive.
Yes, that's right.
And also, again, I am even more struck for some reason by her ability to get the materials in a slave auction house or prison, get the materials to write the letter, get the letter out, and the letter was received because this letter is in the archive of the man who had sold her.
The fact that it's preserved in the slave trader's archive is the only way we have of knowing that Virginia Boyd ever existed.
But what she had, wow.
Please tell me this. What in the world was your motivation for writing this book?
This story has to be told. A whole lot in American history makes no sense if you don't understand this, and a whole lot makes sense if you do. The basic, even the human side of it aside, just as an understanding of how the American economy was based on and distorted by the slave domestic, was based on and distorted by the domestic slave trade, which is to say the slave breeding industry. It's simply domestic slave trade, which is to say the slave breeding industry. It's simply, a lot of American history is simply incomprehensible if you don't understand that in the slave states, people were money. Why were the slave states so insistent on annexing Texas and the non-slave states not wanting to annex Texas? Because very simply, the mere rumor of cotton plantations springing up in eastern Texas that would need to buy labor from the slave owners that already existed in the South jacked up the value of their portfolios, made them plantations springing up in eastern Texas that would need to buy labor from the slave owners that already existed in the South, jacked up the value of their portfolios, made them richer people. It's hard to remember that how wealthy slave owners were. If you don't know this, you can't imagine Mississippi. Why we think of Mississippi as the poorest state in the Union, but in its day, it was the richest. It had the most millionaires. Slave owners were. If you don't know this, you can't imagine Mississippi. Why we think of Mississippi as the poorest state in the Union, but in its day, it was the richest. It had the most millionaires.
Yeah.
Mississippi was, the slave owners were not just wealthy, they were tremendously wealthy, but their wealth was in the form of people who were human savings accounts because there was no reliable national money.
Of the Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the USA, and about 30 other books. Thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
So we're going to jump ahead now. You've said you're going to come back and we'll be able to do more of this history in more detail. But let's kind of make the leap to the Civil War. As you've argued earlier, much of the construction of capitalism in the United States is based on these massive profits that were developed in the slave trade. The Revolution of 1776 you would call a counter-revolution in the sense that it was to maintain the institution of slavery. Revolution in the sense that it was to maintain the institution of slavery. But that starts to change as capitalism develops, particularly in the Northeast. Why can't industrial capitalism in the Northeast accommodate slave society in the South? Why couldn't they get along?
It's a good question.
And we did not get a reliable national money until the Abraham Lincoln's administration and the Greenback, which is pretty much concurrent with the Emancipation Proclamation, and which would not have been possible with the vastly inflated human assets on the books. I don't know if that makes sense. It's a complicated subject.
Yeah.
But the fact that every new child that was born was, depending on the era, $50, $75, $100 in credit, which is to say money. New money was a human 50 cents. The fact that every new child that was born was, depending on the era, $50, $75, $100 in credit, which child that was born was, depending on the era, $50, $75, $100. The fact that every new child that was born was, depending on the era, $50, $75, $100 in credit, which is to say money. New money was a human being born was the creation of money. And the amount of wealth that the South held in enslaved property, which was estimated at the time, commonly estimated at the time of secession to be $4 billion, that was a sum that was so in excess of, it was a multiple of all the currency in circulation. It was a multiple of the worth of the land. It was a vast amount of money that only existed on paper and only resided in the bodies of labor. Labor was capital. And if you don't know this, you don't understand the levers that moved American history.
Yeah.
Question that requires a complicated answer. One is that after the Haitian Revolution, 1791 to 1804, it gives a jolt of adrenaline to the movement to abolish slavery. It helps to encourage London in particular to start moving away hesitantly and reluctantly from slavery, not least because of Haiti's proximity to their cash cow, that is Jamaica. And like revolutions before and since, the Haitian revolutionaries were interested in spreading their gospel throughout the hemisphere, not least in neighboring Jamaica. Since the Haitian revolutionaries were interested in spreading their gospel throughout the hemisphere, not least in neighboring Jamaica. So once again, Britain was faced with the prospect of either a helter-skelter retreat from slavery towards abolition, or a measured retreat, which of course takes place 1833, 1834 with abolition throughout the retreat, which of course takes place 1833, 1834 with abolition, or a measured retreat, which of course takes place 1833, 1834 with abolition throughout the empire. Secondly, U.S. leaders used to argue that Britain, in a sense, was jealous of the United States because the U.S. leaders thought that the U.S. was beginning to exceed Britain, because the U.S. leaders thought that the U.S. was beginning to exceed Britain because it was more adept at the slave trade. It had a larger land mass. For example, after it was more adept at the slave trade, it had a larger land mass. For example, after Britain lost the 13 colonies, it lost a major market for enslaved Africans. The U.S. now 13 colonies, it lost a major market for enslaved Africans. Britain lost the 13 colonies, it lost a major market for enslaved Africans. The U.S. nationals could then build upon that market to then expand into Cuba, expand. The U.S. nationals could then build upon that market to then expand into Cuba, expand into Brazil, etc. And from their point of view, Britain was moving away from slavery not because of morality and the campaigns of William Wilberforce. Britain was moving away from slavery not because of morality and the campaigns of William Wilberforce and all the rest, but because it was just being squeezed out of a market, and therefore it then ascended the high ground of moralism and equipped the Royal Navy to stop U.S. ships on the open seas, which leads to further conflict with Washington, with the United States, over the question of slavery. And in a previous book, I made the argument that it's British abolition and the strength of British abolition, for whatever reason, whether motivated by economics or moralism or a combination of the two, that puts enormous pressure on the United States to move away from slavery, because the abolitionist movement, the movement to abolish slavery in the United States, was heavily dependent, both politically and financially, and from a point of view of obtaining simple arguments, they were dependent upon their counterparts in London. And then there's the question of whether or not slavery was becoming a fetter on the productive forces of the United States of America. As you've already noted, even though slavery was profitable, questions were beginning to arise whether or not the United States could become even more profitable without slavery. Not as you've already noted, even though slavery was profitable, questions were beginning to arise whether or not the United States could become even more profitable without slavery, not least because slaves oftentimes tended to destroy the instruments that slavery, not least because slaves oftentimes tended to destroy the instruments that they were working with. And keep in mind that slaves were not just deployed in the fields in Virginia, they were deployed in factories, they were deployed in mines, etc. But if they're destroying the enterprise, deployed in factories, they were deployed in mines, etc. But if they're destroying the enterprise that they're working in, questions are raised about profitability. And then there's the idea that under slavery, that you're shrinking a market. That is to say, if you have wage workers and you pay them money, then you can get it back by forcing them onto the market to buy food, to get housing, etc.
You also can't fire a slave. I mean, it's a big, if a slave doesn't work very hard in your factory, what are you going to do except terrorize the person?
You terrorize the person, you sell them down the river, you sell them to Cuba. I mean, but in any case, you sell them down the river.
United States had seen to that point in its history. The first 5 or 6 years of the 1830s saw the biggest economic boom the United States had seen to that point in its history. And the heart of that boom lay in the land, slave, and cotton economy of the Lower South. The white population of the Lower South increased by roughly 700,000 people. Increased nearly 1 million more in the 1830s. And it's encouraged by federal policies that forced Indian nations off the best cotton land on the continent. Policies that forced Indian nations off the best cotton land on the continent. It was encouraged by banks that flooded the region with easy credit and cheap loans. And it was encouraged by cotton prices that nearly doubled between 1830 and 1835 alone. When all of that happened, demand for slaves skyrocketed accordingly, and so did profits for slave traders. In the 1830s, slave traders moved about as many people via the interstate slave trade as they had during the 1810s and the 1820s put together. The number of people trafficked in the trade jumped by 85% from the 1820s to the 1830s. One scholar has calculated slave trader profit margins in the early to mid 1830s as ranging from 30 to 50%.
What kind of reaction and what kind of reaction? What was the response of those who, you know, as people who are in power in top places in government right now? They would call they would say this is fake news, and so I'm just wondering, when this book came out, give me an example of some of your harshest critics.
Well, when this book came out, Barack Obama was president, and we had not entered the next level of madness that subsequently appeared. We got a lot of support. And you know, of course, I mean, our hardest core of support is African American readership, and we got the American Book Award. We had a live theatrical version in New York. The theater was full. Nobody really came and said we didn't do our research right. And people who aren't interested in this, you know, the people who would think that aren't going to bother to read this book. People who read this book are people who want to know.
Yeah. So you mentioned in this book, you mentioned a couple places that are just like nearby. Alexandria, the port of Alexandria, that's 5 miles away from where we sit in this studio. Baltimore is maybe 25 miles away. Talk to us, please, about their influence, their impact on all of this.
Let's start with Alexandria.
Alexandria, Virginia, of course, we're talking about.
Alexandria, Virginia, but also Alexandria District of Columbia, because the District of Columbia created 10 miles square, not 10 square miles. It's 100 square miles. It's 10 miles square, right? 10 on each. Right? So the District of Columbia was created out of land north and south of the Potomac. 60, I think it was 61 square miles from Maryland and 39 from Virginia. There were 3 cities in the District of Columbia: Alexandria, Georgetown, and Washington City. The public buildings were all by law on the Maryland side. And Alexandria was designated the port of entry. And it became one of the first most important capital of the slave breeding, of the domestic waterborne slave trade. More slave ships came to New Orleans, the greatest slave market, from the east coast of the U.S. than from Africa. New Orleans, the greatest slave market, from the east coast of the U.S. than from Africa. Alexandria is where the largest slave trader in American history, Isaac Franklin, 1315 Duke Street. It's now the Freedom House Museum of the Urban League of Northern Virginia. That was Franklin and Armfield's headquarters. They were a nationally integrated slave trading company that began running packet boats, boats that ran every 2 weeks, whether they were not waiting to get a cargo, but on a schedule. They shipped enslaved people on a schedule every 2 weeks down south. Alexandria was where this got started. And Alexandria was the slave trading center. Slaves were sold in all 3 cities of the District of Columbia. And it was a source of great shame to many decent people in the United States that their nation's capital was a site of slave sales and of slave prisons. Foreign diplomats were astounded to see this going on in the capital of this nation that made such a big deal about freedom and liberty. Diplomats were astounded to see this going on in the capital of this nation that made such a big deal about freedom and liberty. And ultimately, Alexandria rejoined Virginia because of this pressure. Alexandria rejoined Virginia in order to be able to keep selling slaves when it looked like federal law might prohibit slave sales in the District of Columbia, which it did as of after the Compromise. Because of this pressure, Alexandria rejoined Virginia in order to be able to keep selling slaves when it looked like federal law might prohibit slave sales in the District of Columbia, which it did as of after the Compromise of 1850. So Alexandria rejoined Virginia, and the present District of Columbia is the former Maryland land. So that's a little about Alexandria.
But also, many of the people that were harvested, again, they came from the premium breeding area, which was Maryland and Virginia. So they had like really good product to sell farther
Let me
south.
stop you for a second, because you use a term, you said harvested. And I know that you've been dealing with this subject matter for so long and with such depth. But just to hear that word roll off of your lips, harvested.
It's painful. Words like harvest, product, breeding. That's what it was in the industry.
I grew up on a working farm. I know how farming works. And this is what this was.
Explain that, because you go into, in the book you go into detail.
Yes. The point of agriculture is to plant and get a harvest.
Yeah.
And this applies not only to grain, fruit, vegetables, it applies to your animals, your ducks, your geese, your cows, your horses. And a good, well-managed farm gets rid of what doesn't work anymore. Very quickly. You raise for the very best you can to sell on the market. You might keep for yourself things that are not as valuable, but generally there's just no room for that. So when your chickens are too old to lay eggs anymore, you eat them or sell them. And that's very much this mindset of all of these people here, because this is part of good agriculture management. So we raise as many good children as we can to sell them on the market later when we need them. Maybe we will keep them for a while.
Careful with the we.
Yes, well, exactly. But this, I am inhabiting the mind.
The mindset.
Yeah, I understand.
Just
and while you're inhabiting that mindset, while you're inhabiting the mindset of the slave owner.
Yes.
This very slave owner held up the Bible.
Yes.
Talk to us about that.
Well, there was a northern church and a southern church. The southern church, and this, as we got closer and closer to the point of secession and things just got crazier and crazier, the southern church got more and more pro-slavery. Famously, Woodrow Wilson, the racist President Woodrow Wilson's father, was a minister who published a famous sermon on mutual relations between masters and slaves as set out in the Bible. I want to go back to Alexandria and this concept of slaves as set out in the Bible. I want to go back to Alexandria and this concept of harvesting, because there was a whole network that fanned out, and this also takes us back to Baltimore, because Baltimore is where those infamous Cash for Negroes advertisements began appearing after the War of 1812, when this thing really kicks into high gear, and every little town. Baltimore is where those infamous Cash for Negroes advertisements began appearing after the War of 1812, when this thing really kicks into high gear, and every little town had newspapers in those days, and a key element of its advertising was Baltimore is where those infamous Cash for Negroes advertisements began appearing after the War of 1812, when this thing really kicks into high gear, and every little town had newspapers in those days, and a key element of its advertising was always either ads for runaways, for recapture of runaways, or for sale of people. And every little newspaper had Cash for Negroes advertisements posted by traders who then had a network of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern, found out agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern. Found out who might have a surplus 17-year-old farmhand that they might want to sell. I mean, and many of these people were former horse traders, and ultimately, after the end of slavery, went back to horse trading because horse trading is done very much in this way too. Would go around and one by one purchase adolescents from all these regional farms. At some point, a cargo would be assembled, and they would either be driven down in a coffle or sent out by water from Alexandria, Richmond, Norfolk, or Baltimore. Who then really kicks into high gear, and every little town had newspapers in those days, and a key element of its advertising was always either ads for runaways, for recapture of runaways, or for sale of people. And every little newspaper had Cash for Negroes advertisements posted by traders who then had a network of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local town.
That was greater than at any other time before, other than a very brief moment in the late 1810s. And it was more than would ever be seen again before the Civil War. So in other words, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard, they might have done well in the slave trade whenever they started their business. They had talent, but they also sat on top of larger, deeper structural changes that sat business. They had talent, but they also sat on top of larger, deeper structural changes.
Generally speaking, Freemasonry was founded when 4 lodges in London formed the Grand Lodge of England in 1717. With the publication of James Anderson's Constitutions in 1723, the Grand Lodge of England secured a hegemonic position in Freemasonry. The Grand Lodge of England came to dominate Freemasonry around the world as it chartered lodges throughout the British Empire. By the 1730s, Freemasons created lodges in British North America, most chartered by the Grand Lodge of England. Therefore, the origins of Grand Lodges in the United States can generally be traced to the Grand Lodge of England. From then on, the organization grew and blossomed into many distinct organizations, as seen here. Investigating the activities of German-speaking lodges in America and their individual members can provide insight into American civil society since, as one Masonic author observed, Freemasonry is a reflection of the society to which its members belong. Furthermore, recognizing immigrants' backgrounds, especially German Masonic sociability, can facilitate a better understanding of immigrant experiences in America. After the anti-Masonic period of the 1820s and 1830s, during which lodges and Grand Lodges lost members, American Freemasons responded to a variety of cultural, social, and institutional changes. One major issue in mid-19th century American Freemasonry was the opposition of 2 different rites, or systems of rituals and degrees: the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. The York Rite was a tradition carried from England to the American colonies in the 1730s. Within the York Rite, there had been a schism in England which left repercussions in America. The Scottish Rite, though officially founded in Charleston, South Carolina in 1801, had origins in mid-18th century France. These 2 rites fought over jurisdiction of geography and of rituals and degrees. Meanwhile, other organizations and rites, some semi-legitimate and some fabricated by degree peddlers, added to the confusion. One of these was adoptive masonry, which allowed women to participate. Another was the French Rite, organized by the Grand Orient or Grand Lodge of France in 1786. Another was the French Rite, organized by the Grand Orient or Grand Lodge of France in 1786. By the 1730s, a decade after the founding of the Grand Lodge of England, Masonic lodges sprang up on the European continent. Beginning in the 1730s, France became the origin of a number of new Masonic rites. France became the origin of a number of new Masonic rites. French Masons were partly influenced by a public oration by Andrew Michael Ramsay, an officer of the Grand Lodge of France, who proposed a chivalric origin for Freemasonry. Central to his theory was an assumed connection to monastic military orders, such as the Knights Templar. French Masons developed over 1,000 new degrees, organized in rites such as the Knights of the East, the Rite of Perfection, and the Chapter of Rose Croix. Because Germany had become the battleground for the conflict between the 2 Masonic systems, the Anglo-American and the French or Continental, it exhibited, that is, systems, the Anglo-American and the French or Continental. It exhibited, that is, Germany, exhibited the most luxuriant growth, French or Continental. It exhibited, that is, Germany, exhibited the most luxuriant growth of deviations and offshoots of the Masonic order. German Masons built onto French foundations to develop the Chapter of Clermont, the Order of Strict Observance, and the rectified Scottish Rite, as well as the Illuminati and revised versions of Rosicrucians. Because of ongoing antagonism with the Roman Catholic Church, after the French Revolution, Masons in France developed rituals and ceremonies to replace those of the Church. Masons in France developed rituals and ceremonies to replace those of the Church. Because of ongoing antagonism with the Roman Catholic Church, after the French Revolution, Masons in France developed rituals and ceremonies to replace those of the Church. One particular book, published in Strasbourg in 1826, includes rituals for Masonic baptism and confirmation for Masons' sons. Masonic baptism had an analog in Republican sponsorships, in which two adults would sponsor a child's entrance into the life of the French Republic. Similarly, when members of a Masonic lodge sponsored a child, the lodge offered the child instruction in the principles of Freemasonry and the protection and support of the lodge. If the child were male, he would essentially be pre-qualified for membership in the lodge upon reaching the appropriate age. Descriptions generally include the use of a ritual, a meal, and the adoption of children by the entire lodge or its officers. While Masonic adoption, or baptism, had its origins in Britain, adoptive Masonry, which allowed women to participate and was thus irregular according to English Freemasonry, was a continental development. Originating in the 1740s among the French aristocracy as a way for women to become actively involved with their husbands' lodges, eventually adoptive Masonry included not only Masons' wives, but also their sisters and daughters as well. Female participation in Freemasonry ran contrary to husbands' lodges. Eventually, adoptive Masonry included not only Masons' wives, but also their sisters and daughters as well. Female participation in Freemasonry ran contrary to the Anglo-American Masonic tradition and was explicitly forbidden in Anderson's constitutions. The addition of women changed the organization, making it, quote, much more of a salon than a civic organization in the Anglo-American sense. Banquets and toasts apparently became just as important as were the symbolic rituals. By the 1770s, the Grand Orient of France officially recognized lodges of adoption, and by the end of the century, adoptive Masonry spread across the continent. During the following centuries, many innovations were made to Freemasonry as continental or Latin, French Freemasonry challenged Anglo-American Freemasonry in various ways. From its inception, British Freemasonry had allowed only male members, claiming a belief in a supreme being, and prescribed discussions of politics and religion during lodge meetings, requirements based on the ancient landmarks and reinforced in Anderson's constitutions. The contrary positions, the admission of women, the acceptance of atheists, and allowance of discussions of politics and religion, exhibit resistance to the British model by more liberal lodges of the continental system. Eventually led by the Grand Orient of France. In response to the growing number of Masonic degrees and rites, the Grand Orient, or Grand Lodge of France, created the modern rite, or the French rite, in 1786, as a way to simplify Masonry within its jurisdiction. By the rite, in 1786, as a way to simplify Masonry within its jurisdiction. By the 19th century, multiple rites and rituals were in use among German lodges, and some near the southwest border with France. The origin of some of the Concordia Lodge, which I'll mention briefly in a minute, their members used the French rite. The epicenter of Freemasonry in German-speaking Central Europe began in the Protestant North, but grew with the increased number of rites, and the situation in the late 18th century was one of, quote, complete confusion. Reform-minded Masons in Germany, such as Ignaz Aurelius Fessler and Friedrich Ludwig Schroeder, attempted to revise rituals and simplify the number of degrees authorized by their respective Grand Lodges. German Masonic practices of the early 19th century were particularly varied in form, and varied all the more because of overlapping geographic jurisdictions of multiple Grand Lodges in Central Europe. This was decades prior to German unification. But as historian Stefan Ludwig Hoffmann shows, German Masonic lodges were involved in all domains of their members' lives, and they functioned as a form of all-embracing sociability. Sons of Freemasons could petition for membership 5 years earlier than other men. Quite often, a son would join his father's lodge. German lodges celebrated feminine kinship through an annual social event for wives and daughters of Masons. These so-called sister celebrations furthered the members' own goals of sociability and alleviated the women's concerns about what went on during lodge functions. Not all German Masons appreciated this festivity, however, and in the 1850s, one German Grand Lodge issued a statement forbidding it, quote, for wise and easily comprehensible reasons, in language similar to that of the Grand Lodge of Wisconsin a decade later, as we will see. Beginning in the 1840s, after the anti-Masonic period,
While slavery was the dominant issue that led to the Civil War, tensions between the North and the South had begun due to other issues, such as bitter debates about federal tariffs and infrastructure. Infrastructure, or internal improvements as they were called in the early and mid-19th century, were the major domestic transportation projects paid for by Congress, and which included canals, turnpikes, and ports, placed particularly in the western portion of the country, stretching out to the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River. The flip side of the internal improvements was the tariff, the list of taxes on specified imported goods. In theory, the tariff would raise the revenue to pay for the internal improvements. The tariff would finance the infrastructure for goods and services to travel in a nationally linked market, and the economy would prosper, independent of foreign trade. In general, northern business interests and shop owners supported this arrangement, along with northern statesmen such as Kentucky's Henry Clay, John Quincy Adams of Massachusetts, and Abraham Lincoln of Illinois. This arrangement of tariffs on the one hand and infrastructure development on the other was called the American system. However, the South and the developing Democratic Party were against the American system, both the internal improvements and the tariff. President James Madison vetoed an early internal improvements bill, as did Andrew Jackson, because they believed it was unconstitutional for the federal government to fund such projects. John Calhoun, the South Carolina senator and for a time vice president, reversed his earlier support of internal improvements and became a leading opponent.
You sell them to Cuba. I mean, but in any case, you sell them down the river. You sell them to Cuba. I mean, but in any case, oftentimes that's not very practical. So there are many forces that are pushing the United States towards abolition, but not necessarily pushing the United States towards anti-racism. I think that's oftentimes that's not very practical. So there are many forces that are pushing the United States towards abolition, but not necessarily pushing the United States towards anti-racism. I think that's oftentimes confused. That is to say, the U.S. Civil War is oftentimes seen as not only a war against slavery, and even that's questionable.
But it wasn't a war against whiteness.
To put it mildly, it wasn't a war in favor of anti-racism, as suggested by the fact that in New York City, in the middle of the Civil War, 1863, you had these so-called anti-draft riots that are portrayed in the movie by Martin Scorsese with Leonardo DiCaprio, The Gangs of New York, which is a remarkable scenes, if you've seen that movie, of anti-black racism, and people being immolated and burned at the stake and lynched from lamp poles, et cetera, et cetera. This is in New York City. This is not in the Deep South. So the Civil War, as we well know, fortunately, leads to the liberation of enslaved Africans, but it leads directly into the construction of a then Jim Crow regime, that is to say an apartheid regime, a segregated regime, which then only erodes beginning in the 1950s under enormous international pressure, which is when I come into the story in St. Louis, Missouri.
Which is where we started.
Exactly.
Let's go back to the Civil War period more, though. Mm-hmm. From what I understand, and my understanding is pretty thin about this period, but that part of the issue was that this need for wage labor in the North, that elite was also contending with the very powerful elite in the South, which actually may have even had more power over American national politics than even the Northerners did, even though the Northerners represented the kind of new productive forces that were exploding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, and it's even more complicated than that in a sense, because as already noted, the slave trade itself was financed from places like New York. I should also mention that Baltimore was an epicenter of the slave trade. There was a firm in Baltimore, which I mentioned in my book, The Deepest South, the United States, Brazil, and the African Slave Trade, that can take major responsibility or discredit, depending on how you look at it, for the fact that there are so many people of African descent in Brazil right now. So you had forces in the North.
Just to add to the Baltimore story, just about 4 or 5 minutes from here, Fells Point, I've seen pictures where there are actual storefronts, where there was a point where, even though Maryland was a slave state, if I'm correct in my understanding, the majority of blacks in Maryland were actually free blacks, and but that there was such a need at a certain point for slave labor that they had storefronts where people could come and sell their slaves to these stores that were then shipped down to the South, and that there's a lot of kidnapping. So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these to the South, and that there's a lot of kidnapping.
tavern, found out work of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern, found out who might have fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up, who then had a network of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern. A network of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern.
So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores down south. So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores down south.
That was a real problem, the kidnapping of free Africans. Not only kidnapping of free Africans, but say if
they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores down south.
That was a real problem.
To these stores that were then shipped down to the south, and that there's a lot of kidnapping. So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores. A lot of kidnapping. So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores down south.
That was a real problem, the kidnapping of free Africans. Not only kidnapping of free Africans.
American Freemasonry spread rapidly with westward expansion as settlers established lodges on the ever-moving frontier. In the 1840s, after the anti-Masonic period, American Freemasonry spread rapidly with westward expansion as settlers established lodges on the ever-moving frontier.
But say if Britain was heavily dependent upon Negroes in terms of their fleets, their commercial fleets, and so in terms of trading with the United States, when they were coming into U.S. ports, say Charleston, for example, oftentimes in Charleston, South Carolina, there were laws passed that would try to keep these free Negroes from getting off British ships to come into Charleston because it was thought that they set a bad example because they had money, oftentimes they were free individuals, and that was seen as a bad example. But if they had the temerity to get off the ship nonetheless, they could be kidnapped and wind up at a bad example because they had money, oftentimes they were free individuals, and that was seen as a bad example. But if they had the temerity to get off the ship nonetheless, they could be kidnapped and wind up working in a field in Louisiana sooner rather than later. And this is part of the tension between London and Washington that continues after 1776. In fact, if I'm allowed to mention the dates, in a few weeks from now, in August 2014, there would be the 200th anniversary of a remarkable historical episode, although I don't think it'll be marked in most of the mainstream media. I just pitched the idea to one of your producers. And that is to say that in August 1814, during the War of 1812, which, by the way, was marked ceremoniously in Canada, but somehow was not marked here because part of the purpose of the War of 1812 was for the United States to seize Canada.
Yeah, well, Canadians tend to, rightly or wrongly, think of that as the one real victory other than world hockey over the United States. So.
Well, they have a point. And one of the reasons the United States went to seize Canada was because Canada became a sanctuary for fleeing Africans. And
other than world hockey over the United States. So.
Well, they have a point. And one of the reasons the United States went to seize Canada was because Canada became a sanctuary for fleeing Africans, and London was not allowing the return of this property, this runaway capital, to the United States of America. But in any event, August 1814, during the War of 1812, the Redcoats sack and plunder Washington, including the White House.
Which burned down the White House.
Absolutely they did. And in an early form of reparations for enslavement, they were joined by enslaved Africans in Washington, D.C., who were stealing the dishes and the silver, etc. As the 5'4" bookish president, James Madison, fled into the streets of Washington with his gregarious spouse Dolly in tow, one step ahead of the posse, that is to say, the Negroes fleeing after them, trying to catch them and exact some revenge. I don't think that's going to be marked in the United States, although it's a heroic episode in black history. Whenever I tell a black audience about that, I can see the glow on their faces. Because, you know, the way this history is portrayed in the United States, either the black people are absent or they're chumps. That is to say, either they're not there or they're just doing whatever the master tells them to do, like some sort of robot or something. And because if you tell the real story, it's inimical to the glorious, uplifting, propagandistic narrative that is so prevalent nowadays.
Okay, in the next and final segment of this series of interviews, we're going to talk about, again, today, and how this history weighs on people's minds today, how whiteness was so important in the whole American narrative, and how it reflects itself today. So please.
The tariff was the most hotly contested issue from 1815 to his earlier support of projects. John Calhoun, the South Carolina senator and for a time vice president, reversed his earlier support of internal improvements and became a leading opponent. The tariff was the most hotly contested issue from 1815 to 1835. Given that the tariff appeared to be permitted by the Constitution in Article 1, Section 8, supporters argued that it was useful in helping young American industry to grow, protected from mature British competition. Calhoun and other tariff opponents, many from the South, argued that a protective tariff was actually a violation of the Constitution. They argued that to be protective, a tariff had to curtail imports from flowing into the country, and this was inconsistent with the constitutional. That to be protective, a tariff had to curtail imports from flowing into the country, and this was inconsistent with the constitutional mandate to raise revenue through the tax. If imports trailed off because of the tariff, then the government would not raise revenue. And the tariff would not qualify as a tax. Given that the North had a larger industrial base than the South was also concerned that the American system enhanced the power of the North at the expense of the agrarian South. And that tariffs meant the South would pay more for protected goods they bought from the industrial North. A larger industrial base than the South was also concerned that the American system enhanced the power of the North at the expense of the agrarian South. And that tariffs meant the South would pay more for protected goods they bought from the industrial North. The politics of the tariff became most heated with the great bitterness over the protective tariff that Southerners called the Tariff of Abominations of 1828. John Calhoun wrote a treatise denouncing the tariff called the South Carolina Exposition, and a convention was held in South Carolina that claimed to nullify the federal law. Officials in South Carolina based this power of nullification on Thomas Jefferson's 1798 Kentucky resolution for states to declare federal laws null and void. In response to this challenge, Congress passed a force bill to enforce federal law and compel tariff collections in South Carolina. President Jackson threatened to execute it. Nonetheless, a compromise tariff with lower rates came in 1833, brokered by Henry Clay in Congress, and the crisis passed. At this point in the mid-1830s, slavery became the dominant political issue dividing the North and the South. Slavery had just about died out in the North in the 1830s.
That served their interests perfectly. Given the raging demand for enslaved people and the widespread availability of banking capital, they could not have possibly done better than to have founded their company precisely when they did. And they couldn't have chosen a better time. And it was more than would ever be seen again before the Civil War. So in other words, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard, they might have done well in the slave trade whenever they started their business. They had talent, but they also sat on top of larger, deeper structural changes that served their interests perfectly. Given the raging demand for enslaved people and the widespread availability of banking, but they also sat on top of larger, deeper structural changes that served their interests perfectly. Given the raging demand for enslaved people and the widespread availability of banking capital, they could not have possibly done better than to have founded their company precisely when they did. And they couldn't have chosen a better time to shut it down than when they did either. For a variety of reasons, the company wound operations down in 1836, just months before the slave trade took another dramatic turn in its life cycle. The boom economy of the 1830s was, and they couldn't have chosen a better time to shut it down than when they did either. For a variety of reasons, the company wound operations down in 1836.
But in the same case, brokered by Henry Clay in Congress, and the crisis passed. At this point in the mid-1830s, slavery became the dominant political issue dividing the North and the South. Slavery had just about died out in the North in the 1830s, but
just months before the slave trade took another dramatic turn in its life cycle. The boom economy of the 1800s, for a variety of reasons, the company wound operations down in 1836, just months before the slave trade took another dramatic turn in its life cycle. The boom economy of the 1830s was a mirage. It was a debt-fueled bubble economy. And when it came crashing down in the spring of 1837, it took the slave trading business with it, ravaging it, as it did most forms of commerce that depended on the currents of credit flowing around the world. Now, enslaved people suffered no matter what the economic circumstances of white people were. Thousands of enslaved people were sold to stave off bankruptcies during the Depression. But the slave trade itself actually dropped by 35% from the 1830s to the 1840s. And that drop probably disguises what was even a steeper decline from the late 1830s to the early 1840s alone. And that was true because as the nation recovered from its economic debacle by the middle of the 1840s, the slave trade took off again.
In the South, dominant political issue dividing the North and the South. Slavery had just about died out in the North in the 1830s, but in the South, given the rising demand for gin cotton, it had expanded substantially. This made the South economically dependent on slavery and fearful of the growing efforts of Northern abolitionists to end it. The South economically dependent on slavery and fearful of the growing efforts of Northern abolitionists to end it. By 1860, there were over 3.5 million slaves in the United States. As the nation expanded west, the question of whether new states would permit slavery caused great tension.
Now, it never quite took the explosive shape that it had in the first half of the 1830s. But slaveholders didn't actually learn anything from the disaster that was the Panic of 1837. Instead, as the slaveholding portions of the United States expanded into new places like Texas, Arkansas, Florida, as slaveholders brought previously undeveloped regions of Louisiana and Mississippi into cultivation, demand for enslaved people took off again. In fact, white Southerners were so bullish about slavery's future, about the prospect of extending American sovereignty into places like Cuba and Central America, that slave prices usually rose and fell with the price of cotton. You could usually track them pretty cleanly. But in the 1850s, they became delinked from cotton prices. They just shot upward. And as more and more slave traders jumped to capitalize on this seemingly irrational, yet also seemingly boundless demand, the number of enslaved people trafficked across state lines jumped again by 35% in the 1850s. It reached nearly 250,000 people in that decade alone. That was nearly as many people as had been trafficked in the 1830s, and it brought the total number of enslaved people who were caught up in the forced migrations of the 19th century to more than 1 million people in total. And yet, even as the slave trade boomed again, even as thousands of men decided to try their hand at the slave trade business, even as new technologies, things like the railroad and the telegraph, they changed some things about how the business worked. They enabled the slave trade to spread deep into interior markets that had once been pretty isolated. The railroad and the telegraph, they changed some things about how the business worked. They enabled the slave trade to spread deep into interior markets that had once been pretty isolated. The company model that was established by Isaac Franklin, Rice Ballard, and John Armfield, that remained the basic template for the slave trade. Now, by the 1850s, there were more large companies than there had been when Franklin and Armfield was the colossus of the trade. But nearly all of them worked the way Franklin and Armfield had worked. Established headquarters in cities, regular advertising, reliance on shipping or rail travel, supplies provided by agents who worked on salary or on commission, and integration with sprawling credit and banking systems.
As Southern slaveholding states feared being outnumbered by free states in Congress. This led to the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Compromise of 1850. But these compromises were only temporary solutions for the growing tensions. Other proposed solutions included plans to compensate slave owners in order to convince them to accept abolition, but those plans were far too costly. In the end, it was the question of slavery more than anything else, even the tariff, that drove the South to secede, as was made clear in the Southern Secession Convention statements of 1860 and 1861.
Now, sometimes these new companies functioned that way because the men who led them had actually been associated with Franklin and Armfield. There's a kind of slave trading business diaspora that's rooted in this particular company. With Franklin and Armfield, there's a kind of slave trading business diaspora that's rooted in this particular company. But mostly the companies took that form because Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard had shown that that business model worked. They may have personally left the business by the late 1830s, but they were collecting debts from customers and bringing in revenues for years after that. All three of them and debt. They may have personally left the business by the late 1830s, but they were collecting debts from customers and bringing in revenues for years after that. All three of them ended up extravagantly wealthy and widely respected men. Now, of course, one of the ironies of their success and the successes of the men who followed them was that the more the slave trade ballooned, the more it fed anti-slavery agitation against it. And that agitation would, in time, help bring about the final stage in the life of the slave trade, which was, of course, its demolition during the Civil War. And that demolition began, appropriately enough, in Alexandria, where in May 1861, Union forces liberated the slave pen that had been John Armfield's headquarters. After confiscating it from Confederate cavalry who'd taken it over, the Union began using the facility as a prison for deserting, drunken, or insubordinate Union soldiers, for a few Confederate prisoners. And then near the end of the war, the Union converted the facility into portions of a hospital and to housing for a small number of free people. But it was still a few years after 1861 before the domestic slave trade in the United States ended for good and was finally put to the end that it had long deserved. White Southerners clung to slavery to the very, very end. Slave traders offered people for sale to the very end. There was a market in enslaved people inside the Confederacy, even as slavery itself collapsed, even as Confederate currency inflated to the point where it was practically useless. When the Union finally liberated Richmond in April 1865, they had to track down a slave trader who had chained the slaves still in his jail together and was trying to march them out of town in the hopes of selling them someplace else. Because he figured even in its death throes, the slave trade would find a market somewhere. Now, I don't want to end by leaving you with the impression that the domestic slave trade was only a Southern phenomenon. I mean, I've sort of alluded to this already, but the slave trade was something that was sanctioned by the federal government. It involved banks from all over the country. The cotton and the sugar produced by enslaved people who were trafficked in the slave trade sat at the center of national and global economies. And the profits that were spun off of the asset values and the labor values of the enslaved, that money circulated throughout the United States. And of course, the trauma, the dislocation, the fear of the slave trade, those things shaped the lives of Black people in the United States, no matter where they lived. So the slave trade may have happened in the South, but in truth, the domestic slave trade and its consequences, they were everywhere. And in some ways, they still are. And slave traders like Isaac Franklin, John Armfield, and Rice Ballard, they were just some of the men who made that so. I'm going to stop there.
In many cases, in the period, American Freemasonry spread rapidly with westward expansion as settlers established lodges on the ever-moving frontier. In many cases, immigrants to the United States established lodges to operate in their own languages, statewide Grand Lodges encouraging them to do so. San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and New York hosted Italian, French, and German lodges. In New Orleans, lodges worked in German, Italian, French, and Spanish, and in the York, Scottish, and French rites. In the cases I will present here, the members of German language lodges were well integrated into the broader community in which they lived, and in many ways helped to build it. They also retained their ethnic identity and cultural values. Voluntary associations were central, especially to the development and maintenance of Midwestern communities in the 19th century. Kathleen Niels Conson explains in Immigrant Milwaukee that through their Vereinsleben, that is organizational or club life, immigrants could embrace their own languages, statewide Grand Lodges encouraging them to do so. San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and New York hosted Italian, French, and German lodges. In New Orleans, lodges worked in German, Italian, French, and Spanish, and in the York, Scottish, and French rites. In the cases I will present here, the members of German language lodges were well integrated into the broader community in which they lived, and in many ways helped to build it. They also retained their ethnic identity and cultural values. Voluntary associations were central, especially to the development and maintenance of Midwestern communities in the 19th century. Kathleen Niels-Townsend explains in Immigrant Milwaukee that through their Vereinsleben, that is organizational or club life, immigrants could embrace their German culture while also participating in American life. For immigrants in the United States, Verein, including ethnic churches, fire companies, shooting and singing societies, and other social and cultural organizations, provided a sense of community based on a mutual background and rituals, and a similar value system. Immigrants' participation in these groups was not merely a way to deal with their new situation in the United States, or with dealing with some trauma of immigrating. Rather, the Verein of German immigrants continued the organizational life that had been central to German society in Europe. Moreover, just as voluntary organizations like the Masonic Lodge or the Turnverein were central to building the broader community, they also served as cultural and social centers of the ethnic community itself. They also served as cultural and social centers of the ethnic community itself.
Found little newspaper had cash for Negroes advertisements posted by traders who then had a network of agents who fanned out and went around to every little town and chatted up people at the local tavern and found out who might have a surplus 17-year-old farmhand that they might want to sell. I mean, and many of these people were former horse traders, and ultimately, after the end of slavery, went back to horse trading because horse trading is done very much in this way too. Would go around and one by one purchase adolescents from all these regional farms. At some point, a cargo would be assembled, and they would either be driven down in a coffle or sent out by water from Alexandria, Richmond, Norfolk, or Baltimore. Baltimore sent out lots and lots of people. Baltimore was, of course, in the 1840 census, Baltimore and New Orleans were virtually tied for second largest city in the country. And they did a tremendous amount of business by water with each other of all sorts, but most definitely in lots and lots of people. Baltimore was, of course, in the 1840 census, Baltimore and New Orleans were virtually tied for second largest city in the country. And they did a tremendous amount of business by water with each other of all sorts, but most definitely in slaves.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the slave rebellions. Let's talk. Well, first of all, let's talk about the impact that the rebellion in Haiti had on slave owners here in the United States.
Struck terror into their hearts. It made everything much, much more paranoid and much more locked down. This was their ultimate nightmare come true, very simply. And rebellions everywhere there was slavery. In every era there was slave rebellion. Wherever there was slavery, there was slave rebellion. Whether it took the form of large organized uprisings or day-to-day resistance, there was always rebellion, there was always resistance, there was always pushback. When it reached a certain level, it wasn't called a slave rebellion anymore, but a war, and there were some big wars. Most notably, what we call the Civil War, which was a war for, once it was reclassified as a war for emancipation, with the Emancipation Proclamation. I don't know if people realize this, but the Emancipation Proclamation didn't just declare enslaved people to be free, it also provided for the enlistment into the Union Army and arming of them, which had not been previously allowed. And at that point, once black soldiers could come into the army, that was a slave rebellion in a sense. That was the moment at which, and that was the moment at which the war could be won. But there are others, of course, the Haitian Revolution is the famous example. And there was also when Andrew Jackson went into Florida to suppress a coalition of black and Native American and black and Native American people there. He called it a war against the savages and the Negroes, and took Florida, made Florida safe for plantation slavery, and removed the last escape point. From the time Andrew Jackson took Florida, the entire South was locked down solid.
Also, the Haitian slave revolution, which was successful, terrified people so much because these were African Americans who really did know how to fight. They knew how to plan a battle. Besides knowing how to use arms and armaments, they knew strategy, they knew all of that, and they were helping in South America also, the Bolivarian revolutions. So the slave owners here were utterly terrified that they were going to come here and bring what they knew, because it's always outside agitators, right? I mean, nobody ever thinks of doing this by themselves. It's always got to be somebody came in from the outside, and this would be like the greatest fantasy outside agitator possible. They would come and instruct our slaves into rebellion.
The so-called French Negroes, who were presumed to carry the virus of revolution. There's a book by Michel Rolfe-Trio called Silencing the Past, in which he talks about the phenomenon of the Haitian Revolution being left out of the narrative of world history for a very long time.
Right.
And he says that ultimately the reason that it was left out was because it was unthinkable. It was unthinkable at the time that black people could organize themselves militarily, organize a successful rebellion, fight a long war, and win.
We've talked quite a bit. We talked a little bit about George Washington, talked more about Thomas Jefferson. You just mentioned the Emancipation Proclamation. Talk a little bit about Lincoln's role in slavery, and sort of what you understand from your research were Lincoln's motivations. He was a racist.
I think probably everyone was at that point.
Who was not a full-fledged abolitionist.
Yes. And he was surrounded by full-fledged abolitionists who hammered in his ear every day. Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens.
Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass. And Lincoln was a man who was capable of self-reflection and also of self-correction, I believe. He did not own slaves himself, did not want to. His primary goal, as he said over and over again, was to preserve the Union. And he realized at a certain point that the best way to preserve the Union, when it came to that point, he was ready to go all the way, and he declared abolition, and more to the point, allowed African Americans to enlist in the Union Army and carry arms and fight and shoot and do all of those things. And that makes a huge difference, just as women want to be in the military to prove that they are equal also, you know, a later fight that came along. And it did more to educate, I think, a lot of white Union people about the humanity. I mean, I hate saying this, but people have been trained for so long to not even look at at human beings as human beings first. And this proved, as it seems to, in military terms, these are people who can fight as well, if not better, than anyone, and whose bravery is incredible.
I think Lincoln also...
and Lincoln always went out of his way to admire in public and in person the people who fought and fought bravely.
Yeah, and Richard Campanella in New Orleans has an excellent book about Abraham Lincoln's visit to New Orleans, you know, when Lincoln came down on a raft. And I think there's no question that Lincoln detested slavery. And having seen it in New Orleans firsthand, I think told him what he needed to know.
So let me ask you, I said, you know, in order to try to get to some point of light about this subject, we had to go through this tunnel of darkness. Again, the exhaustive, extensive research that you all did, for someone like a Frederick Douglass, born a slave, to become the figure that he came, can you speak to Frederick Douglass from, again, that research?
He had to have been one of the most intelligent people who has ever lived. I mean, just innately, he had a brain that he mostly became self-taught in terms of his education. In particular, at the beginning, all it took was for him to start to learn his letters. Somebody gave him, I can't remember, it was the woman that he was living with in Baltimore, gave him the start in learning the alphabet. And all of that was taken away from him at a certain point. But wherever he could, he got a hold of some kind of reading material, and he continued to teach himself to read, and whatever he could find, he would read.
And he taught others.
But he also remembered what he read. So like if he only had a chance to look at a newspaper for a minute, he could remember what he read and he could pass on the information to others, among the other things that he did. He was a truly remarkable human being. It has nothing to, I mean, whatever race he might have been, who was like being brought up in these conditions in which he has no privilege, nothing, and raises themselves in this way, they are remarkable what they overcome and what they can achieve.
I've been reading David Blythe's biography, which makes it clear what a brilliant orator he was. And you could, if you read his speeches, they're still, I mean, they're part of the hardcore of the backbone of American literature, along with, I would argue, the slave narratives, which Frederick Douglass's 3 autobiographies also form part of. I think we have to go over and over again to the primary documents, and the primary documents, those oral histories, those slave narratives, they corroborate each other. There may be suspect things in them, like maybe this isn't true, maybe this was the white editor saying this, but they overwhelmingly corroborate each other. You go back and you read those documents over and over, and it's, I think, the best way to enter into that time.
Also, Frederick Douglass's influence went past the United States and the Northerners and so on. There are scholars who have been doing work lately with Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, and they have found whole passages where Jane Eyre is speaking of herself in the same kind of rhetoric and the same terms, the same language that Frederick Douglass used in his ministry in England.
Frederick Douglass, who was a member of the Board of Trustees of this prestigious university in which we sit right now, Howard University. Folks, that wraps us for this evening. For more information on this program or any other program produced by WHUT, go to WHUT.org. Thanks for tuning in.